That's fine. I'm going
Yeah,
to be
you can.
moving you over in a second. I'll just keep you on that map for now while
You do
I
know how to
am
like.
doing the recap.
You do know how to like reshape the canvas, right? Or resize it. Alex.
Liam, do you?
Wait, you asking me? Yeah, it comes up with an option to add a map on. It's just most of my maps already fit the screen.
I was asking Alex actually, because this is Alex's campaign,
Uh,
and Alex is the DM here.
I didn't when I made this one, and I don't know how to do it later, so look,
You can
this
just go
map is
into.
going to disappear after like less than 10 minutes, so just
That's
deal
fair.
with it. It's not going to show
Fair
up
enough.
again. This map will be gone very soon. So, yeah.
Fair enough.
Anyway,
Oh,
this
so
is
so I don't have
session
to see-
15, which I'm saying for the purposes of the notes, and now I will get on with what's happened so far in the campaign since we've been out for a while. Okay, everyone
just a
ready?
little bit.
Probably.
Okay, good. All right. So, the party first met in the ruins of Anston, where Taishiro was being defended by Senshin and David in the bar where he was being kept as a slave. The village was attacked by a band of Duragar warriors who were seeking out a book of Taishiro's masters. Senshin figured that if they were after that and if they were willing to go to such lengths to obtain it, they probably shouldn't have it. So, of course, they defended the village, and then afterwards, they went through the wreckage. David found that his family had gone missing without a trace. Senshin found the same had. Hmm?
Wait, David is a family?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's the first I've heard of it.
Yes, he
We
does.
knew this. He has the family in the mountains.
Yeah. Which was
I-
next to Anston.
I did not remember. To be fair, this has been a while.
This is.
Yeah.
Yeah, David's had a family this entire time, guys.
Either he doesn't mention it as much, or it wasn't mentioned enough, or it didn't go through my stupid dumb head, or it's been 8 months. That's enough time for a child to be born prematurely.
Prematurely, specifically.
Okay, anyway. Yeah. So, Senshin also found that as well as his family being apparently missing, he had also lost the blades to a lot of his family's swords, which allowed him to access elemental powers. So that wasn't exactly the greatest.
He
So
still
the
has the hilts, though, right?
pardon?
He still has the hilts of the swords, though.
Yes,
right?
he has the hilts,
Yes.
but not the blades, so he can't use them. So, yeah, the party decides to take all of the survivors from the basement over to the next town over so that they can have somewhere to be well cared for. Then on to session 2. The party ends up figuring out how to best care for these survivors, and they end up being enlisted by the herbalist to go looking for a monster that had been let loose in the woods. They decided to take on this task, and instead of a monster, ended up finding a young girl called Gemini with a cat dragon on her shoulder. They ended up recruiting her temporarily. Okay, let me see. They found out that the herbalist has a bunch of bounties on her because she is a hag, and that there have been a lot of requests from the capital to kill the hag in this area. The party promptly ignored those instructions and decided that no, they weren't going to murder someone just because of their species, especially if they weren't actually hurting anyone. Fuck the laws, they have no reason to follow them. So anyway, yeah. Ethan, who by that point had been helping the party, decided that he needed to leave the party because he recognized the young girl named Gemini and had instructions to kill her from his patron. So he decides to dig off. After finding out that the monster was just basically chasing down Gemini, who was constantly going through a bunch of portals through space-time that she can apparently make, the party ends up going to an underground place where David finds some history of the giants, who basically he just finds the start of a trail of a old rune maker who he thinks he might be able to learn the abilities of over time. Party manages to cross the bridge, ends up making friends with a guy called Daniel, who apparently got reassigned there for trying to marry the princess.
And succeeding in boning the princess.
Yeah, but that's later on.
Kristen.
Yeah,
I
so
didn't say marrying, I said boning.
yeah, they absolutely did succeed at boning. That did happen.
I know what I said.
But yeah, anyway. So they get into the city. They find that the reason it's quarantined is because of some apparently infectious disease that has a bunch of people acting like zombies and appearing to lose a lot of control over their faculties and abilities to move. They end up befriending a demon named Caliph, who basically ended up helping them a decent amount in trying to find out how the hell to get rid of this infectious disease. Okay. Let me see. The party ends up heading to the underground to see what's happening there. Ends up meeting up with Raijin. They end up finding that Ryan is a massive pain in their neck who accuses everyone of being a monster and not human, regardless of their actual species. Like, that happened.
Dwarf. Human.
Yeah. Yeah, like, he seems to just be really jumpy and accuse everyone of not being human for some reason. He's nuts. But anyway, the party...
Essentially literally has... Oh, actually, sorry. Sorry, continue.
Yeah. Party ends up investigating a butcher shop because they believe that it might be spreading the contamination. Ends up finding a whole group of werewolves that decide to attempt to kill the party. They managed to free a ferry from a smuggler's cove, which they ended up running towards accidentally, and Raijin absolutely decked a bunch of the werewolves. They end up getting into where the king is and meeting Kana, who they are told that they have to work with. What was the thing that you were saying, Eli?
Saying that Ascension does have a literal demon in him, but you know.
Oh, no, that happens afterwards.
Yeah, but being possessed doesn't magically change your species. It would have to be one hell of a possession to do that.
Sometimes it does, though, Alex.
Yeah. Tieflings are a thing.
Sometimes it literally does.
Yeah, but they don't become tieflings because of being possessed. They usually become tieflings because of forming a contract or because of ingesting a bunch of demon blood or stuff like that. They don't just become tieflings just because a demon decides to possess them. Would have to be one hell of a demon.
I mean, is Ashura not one hell of a demon?
Is he even?
Hey.
He's
That's
a thing. He's
to
powerful.
find out.
I mean,
He
if we're going
certainly
by
exists.
demon logic, technically he'd be a devil because, you know, devils are just incredibly powerful demons. So, no, he's not a demon because
Devil
they're
was more of
weaker.
I thought Devil was more of like a societal rank, like king or noble.
Nope, it's a special. Also a societal.
Yes, it's both. In this world, it's
Okay.
both. Okay.
Man, demons are racist.
Or just really fucking confused.
It's a
Oh.
rank.
Oh.
It's just basically a rank and a term of respect. Anyone
But
can become
also-
one later on.
It's so basically think of it like Pokemon evolution.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
Wow, suddenly everything makes so much more sense.
Suddenly, it's not racist anymore.
Suddenly it's not racist anymore. It's just Pokemon really started to go into some weird stuff and wanted to really mess with the Christian conservatives in America.
So Digimon.
Digimon didn't do that yet in America because it's not been successful there in years. What?
Well, that's fair. Anyway.
Yeah. Alright, so the party manages to take down the group of werewolves, and Gemini in the background managed to find the compound which would end up curing people, and of course, in the most Gemini fashion, decided that she was going to spread this cure, not by vaccines or by, any normal medical means. No, she just decided to smoke it and move it around the place, which did end up curing a bunch of people, but of course she did it that way. The king then decides to put himself up for divine judgment because he sees that it is his fault that this thing.
Do we just totally skip over the whole Ashura section?
No, the Ashura session hasn't happened yet. At least as far as my notes.
I thought the king was divine judgment after Ashura.
No, it was. Yeah.
The hag that was causing all this.
Huh? That's
Yeah, because the king only.
My notes must be in the Okay.
They're definitely in the wrong order because the hag was the person who was spreading the thing to do possession stuff to take over the kingdom or something.
Okay.
Which Ashura solved by killing and eating her.
Yeah, for some
And
reason
then
my
they had to
notes
find
are
out.
in the wrong order. Let me just go over to the next session then. Apologies.
That was it's like,
Also,
wait,
skipped
you
over the
Ashura.
entire-
That happens later. And then everyone, wait.
Oh, yeah, they
what?
were in the wrong order. Okay.
So
So
skipped over the entire college.
The college happens after divine judgment.
it did, yeah. It's later.
It was
The
right.
college happened after Ashura happened before.
Right. Yeah. Okay. My
Okay.
bad.
Let's see. Kana gets introduced to the party and ends up introducing all of her squad mates.
That
So
also happened before the Ashura fight.
yes, it did.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying it now before I talk about the Azura fight. They end up finding out some more about Ryan and how unhinged he was.
Slash
let's
is.
see. Yeah, he's just
Ryan
nuts.
We also
Okay.
found out that he was a vampire, right?
No, he wasn't a vampire.
No,
He was an elf.
He wasn't a vampire. He's an elf.
Oh,
Which means
right.
he's racist
Right.
against
He cut off his
himself.
own ears.
Yes.
because He thinks that he's a monster.
Yes.
So basically, what we've learned here is that
Ryan sucks.
Yep, that he does.
Ryan is indeed very sus.
Yes, he is.
I feel like we're going to be seeing more of Ryan later.
Yes.
No, he's just getting disappeared out of the plot completely right now.
Anyway, the party decides to work together with Kana and Squad, and they end up capturing a bunch of cultists.
I need to.
Kana was extremely successful in tricking people.
And
Senshin
also
ended up just. Yep.
Oh, sorry. And also stuffing a random rag that she found in a bin outside of a brothel into one
It
of
was
their
not
nuts.
It was
I
underwear.
remember that one.
It was
That was one of my favorite ones of just everyone. Like Kana's was so messy, and then Senshin's was like, I was basically just bonk one guy and scared the other one, and there were literally no issues or casualties.
Then
Well,
David
Kana's-
ended up
Kana's was
accidentally
messy.
starting a
And
beer
David-
cult and ended up
David
befriending
started-
Jay
Then
and
started a
Doug.
beer cult.
Taishuris was
yeah.
like the objectively most violent.
Yes, Taishuris nearly killed someone, while Senshin's was like, Senshin was just smacked one guy, and then just told the other one, look, let's be real here, I could cut your head off in a second, so surrender, it'll be the best for you. The guy's like, yep, okay, I understand that logic.
Yeah, and then Raijin also managed to pull off a really neat one. Like, Raijin and Senshin were probably the two that did the best, followed by Kana, then
Honestly, no, I
David,
think
and then
I think
Taijura's
Kana's
was the messiest.
I think Kana's was pretty clean because it didn't garner any outside attention.
I garnered a lot of it. You stuffed a woman in a sack.
Yeah, that didn't garner any outside attention.
Yes, it did! What the
We
fuck
did
are you
that.
on about? Yes,
Now,
it did!
Like, if I remember correctly, Raishin's was one person got knocked out, someone got magically bound up, meaning it happened with very little issue and no one was technically hurt.
Yes.
And
So that means that it garnered the least attention and was the least messy.
Second least. The most Senshin did was knock something out of someone's hand and threaten both of them.
So no one even ended up getting tied up.
They walked, yeah, that was my favorite one. because it was like because I remember Eli basically saying this is going to go badly, and then it ended up being because it was Senshin with the newbie of Kana's squad, and in the end, what happened was they walked away with us willingly.
You did still get into a fight, from what I remember.
No, they didn't.
I wasn't.
They didn't
No,
fight.
I knocked what happened was we're about to do something. Senshin like slashed whatever the wand was in half in the hand. Said like I could like just made a point there. That was what I was doing easily. I could kill both of you in a second, and it would cause me no issue. You should probably just surrender because I'm trying to do this by the book. And their reaction was, yes, I will do that. I like the idea of being alive.
Actually, no, I think Raijin's was the cleanest because Senshin's did involve some mess, i.e. the shitting of pants.
Ah, right, yes, fair enough, yes. Yes, you are correct. Kana's was a lot messier because...
Not really.
Yes, really.
She was dragging someone with a pair of something-stained panties in their mouth who was in a sack.
Yeah.
That's messy. We had two that were
Messy
one
in
that
the
was
sense-
tied up with Dude,
Messy in
we
the
had
sense
one that
that
was
you
tied up
used a dirty
easily,
rag.
another one that was
Not
tied up
messy in-
willingly, and then one that was shoved in a stack and struggling the entire time. Please tell me how yours is cleaner than the two who went in with ease.
Quite simply, less attention from the outside.
No,
It
there
happened in the
wasn't.
back-
Eli, you're fucking wrong. Shut up.
It happened
Shut
in the back
up.
alley.
Shut up.
It was in front of a brothel. Whatever.
Shut up.
We
Seriously,
can all
you
agree
are wrong.
This was by far the worst.
Anyway, notes on the Ajura session. They will end up having intimidated a bunch of people and found out that the hag is in fact currently heading towards the island that they were just on, Birmingwich Isle, and is heading to kill the other hag who they've made friends with. They end up calling in a couple of favors and end up getting teleported back to the Birmingwich Isle. Let me see. They end up basically going, don't kill the herbalist, we don't want her to die, and Senshin ends up being taken down very quickly by the hag, and then ends up transforming as Ajura ends up taking over, and ends up eating the hag. Well, half of the hag, because the other half was destroyed by an attack that he did, which was basically the equivalent of a black hole. He then ended up eating half of the hag, seemingly powering up from that, and then the party ended up fighting Ajura. Most of them ended up going down more than once, and quite frankly, they managed to survive, but only because Senshin's body couldn't handle the sheer power of having Ajura in control. The party managed to end up meeting up with some of the gods because they recognized the presence of Ajura, who they did not want to see back and hitting stuff. Let's see. Senshin got the lightning blade. Everyone ends up reuniting afterwards. Let's see. Okay. The party ends up going back to the city after Darkane and Pinko start arguing about something or other. I don't remember.
Yes, that's all right.
I also don't care. And this is the session also where Taishiro ends up meeting his godly patron, who he ended up nicknaming K, who appears to have some awareness of death and the dead, and is basically instructing him on how to search throughout the plane of souls to bring peace to their souls.
It was the like the nickname Cave came from the
Caliph.
like demon granny.
Yes. Yes, that's where the nickname came from.
Demon granny was cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely was.
Alright, let's see. Senshin and Kana agree to work together. Senshin agrees to train with Kana and the brigade, and also begins teaching Kana about the Mugengan, and Ryan apparently disappeared. Kana goes on a mission to collect Daniel, the guard who ended up boning the princess, and then they end up... Okay, yeah, this is where the actual divine judgment happens. So just before the wedding, while Kana is out and the rest of the party is in, the king requested divine judgment because he couldn't really get a proper court of humans to do it, so he requested the gods to do it. Basically they needed to flip a coin and decide on the results. So heads meant to stay alive as they are. Side means to survive with a Gias, and tails means to be smited by the gods. Pinko, side, on the condition of working his ass off to redeem himself from his failures. Akaza, side, make life better for everyone in the kingdom. Narvok, side, make repairs and make good out of this failing. Tristan, side, let your daughter marry the guard for fuck's sake.
I
Darkane,
think that was verbatim what it
heads.
was.
Yes, it was. Dane, side, build a botanical gardens or recreation park. Ixkin, side, use a better vetting process for your advisors. Fetris, heads. Thug, heads. J, side, treat the kids you just gave the medals to well. Axim, heads. Grow a tree or something. Aristal, tails. For 2 reasons. One being because Thug said heads, so he has to pick the opposite, and also because the king blamed himself for the deception and near downfall of his kingdom, and that wasn't his to claim, damn it.
Aristo's a dish head. A dish head? Yes, a dish head. He's a dish head.
I just fucking love. You're not the one that tricked your kingdom. Come on. Don't be stealing credit.
Yes.
Yeah.
God, he's an
I
asshole.
remember there was like in the distance we just heard a loud thud as
Doug slapped him on the back of the
Aristal
head. Yeah, like honestly, if this had actually happened, already Paul, he would absolutely rank last.
Yes.
Aristal? No way. Have you
Yeah,
seen?
absolutely, he's last.
Have you seen the top winners of popularity polls for most manga?
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of them have actual complexity and aren't cunts the entire time. Aristotle is more cunt than he is complex.
Bakugo was the number
Bakugo
one
is.
for the entire
You do not
deal.
get to count Bakugo because Bakugo is an inferiority complex, and by the time he won, it was at the point where he was actually getting better. Brother, he won he won after Deku Card Shard round 2, because that's when the second popularity poll started. You know, the one which showed his personality excellently. Anyway.
Party went on to the royal wedding. Kana found out that Damien has a thing for Nessa. That's 2 of her squad mates. The princess found out that Raijin has a thing for Senshin, which is no surprise to anyone except for perhaps Raijin and Senshin. The princess ended up getting married and ended up devolving into a talent show episode. I don't know what it was called, but Tristan appeared, basically said, "Oh, hey, you girls have got to do a beauty contest. So, you've got to rock up in a bunch of bikinis and wear them for." I don't know why they decided to do that. I think it was probably to get them to get some attention from the guys that they liked. Raijin ended up getting roped into it, as did Ryoko, because neither of them wanted that. Kana was doing it to see if she could game the system. Nessa, I think, was the only one who actually was willing to go into it just for the sake of going into it.
And scored top marks.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that, and Tristan was the one judging it, so, of course, everyone went into it and did all of this stuff with how they dressed themselves. They tried to be all fancy. Then the people who won, it had absolutely nothing to do with their assets or what they were wearing, and had everything to do with whether they were going in there for someone they loved, which meant that Raijin and Nessa ended up getting points and Kana did not, because, well, the judging criteria wasn't the beauty, it was whether or not they were trying to show off.
Yep.
Also, Senshin nearly died of a nosebleed.
Oh yes, that.
So that happened. Uh, During this time, Taishiro was becoming a student of the College of Legends. He did a basic test. He was found to just need to do a bit more training in a couple of areas, including more instruments. Ended up doing that. Ended up finding out about a famous student who got expelled and was the only student to ever get expelled, who no one knows what became of them. You'll probably find out at some point.
Yep.
Okay, let's see. And the party discovered that there was apparently some kind of vampire on the campus who kept appearing and going on and on about whether people were truly passionate about being there and saying that, we need to make sure that there's enough spaces to ensure that people who are passionate but don't have the money can get in, rather than just some spoiled rich kids that don't actually love music. Which, fair enough in principle,
also-
except for the fact that he was going around murdering them and draining them of
also
blood.
the child murder.
Yeah, like, the principles were good. The action was not.
The principles were good. The murder was less good.
Yes, that was absolutely fucked up.
Yep.
So yeah, they ended up finding that there was a particular room where anyone could see ghosts, and apparently this was due to some kind of magical light, which was crafted by that famous student who got kicked out. Okay, let's see. Alright. So the vampire was found to be one of the founders of the college, Dark Elf, who was believed to be dead, but he is still alive. And he's still going around killing people. Alright, let me see. I'm just reading through, trying to find anything. Okay. No, not useful. Not useful. Okay. Oh, I did actually have the scores on the beauty pageant. So Kana, Nessa, and Ryoko made a blood pact in Tristan's name to hold the beauty pageant. Raijin was forced to become part of this pact the next day. The score was based on appearance and confidence added together. Yep. So, let's see. Nessa, got the highest score of 38 and was a winner according to Tristan. Kana got
Not only did she
22.
have a rockin' bod, but she was also extremely confident about it.
Yeah. Ryoko got a 14 and Raijin got an 11, but was considered to be a winner according to Tristan. That was because I believe she got max on looks and minimum on confidence, as a Dandere would.
I believe what happened was she was on stage for all of 2 seconds before a flash of lightning took her off it.
And that was Senshin dying of a nosebleed.
God, Senshin pulled a gauche.
Okay. Oh, yeah. And at session 11, after they'd been in the place for probably a couple of weeks, Senshin decides to finally look at the damn book that he got from Taishiro's master, which was a ledger with scheduling notes, which included the dates that each employee arrived at the tavern and from where. Most of them arrived from one location, the Justine Empire. Which is where you're going, which is why I'm saying it now. Because you're probably going to meet that family.
Also fortunate that we had to go here for a different reason anyway.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, because Senshin's totally coming on for that reason and not
the recap?
personal vengeance.
Is that the full recap?
No, let me see. I'm just quickly reading
'cause
through to see if there's anything important. None of that's important.
The king needs money to repair the kingdom,
Yeah.
so we have to go to the Jushin Empire to basically take out
Yeah,
the
I'm
loan.
trying to be as quick as I can with this recap. I'm just reading through all of my old notes. Let's see. Alright. Raijin's parents met up with Taishiro, basically said that, yo, there's a person down at the Justine Empire who leads the College of Legends there who would specifically like to meet you if possible. They decided to send you in with basically a full ride to go there. You're not quite sure why, but they mentioned that Ruma, the leader of the college there, was a friend of theirs, so friend of a friend, I guess.
Yeah, Luma.
Yeah.
Right, yeah, because Luma was the one that Taishiro met at the bar.
Yeah.
Got it.
Taishiro ended up learning about some magical crystals which can store music within them, and he learned how to use those. So he has some of those now as an ability. the party got sent to go after a wyvern, and let's see. They ended up finding the real thing that was being hidden up there, which was a clay dragon, aka the offspring of Darkane.
Oh yeah, was that the
Darkane's
lucky dragon?
poos.
Lucky.
Lucky,
Ah,
Lucky, the poo
Lucky.
dragon.
I remember that because the session was named Lucky the Dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also,
he was-
Lucky is now one of Raijin's summons, so doesn't always appear, but Raijin can summon him pretty much whenever she wants.
He is a good doggo.
Mm.
I
I
mean,
mean,
Dragono.
he was literally the king of games. Like, he was so good at the cards.
Oh
He's
yeah,
excellent at the cuts. It's just to show you the person playing. was
because
god
Gemini decided to play against some Fae. She decided to play a card game for, I think, information or her bounty posters to be removed or whatever, because apparently she's a wanted criminal in the Feywilds for some reason. And she ended up playing this bluffing game. And then when she ended up getting bad cards, the dragon decided to spit acid over her cards so that she'd need to get a new hand. And no one could accuse the dragon or Gemini of cheating because, well, that was a baby dragon that had just been born and ended up dribbling acid over everything.
Also,
So,
we
yeah.
have a name for our. Also, we have a name for our party. Remember?
Do we?
Do we?
Yeah.
Do we?
We've never used it.
The Vindicus
Yeah,
Oblitus, Avengers of the Forgotten.
Oh right.
Asher has
Yeah.
wrote it down in his diary.
I forgot it.
Is it really a party name if literally no one uses it?
It's
Well, we decided
also-
on it at some point.
I mean, we did. I think I was just because, like, do you have a name? And I just went in Japanese.
Yeah. I mean,
Realistically, if it's a name that's that complex, I ain't gonna remember it.
I think that's just gonna end up being the name of Taishira's book.
Maybe.
We have
Anyway.
to work out an actual team name at some point. To be fair, it did take us 3 sessions for the Demon Shell Pirate.
yeah, that is
I
true.
need to write down the tale of the comet at some point.
Yeah. Anyway, party ended up finding that there were still some werewolves that ended up getting away. They realized that they were wanted criminals, so they end up taking hostages of the prince's parents. And the party has to figure out how to free the hostages and get rid of the werewolves. They ended up mostly being successful, except for a couple of civilian casualties because they didn't go quite to plan because Senshin rushed in. So that happened.
Yep.
Let me see.
Yes,
And
good job,
then-
Sensei.
Immediately after the whole werewolf debacle, the party decided to go down and start dealing with the vampire who was causing problems all over the college. They ended up defeating it very, very disappointingly easily. So that happened. Let me see. Why are my notes so bad?
Wasn't it that we locked it down with Kana and then just beat it to shit with everything else?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Like it
Sorry,
got
Vamp.
locked down. Uh,
Yeah,
That was
locked
the
down and
vampire I
everyone
was
just
thinking
kicks
of.
the ever-living shit out of him.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. They ended up being able to fix the ghost light by going back in time, which ended up getting rid of the mist and all of that other stuff. And the vampire ended up disappearing when they went back to the future, so apparently they screwed up some timeline stuff.
I thought the vampire had just abandoned the island.
No, the vampire had already been taken into custody by that point. It was literally just the fact that you guys went back in time and fucked around with some stuff.
And since she was the only person who seemed to register the fucking...
The fact that fucking around with time was probably something that you should think about doing before immediately doing. But yeah, the party fucked around with time and suffered the consequences. Butterfly ripple effects happen when you fuck around with the past.
Yeah, once again, I think he was like, why am I the only person who's registering this?
The only notes I've got for session 13, I Am Spaghetti, is just that the party ended up meeting up with Pinko, who made a bunch of plushies of various creatures, and Gemini decided to challenge the almighty ruler of the universe, and then got turned into a bucket of spaghetti for like an hour.
Just completely just did. I'm just like, yes, that was a bad idea.
Yep, and then I've just got that the party decided to go to the Justine Empire. They got on a boat. They need to get a insanely big loan. They ended up losing Senshin and Gemini for a little bit, who ended up having a little side adventure in the Feywilds. Gemini decided that she was going to stay in the Feywilds to go seeking out some more information on her past, and Senshin returns to the boat. The remainder of the trip is uneventful, and the party arrives in Orthrond, the capital city of the Justine Empire. And here is the
Holy
map.
cow.
Pretty.
And my connection was interrupted. There we go.
There's still a little bit of white space at the end.
Holy guacamole. That
Holy
is
mackerel.
a big map.
It's
I
a
might need
big
to,
city.
Thing, or is this like a?
Pardon?
I might need to learn how to do something
Did you
similar
make
to
this
this.
whole thing?
No, I
was-
didn't. I made some minor edits. Specifically to
Still,
some of the
damn.
forests.
Still. Like,
Yeah, like the
damn.
base city is just as it was before. The main edits I made were to like the forests and such.
I gotta
Build
learn how to do
forest,
this for when I do some of
red
future maps.
forest.
It has like thousands of stamps. Don't bother.
Oh my fucking lord. Okay, and any motivation to
Yeah, no, that's
Also, Alex, you've got a
What?
white space at the end.
It's a little bit of white space, yeah.
I don't know why it's there. Okay, I'll
It
just
looks like
Hold on.
the map needs to be expanded by another square to the side and half a square to the bottom.
So just make it a little bit bigger.
okay. I can't seem to do that.
Are you
Go
on the
on
right layer? Oh,
background.
yep.
Yes, I am
There
on
we
the
go.
right layer.
Okay, well the bottom's good. Now you need us to get it sideways and we should be golden.
So, yeah, just
Oh, that's just...
Oh, right, okay.
so where the
Yeah.
little dot in the center of the map is, in the center of this, the center of the left edge of the map, there should be a dot.
in the middle. You mean the middle of the left corner? Yep,
That
better.
good?
Yeah,
Well,
that's good.
Sorry, that would have driven our OCD brains mad if it's too.
Yeah, I can verify that for a fact.
Okay.
Uh,
Alright, anyway.
This is such a good map.
yeah, it is.
Yeah, I know. Nice work stealing, Alex.
Yes, this was stolen. I'm not going to claim credit for this. This was thousands of stamps. And that was before I got started. I put down thousands of additional stamps just to
Damn.
do some stuff with the forests.
Yeah, don't interject this for the One Piece campaign.
God, I want to download the original map just to see how it was made.
I mean, I can send you a link for it if you like.
Yeah, maybe after the session.
Okay, so, you
Just keep
arrive
watching,
at
just keep
the
watching.
city of Orthrond. It's known as the Shining Jewel of the Horn, and that
I don't know
name's
why I thought it was
no
supposed to be a desert.
exaggeration. There are riches literally built into all of the architecture. You can see various jewels that are a part of the railings on the port. The wood looks like it's perfectly varnished and has intricate patterns carved into it. There's gold leaf adorning the sidewalk. It is absolutely absurdly opulent.
God, this is ostentatious as shit.
Yeah, that it definitely is. Damn, those
Well,
golden railings look nice.
Don't take him.
It's so pretty.
Yes, I am very impressed by the shiny rocks.
Taishiro, off to the side, you will hear some people talking in Null. It appears to be some kind of work song, and basically they're singing about the stuff that they are hauling all around the place. As you look
I'm going to
around,
try
you
and
notice a
memorize
lot
this.
of gnolls.
I'm going to try and memorize the song.
Okay, it's some kind of simple work song by the sounds of it, which they're using to keep time with throwing a lot of stuff onto a ship. A couple of them look over at you, and they look confused at the seemingly fine clothes that you have compared to theirs.
I'm just going to wave.
They ignore you
Oh,
Good boy.
and get back to the work that they were doing.
I hate kingdoms like this.
were they?
What was that?
Like this or?
Sorry, Central was just mumbling, I hate kingdoms.
I was actually asking about Eli because Taishore cut out.
Oh, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
It's cool to see. It's cool to see so many. It's cool to see so many gnolls being able to actually work for the community.
Yeah.
That's what's
They
happening.
really seem to be enjoying themselves, huh?
They
seem to
do
be
not.
enjoying themselves?
Oh, right.
No,
Oh.
Attention's worked out what this is.
Oh, is it one of those, boss?
It's one of those.
Okay. Oh, Taishiro. Lesson number.
Lesson number 1: don't get it with it. Don't leave more than 5 feet out of range of any of us for the next ever. Well,
Ever.
Okay. At this point, Kana's just gonna walk up and just. God, that boat trip took forever.
Yeah, first of all, I hope you were. I
Says
was
you. I was the one that's steering the ship most of the time.
Says you. I was stuck in the Feywild for a day and a half.
Yeah, that sort of thing happens with Gemini around.
If
Yeah,
you
what is that,
if you didn't want to steer the ship, you could have just asked any of us. We're all just as good at steering through calm waters.
Yeah, there's too much effort.
To ask other people to do effort? Wow. Wow.
I'm
Wow.
surprised.
Look,
I am surprised the
Look, we
kingdom
ran
didn't
out of
fall
our
apart
coffee. We
faster.
ran out of our coffee supply a couple days ago. So
Right. I'm honestly surprised the king didn't fall apart faster than it did.
hey,
Well-
the kingdom's not gone yet. That's why we're here, after all.
Well, I believe there's a better coffee supply in the HQ. I know that they certainly like to keep a fair stockpile of it for the Commodores. Maybe they'd be willing to share some with you? After we drop the king off, of course.
I have my doubts about that, but sure, we can try.
Well, we've got a report there anyway to, well, make a report on the Asawaki Isles and what's been happening there.
Now,
How
Ascension.
long are we allowed to? What? Okay, what?
Ascension, David,
Yes?
all the new boys. This place is sometimes referred to as the Trade Kingdom, which means lots of riches, lots of jewels, but also watch your wallet.
Fair policy.
Okay, hey David.
Yes?
Do you have any runes that might make it? I mean, I've got a Great Way, which is 2 giant fuck-off swords around my belt, but
Oh no, I'm not talking about thieves, although that is also something you should keep an eye out on.
Well,
what do you
So-
mean?
People here tend to be pretty insistent when they want you to trade for something, especially in the merchant district.
I don't care about trading. It's not my important thing anyway.
Yeah, sometimes they can get annoying.
Cool, well, I'll just tell them to piss off.
Anyway, Oh, sorry. What was the king's name again?
King Ferdinand.
Ferdinand.
He's currently on the ship and is just
Okay.
getting
How's Mr.
a couple
Ferdinand?
of his things out.
Mr. Ferdinand, we've arrived.
Yes, I can see that. Well, let me know when you're ready to set off, and I'll head along with you.
Well, anything you guys need to do before we reach the city? Now's the time.
We're at the I don't know.
before we reach the port, the ship dock place.
You're at the port. You have
Yeah,
arrived.
that's what I said. Yeah.
Oh. Okay, well, she wouldn't have said that if that was the case.
Yeah, I know. That was you being a moron. Yeah, it's like.
Well, anything you need to do before we actually like enter the city itself instead of just standing on a boat?
You're already on the port. The king's the only one still on the boat.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought we were all still standing on the boat.
No, we were.
No,
all
you got off.
Having a conversation as we were having that conversation as we walked off it.
Okay. I had a very different mental picture to the rest of you apparently.
Yeah, because you were close enough to see all of the gnolls at work. Taishiro started waving at them, and the rest of the party was looking around at the place and was close enough to the sidewalk to be able to see the details of the jewels, meaning that they were presumably standing close enough to it.
I was thinking we were like around here-ish.
No, you were
That's
around
labeled
here-ish.
Okay.
Yes. I don't know. Let's see. I've got my swords. Wait. I don't really care about anything else, actually. Frankly.
Yeah, I got the runes, so I'm good too.
I should make sure I bring my book. And Tash will just run back on the ship and run back off and then run off with the book.
All right, well, why don't we head off to the castle, get our briefing, and then maybe we can start exploring the city a little bit. I haven't been here in years.
Now, Nessa, same advice to you as I did to them. Watch your wallet. You're not getting paid again until next month.
Hey, I mean, it's not like I was only planning on buying stuff. There's a lot of interesting places here. Like the Autumn Forest, or I think they call it the Red Forest here. The one that's always in autumn bloom. That sounds like a fun place to wander around.
I remember that place.
Also, some of the cliffs around the palace are, well, they're a lot of fun to climb.
Well, that sounds like good trading. I should do that later.
I typically just use the stairs.
Yeah,
They
but
really
the thing
need to
is,
install some elevators.
right,
How else do
you
think
can
I
do
build
rock
muscle?
climbing on the
Essentially
cliffs.
Essentially just flex this. Just the sound of muscle tensed up just makes an audible sound.
Yeah, it's a nice
Totally
place
does.
around here. While it is the merchant capital, that's not the only stuff you can do around here.
Also, someone make sure that we keep an eye on. Someone make sure that we keep an eye on Zipe. Zihep.
So who?
Zihep, you know.
The kid?
The newest member. Yeah, the newest member of Squad 48 that isn't you guys.
Nessa will just point over at the Dragonborn.
Oh, right.
Alright.
yeah.
You know, the one we
I
call
could've sworn
Z
you
for
were called
short.
I could have sworn you were someone else. I could have sworn you were called someone else.
Nah.
Must be imagining things. It's always been Zihep.
Nah, always Z. Oh,
I
maybe
will
it's
point out
maybe
because-
it's something that Gemini did. Maybe a few people's names have changed, right?
I don't know, or maybe
Because of
maybe-
Gemini's stuff. Maybe that happened with
But
me too.
We've got,
That's pretty
Or
cool.
maybe,
we've got
or maybe my
Nessa.
brain's a bit messed up. Pretty sure the same day I remember meeting you most of the time was also the same day I got possessed by Ashura again.
See, we've got Nessa, Damien, Codred, Rico, and Zihep.
Yep.
There's any
Okay. So
differences there.
Oh, it's a good thing you know.
where is that bastard?
Oh wait, wait, did you change Jerry? You changed Jerry's name.
Yeah, I
Jerry-
changed
Jerry
the
was the
two
one I
that were
actually
causing me
remembered.
confusion. Which
Wait,
were those two.
Jerry? How is Jerry causing you confusion?
I kept mixing them up.
With who, Damien?
No, with the kid.
Wasn't that kid like Viserys or something? Or am I thinking?
No one was named that.
It's
Yeah.
something starting with a V.
Badger.
Yes, that's what it was, but I kept getting confused, which is why I changed it.
Was the DM the only one having problems with that?
Consistently, yes.
And you think?
Well, we have Code. Well, the
That
dwarf is
said-
Korad now.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna fuck
Korad.
them more often. Cordran and Z and C.
Corin.
Coral. I'm gonna call him Coral.
Or Corey.
His name,
Corey.
Corey. His name starts with a K, so
Fine, his name is now Corey.
Corey.
Complexity.
Corey, make sure you don't sell. Make sure you don't sell too much of your stuff. We need you to still have some equipment in case stuff goes south.
I'm only selling the excess. No worries
go?
here.
You said that. You said that the last time too.
Can we go now?
Yeah, I'm ready.
I'm
Right,
waiting on
I
you
want the
guys.
comedy routine anyway.
Alright, so you guys set off. Kana is leading the group, being the most familiar with this city. She's been stationed here quite a few times, and, well, one of her old posts was to work here before she ended up being promoted to captain.
Also grew up here. I'm pretty sure.
Wasn't sure if you were wanting to mention that. So you end up going along the port and noticing a bit of the merchants district. You can already smell all of the street food, and you just hear a bunch of people coming up to you and offering you perfumes, sword hilts, shields, just anything you can think of. There's a bunch of people getting in your face and offering it to you.
Would you like to wear armor, sir? No, armor.
Sir, try the latest and greatest. It's some fried octopus.
Fried octopus.
I don't know.
Caught
Are you
Caught
really-
fresh this morning.
I fried an octopus on my way here. I'm not trying that again.
Difficult
Even
customer,
fried.
I see. What about these potato scallops?
What the hell is a scallop or a potato?
It's something we grow to the south of the city. It's a real delicacy here.
Mm-hmm. Wait, is it a vegetable?
Yes.
It's a ball. It's
Not
like a
interested.
ball-shaped.
Just stop
It's like a
walking.
ball-shaped squid looking thing.
Not interested.
Sir,
More
sir,
beef.
all you can
I
eat
can try.
spiced beef.
I already ate a spiced beef. I don't need any more food for this hour.
When was that? When was that session?
I broke into the storeroom and ate all the food. So
So that's why we were out of jerky.
Ah, that food.
In fact,
was the
I
last
didn't get
one
it-
we
I
ate
didn't-
back as well.
I didn't get to eat for the day and a half I was in the Feywild. I was fighting for like half of it.
They do say you're not supposed to eat anything in the Feywilds.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why he didn't eat anything.
All right, let's keep it
You
going.
really need your coffee, don't you, Captain?
I really do.
You tried meth.
Unfortunately, with all of the damn stalls in this place, they don't have the decency to have a fucking coffee cafe.
That's because these are street fruit vendors. This is not a cafe. The cafes are further into the merchant district.
Well, let's keep going then.
Alright,
Yeah.
so you guys make
Huh?
your way to the noble district. It's a lot quieter here. You end up passing a bunch of houses that Kana will recognize the symbols on them, one of which has a lance with bird wings pointed upwards. And there's also, close by to it, but opposite it, a flag with a pole made of a femur. There's a few others that you see around. You don't necessarily recognize their symbols, but you'd probably recognize them by name.
Kind of just going to flip off the house with the bone flag.
Okay.
The bone flag.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Did I work for any of these nobles? God, I hope not.
I think some of them have. I think some. Well, I know that these two, at the very least, have. And pointing to the two with the crest that you described.
Yep.
I know
The
these two at
bird and the
very least have
bone.
worked with-
Mhm.
I know these two, at the very least, have worked with the Jugoku Umare in the past. Mostly
Yeah.
mostly for the sword creations.
Yeah, I was always on the warrior side. It was my older brother who mostly did the sword stuff.
Anyway, home sweet home. Welcome to the Tyler family. And she'll just point upwards to the house with the
The
with
bird.
the wing spear.
Hmm. Tie. Okay. Tie dye.
Haida.
Tie dye.
You know, like my last name.
You have a last name?
Oh,
Yes.
wow.
What did you think I just spawned out of the ground?
Kinda, yeah.
Well, that's actually quite likely. I was adopted, but still.
My parents didn't tell me where I came from until I was 14. 18.
Okay,
So-
Mr. Ferdinand, who are we looking for?
We're heading to the castle grounds at this stage. We're looking to meet with the Queen Regent. She rules these parts, and, well, she's also the leader of the bank. The only reason she ended up becoming the regent was because the parents died at sea and specifically nominated her to be the regent until the young prince grew up enough. She's the one that we're going to be meeting with.
Oh, right, young Prince. What was it? Luke?
I think so.
Patricia?
He's not exactly. Let's just say I'm glad we're dealing with the Queen Regent for this.
Oh, wonderful. It's one of those nobles.
Oh, so like really big douchebag.
Shh.
Oh.
We're in the
Actually,
noble
it's just kinda
district. Let's not speak ill of the royals here.
Yeah, you don't want.
Technically, I'm a noble.
Yeah, you're in a. Yeah, nobles versus royals. Who do you think gets more recognition around these parts?
Okay, fair enough.
Listen,
Technically,
we're here to
too.
make a deal with them. Let's not aggravate them, otherwise they might
That's
refuse
fair.
us.
Yeah, well,
So,
Tasha's just going to uncover his ears from the loudness of the merchant district.
alright.
Why is it so loud there?
because there's like, I don't know, way more people than there are in most other areas. And everyone's shouting because they want to sell you something.
Like that.
Well, then avoid merchant districts.
It's rather
Okay.
hard in this city. Pretty much everything's a merchant district.
Hell, you can technically walk into any one of these houses and try and buy from them. The houses double up as
That's-
shops.
Okay.
Both in the noble district and in the merchant district. It's rather absurd.
Neat.
I definitely prefer the Asawaki Isles because of that. It's a lot calmer, and things are generally single purpose.
Plus, you actually get
Yeah.
the chance to sleep every now and then.
Right. Can we go now? This is the kind of stuff I'm interested in.
Alright. And you will walk up to near where the castle grounds are, where you will be stopped by a guard. Halt! Who goes there?
Do you want to do the honors, or shall I, Mr. Ferdinand?
Shouldn't the king do it?
I am King Ferdinand of the Asawaki Isles. This is my entourage. I am looking to speak with the young prince and the Queen Regent. Here is my seal. Ah, yes. Right away, sir. And they will open up and escort you towards a couple of rooms that they have prepared. The Queen Regent is currently in some meetings, but I'm sure that she will be able to attend a meeting with you later. For now, please settle yourselves in and, well, ask for anything that you may require.
You got coffee?
I believe that is stored with the Virgil's Up Brigade HQ.
I need coffee.
Have any coffee beans?
We might be able to grind some up. I can't guarantee it will be as strong as to your liking, but we can make something in the
No,
interim.
just don't grind them up. Just give me the beans. I'll chew them.
Very well then. And they will grab a bunch of coffee beans and will just... It looks like they've grabbed a full 2-kilogram bag of them and then just gave you the bag.
Connor will just start like shoveling them a handful at a time into her mouth.
David will offer the fire rune. Come on, at least roast them a little bit, mate.
They are roasted.
Oh. You can burn them all the same.
You got a water rune in there?
Yeah, I do. Of course I do.
And she'll just open the bag.
Right. Here we go. Guess I'm performing alchemy. Guess that's the most accurate word for it. And I guess David will use the water and fire rune.
Alright, so you're using the water and fire rune to make coffee. Are you attempting to grind the beans?
No, just basically soak them.
Okay, so you soak and heat up the beans. They are soggy. It doesn't
Soggy?
make coffee. You
No,
need
no,
to
no.
grind the beans to make coffee. This isn't gonna make anything that's better. It's just gonna make the beans slightly easier to chew.
Yes, well, look, Khan has not Khan has not got the energy to grind coffee.
Oh, I mean, at least I made them softer, so still works.
Yeah, she'll just start drinking the water from the bag.
Corey will just grab a handful of the coffee beans, stick them on one of his shields, and then just slam the other shield on top of it to grind them. At which point, the servants will come back in and go, "Oh, good sir, if you need a coffee grinder, please just ask. That would likely be far more useful to you than attempting to use such fine shields on them. Here you go." And they will hand over a coffee grinder, which works automatically, provided you put coffee beans in it. Also, I am
that'll be enough for
absolutely
the
calling
ads.
baristas alchemists from now on.
Yeah. Well, that's enough for the addicts.
Tasha was just going to turn to Sentient, just like, so, is this the first full dragon you've ever met?
For what now?
You know, the gold dragon. That's
Platinum.
Why we came here, isn't it? Platinum.
Hmm? Well, I thought
Will this be the first one, or have you slain a dragon before?
no.
We aren't here to slay it. We aren't
We're
here
gonna
to
meet
slay her. We're here to make a business deal with her.
I've never killed a dragon before.
We have absolutely no need to. Well,
Yes,
she's the political
aware of
leader
that.
here. She's a
I'm-
good woman, and
Yeah, I'm aware.
I was more talking to
telling
Taishiro. You
Yes,
do
what-
understand what we're
what
here
I'm trying to
for,
say.
right?
I
Yeah,
know, but like,
I mean,
It's-
I've killed what do they call it, a young dragon.
I don't know, like taking down a dragon is like the classic hero's tale. You know?
Yeah,
I do
but
know.
most dragons aren't evil. Most of them don't need to be taken down.
And the ones that do typically get taken down by heroes. So
And that's why I was asking if you'd. That's why I was asking if you'd ever slain one.
I'm a mercenary. I haven't exactly had the time to play hero.
You did with me.
Well,
Okay, so
just to answer that,
after-
just yes, to include that question. No, I have never. Wait, yes, I have met a dragon.
Oh, do you mean lucky, mate?
Not
Mud
lucky.
dragon. Oh, not lucky.
No, I have met an actual dragon before, though that was ages ago.
the water dragon.
Yeah, actually, we have met a. Okay, that's the second dragon. We've met a few dragons.
Dragons are surprisingly common.
You met a dragon? When did you meet a dragon? Like, I thought.
We were helping some refugees, and a dragon showed up to help.
We were escaping mushroom men, or the shroom men, or high men, or something. One of those.
Sorry, the what now?
What's a hymen?
Not
Ah.
that.
And Nessa
tell
will
you
just
when you're
grab Taishiro's ears and go, "Not in front of the child."
I was the one.
Hold his ears in like a
Look at
dog.
him.
And she'll just look over at David. "No." And then let go of Taishiro's ears.
What does that even have to do with? What does that even have to do with a mushroom?
I mean, don't you?
Shh.
David.
And Nessa will just put her
Just
finger to
grabs
her
him by the
mouth
mouth.
and just signal to David to shut up.
No, as she's doing that, Sensh's just jumped on his back and is covering his mouth.
Okay, I was okay, boss. I was gonna make it a PG version.
No,
It
you
wasn't.
weren't.
Okay, fine. I concede I wasn't, but I was at least going to make the effort.
No, you weren't.
Yeah, fair point.
You don't need to worry. You don't need to worry about that. You don't need to worry about that, David. None of us here have parentals to guide us.
Hmm.
Well, that's morbid.
Except for the one of us that doesn't accept parental guidance, and Rika will just point over to Kana.
Who at this point is just basically just chugging the bag of water.
Her parents definitely would have guided her against that.
Are you sure they shouldn't have?
All right, I think that's enough to get me through. I think that's enough to get me through the meeting.
Welcome.
And at this point, a guard will appear and go, "The Queen will see you now." And will just take you through to near where what looks to be there. It is a throne room, but it seems to have been repurposed. The thrones look to be unused, and the room is actually being filled with a sort of table and chairs. It looks like everyone's sitting down. It reminds you more of a boardroom meeting. The servants who were previously in there end up leaving the room, and you are left with only a humanoid-looking person with glistening platinum scales.
Well, on the way over, Kana's just going to lean over to King Ferdinand. Just, so what exactly is our plan of attack here?
I am planning on naming a sum, explaining how we are planning on repaying it, and requesting how we will go about it.
How are we planning on repaying it?
Well, part of the money will be used to repair the mines, which have a fair amount of platinum in them. So, once the mines are repaired, then we should have our largest source of income working again, and then we should be able to repay it with relative ease.
Perhaps David will be helpful with that part of the negotiation. He's from the mines, isn't he?
Yes.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
I can give it my best shot.
All right, just keep calm, keep quiet until we need you.
Oh. Alright, fair enough.
That goes for everyone. That goes for everyone else here too. Let Mr. Ferdinand do the talking.
Yeah, I wasn't going to talk anyway. This is not exactly the kind of scene I'm, typically a part of.
Yes. Well, speak when spoken to, but never anymore.
So you will arrive in what appears to be the boardroom, and this platinum dragon will look over at you all. Ah, yes. The King Ferdinand and his entourage. I don't suppose I could become acquainted with you. My name is Mizé. I am... Please, no excessive formalities. While I am the Queen Regent, I, in this case, am operating as the bank manager, and I'd rather be spoken to as an equal. Who are you all?
Suppose I'll start. Name's Kana Tyler, leader of Squad 48 of the Virgil Death Brigade.
I see. So you're, from around here, then?
Yes, Tyler family.
Alright.
Bred, not born.
And the rest of you?
I'm Senshin Ryoko Umare, second son of the leading Ryoko Umare house.
Oh, yes. I believe I've made a couple of deals with them in the past. Quite a pleasant bunch.
I assume so.
Yeah. I'm David Davidson. Rune wielder.
Your last name is Davidson?
It makes it easier than my
So
actual
it's
name is.
Davidson. Does that mean your father is also called David?
Oh, I mean, technically yes, but it's a different spelling of David, you see. It's actually a very long story.
I'm sure it is. Probably not for this meeting, however.
Definitely not for the meeting, no. But yes, I'm the guy that uses runes. Sorry, the Goliath that uses runes. And David will just take out a couple. Start juggling suns, or
No.
And you will just see a burst of cold air coming from her mouth
Oh,
as
so
she
she'll-
will
actually,
just
the second that
freeze the
happens, then she'll
suns
just gonna-
in place.
Yeah, so just David.
I would kindly request that you do not do that in this boardroom. You see, there's a lot of
David,
flammable
no
objects
carnival.
around. I'd rather nothing get damaged.
Yeah,
Alright.
David, no carnival tricks. Let's just be, let's just do this like how we usually when we were back at the house, which was both of
Alright.
us talking.
Oh, that's a fair point, actually.
I'm Taichiro.
Nice to see you, young one.
Hi. I don't have a last name.
All right then. And I assume that the rest of you there are members of Kana's squad here.
I'm not.
All right. What is your name then?
I'm.
I believe I've
Raishin-
seen you
yeah.
before.
I'm Raishin Yami no Itama Ryu.
That would be why. I believe that you've had quite a few visits over here. It is good to see you again after all these years. I hardly recognized you after all of your growth.
Oh, there are so many dead jokes I can make there. Sorry, I couldn't help but mention it. Yeah, it's like, well, it has been a couple of years.
Well, if you'd like to be seated, then we can begin the meeting. And she will just sit down at the table.
Yep. Senshin will basically swipe David's bag of runes from him.
Completely understandable considering the fact that he was just juggling suns.
Yeah, like the second I saw he was about to do that, I took a rune back from him anyway. But now he's keeping them from him.
Oh wait,
You
I
can
don't have
see
a-
that there's still a bunch of ice, and it looks like the suns are still burning inside of it, but they are just frozen so fast that there's no hope of them escaping. It's still on the ground next to David. And, could a servant please come and dispose of that? And a servant will quickly dispose of the still burning suns inside of the ice.
Hey, David. From now on, never ever do that as an introduction.
Guess that's a
So-
fair point.
So platinum dragons breathe cold? That's cool.
That is correct. Of
Yeah.
course, I am the only platinum dragon alive at any given time, considering that is how dragons typically work. But
It is?
dragonborns and kobolds of my ilk also breathe cold. I'm surprised that you weren't taught this in school.
I didn't go to school. Well, I'm currently going to school.
I see. Well, the schools here are definitely of the highest quality, so I believe you should get a good education there.
I'm already going to a college here, so
College. You seem a little young for that. Or do you mean the College of Legends?
college of
That
yeah,
one.
that's the one.
A bard, then. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I have.
Hmm?
Oh, nothing.
Okay. All right. Now, you are here to request a sum, correct? That is correct. Of how much? 4,000 sapphires. I do have that amount. It is a tall order, though. How can I be sure that you'll be able to repay it? Well, part of it is to restore the mines of Anston. Once they have been cleared out of various invaders, then we should be able to mine platinum from them once again, and we should be able to repay it without issue. I see. Ah, yes, the platinum mines of Birmingwich, correct? Yes, that is correct. Well, I'm definitely inclined to believe that you have the capability of paying it back. However, I do need to involve the young prince in these kind of decisions. So, I will have to meet with him as well to discuss this. Were I to make the decision on my own, I would definitely allow you that. However, well, being a regent does limit my power somewhat. Even if I am just acting as a bank manager. I hope you understand. Yes, I understand. I will meet with the prince this afternoon, and then tomorrow I will meet with you again. I'm hoping we should be able to get this resolved quite promptly. It sounds like your kingdom desperately needs the assistance, shall we say. All right then. Well, while I sort that out, feel free to avail yourselves of the comforts of this city. It is a rather nice place to spend some time off. Well,
Mm-hmm.
meeting dismissed. I hope you enjoy yourselves and avail yourselves of all the comforts this place has to offer. And she will just nod as the servants open the door and you walk out.
That was boring.
Well,
Oh, I'd say that went well.
well, it
Well,
appears that
No. He just says that and then hands him back the rune bag.
Honestly,
I
it's
was
probably
afraid
not
of
about
that
as good.
result.
We have to involve the. If we have to involve the prince, that means it's going to take way longer. Not to mention, well, we all know what the prince is like.
I don't.
And a don't as well.
What do you think the
Raijin.
best way to this?
Raijin, however, does know what the prince is like. She will remember that on one of her visits here when she was younger, she saw the prince holding a raccoon that he was in the process of disemboweling. He seemed to be smiling about it. This was back when she was still a child. It was a rather traumatizing experience, to say the least. Of course, no
please,
one
that's
would
not even
believe her.
close.
Yeah, I'm aware of that, but I'm just saying it would be traumatizing for any other child.
It would be traumatizing for anyone else if the trauma wasn't fucking.
But yeah, the fact that he was doing it as a child shows that he's
Little
Oh
one.
god, he's complete. Just after Russia just realized that dissension. Oh god, he's completely mental.
Oh, Connor's just going to like. Connor's just going to
perhaps not in the
what's
castle.
the word? Like slap the like slap her hand.
Yeah, that was. This was.
right.
That was out.
Not.
That was
yeah.
out. I was. What I was like. Screw this. You know. Fuck it, I don't like today's like this anyway. I'm gonna go find.
Mr. Ferdinand.
Yes.
I have an idea on how we might be able to at least gain a small sum of money from for the sake of rebuilding the kingdom.
What were you thinking?
Or, well, I still do. Well, as much as I hate to admit it, I am still a member of the Tida family.
Hmm.
Perhaps
So-
we can. Perhaps we could try to see if they'd be willing to lend us a small loan.
Hmm.
Won't be enough to fully rebuild the kingdom, but maybe it could help tide us over while we wait for the results from you know who.
Well, the results should be here tomorrow, so it's not so much a matter of time, it's just a matter of, well, power, quite simply.
Great.
The results
Hey,
will be here. The results that we want, though.
So can I just check this before I go off and before you go off and do anything else? Do we actually have a place where we're all meeting up or something? Because I have to assume if it's going to take overnight, we have some sort of residence, right?
Yeah.
Like I said,
Yes, we all have quarters here as the entourage of the king.
Great. Where are those?
And a servant will escort you to the quarters and go, right this way, sir. And you will see that the king has his own quarters. It looks like you all have your own wing, which is at one end, far away from the entrance end, is the king's quarters, and closest to the entrance end is the squad of the Virgil Duff Brigade, and then roughly in the middle are the members of the main party. It looks like it's set up for the sake of defense, so that the person who is being defended is the hardest to access, while the warriors are closest to the front. Well, the Virgil Duff Brigade warriors.
All right. Okay.
Each person looks like they have their own room.
I have to say one of the best things about this city is the fact that even their throwaway rooms are always immaculate.
Fantastic. So we just come back here.
Yes.
Sweet. This is
What are you
an
planning
annoying.
on doing?
Well, there's some nice cliffs over there. I'm planning to go and climb down them. I can feel the annoying tension and confusion get out of my head because I am not a business person, nor am I a political one. I am a fight guy. So I'm gonna go and one-arm climb up like an hour.
If you're going to be a part of the Virgil of the Grave, sometimes you're going to have to suck it up and do some of the business work. Trust me, I'm not a fan of it either.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm still gonna be off to go do training.
I'm sleeping.
8.
Don't.
Yeah, I
I'm
think it's
sleeping.
much.
Don't disturb.
Captain, you
And
need
Connor.
to go debrief with HQ.
Oh, did you have to remind me of that?
Yes, I did. That is my job.
Which one was it? Rico.
Me.
Did you? Damn, yes. Damn. Can't get 5 minutes before I do that, Rico.
No, you only had 8 hours before that.
The
I know.
5 minutes will end up turning into 3 hours, will end up turning into 16 hours, and then it will be too late.
Fine.
Don't
Don't
up
forget,
and doing
our
the job
squad's
again?
already been written up a few too many times.
Look, I hold you to a much higher standard than I hold myself, okay, Senshin? Now, where the hell is the...
That
where the hell is
standard
HQ?
seems to be knee height.
Where the hell is... Where the hell is HQ again?
It's
And-
in the Noble District right next to the castle. We should have passed it when we entered here.
Great, cool. I'm gonna go start climbing up the walls. I'm gonna go start climbing up the cliff.
Alright,
I'll see all of you when I'm tired.
and I am going to stay with the king and the rest of the brigade to ensure that he has a guard on him at all times.
Actually...
You all do what you want.
Yep,
Actually,
no
Rico, I
worries.
might need you to
Fantastic.
I might need you to guide me to the HQ again. I think I've purged it from my memory.
Alright then, I'll guide you to the HQ and then come back here.
Raisha just speaks up. Just I know where it is as well. I can take you.
Oh, sweet. Okay, never mind, Rico. You're dismissed. No, wait, you're not dismissed.
I'm still on the clock. I will continue doing what I need to do, which is protecting him.
Okay. Rajin, thanks. And Tyler's just gonna walk out.
Alright. So, yeah, you will enter the HQ. Generally, this HQ is one of the busiest HQs out of all of the ones of the Virgil Duff Brigade. There's usually probably between 10 and 13 units that are stopping in there, chatting, just having meetings. Generally, it's very well populated. When you enter there...
Sorry, I'm just checking. So Senshin's gone to train on the cliffs.
Yes.
The rest of the squad are protecting the king.
Well, technically only the rest of Kana's squad is needing to stay to protect the king. The rest of the everyone else can do whatever they want.
So David and Taisha,
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Taisha is probably gonna go try and find the college. So David, what are you doing?
Senshin basically did tell you keep an eye on him.
David will stay near Taishiro. I do happen to have a plan.
Okay.
David, suppress plan. Focus on protection.
Alright, say the plan, but then I am going to continue on with what Kana and Raijin are doing before I get to what you guys are doing.
I just wanted to make sure we knew where everyone was.
Yep, I am keeping track of that. It's fine.
So David will stick with Taishiro, and I guess he's going to see if there's any runes around. But other than that,
Alright,
he has an idea to
What's the idea?
dominate. The idea is,
what's your idea?
I mean, there are other ways of making money.
What are you
So-
doing?
What's your
Are you gonna
plan?
try and sell the runes?
What is your plan?
Ancient beer rune.
Okay, alright. So now we know
Okay.
what David's plan is. Alright, and now I'm going to go back to Raijin and Kana. So this place usually has about 10 units in it, give or take. There is one person in here. And Kana will recognize this one person as a Commodore named Commodore Kimmel. She's standing at the
Ah.
desk working on some paperwork. doesn't seem to have noticed you yet.
Ah, right. Commie Kimmel.
Uh, yes. Kana, was it?
Yes, that's. Yep, that's me. And this is a friend of mine. Raijin Yatami no.
Just call me Raijin.
Yes, Raijin.
Raijin.
That's actually perfect that you brought her here, Kana, because your squad has been instructed to also look after her, seeing as she is here.
Wait, we have? When did that instruction come through?
Now?
Like we were on the trip, and due to my parents. I
Yes,
already
the
figured this
instruction
was gonna
came
happen
through
to
while
me.
you were out at sea. We weren't able to contact you because, well, it seemed like the sending spell wasn't working on you. Either that, or perhaps you weren't conscious when you received it.
Hmm.
Yes, that was.
What's the priority on it?
The highest priority, of course, is protecting the king, and after that is protecting Raijin, although, to my understanding, she does have her own entourage, correct?
Yes, so priority yellow, maybe even priority green. Congratulations, Raijin, you're under my protection now. And she'll
I
just
was
pat
fine
Raijin on the back a couple times.
I was fine before that.
Yeah, well, I don't make the rules.
Yes.
Now,
Now, I'm
No.
going to need your brief on the Asawaki Isles and what's going on there, but first I will need to give you a quick brief on how things have been going outside of there. The capital city was locked down, so you weren't able to hear anything for the past 2 months, was it?
something like that.
A lot
was-
has changed in the last 2 months, Kana.
Really.
As peacekeeping forces, our obligation is to look after the kingdoms under our care. Unfortunately, 2 of the kingdoms have went to war. That is why there were so few forces stationed at the Asawaki Isles. We've received your requests for additional forces, but unfortunately there aren't any that could have been possibly reassigned. That's where all of my squad has been reassigned as well.
I see. So all of the top 10 have been sent out to war, huh?
Well, not necessarily the top, but we did need to send the diplomats down that way, especially after all of this. I've been the only one stationed here for the last 2 months, and while I've been trying my best, there's a limited scope that I can achieve as just one person.
And
Mm.
I assume that there's also been no word on. I assume there's also been no word on Commodore James.
Still missing in action, unfortunately. Which, well, there hasn't exactly been a immediate replacement for her design, so at this stage the other Commodores are simply managing assignments within their area as they can best. So,
So which of the two?
Hmm?
Which of the kingdoms been sent to war?
I thought that would be obvious. The Vegrian and Zanate kingdoms, the Asawaki kingdom and the Justine Empire are still at peace with both each other and with all of the other locations. That's where all of the forces have been sent.
Quite possible that Asawaki could get caught in the crossfires of that if it gets too severe.
Unlikely.
I'll keep that in mind.
They're primarily concerned with each other. Plus, well, those two are right next to each other. I'll just pull up the world map real quick to show you.
Yes, that'd be helpful because those names are meaningless to me.
Hmm.
Oh, they have names now.
They do, yes.
Also,
So-
yeah, the world map looks really pretty.
Yes, and it's still loading for me, so I have no idea what anything's called.
Oh, it looks amazing.
So
Yeah.
Zanate and Vigrain.
Vegrian.
Vigrian.
So, as you can see, we are here. Also, the colors indicate allegiance, so the 4 red ones are allied.
Mm.
And the blue ones are also allied by the looks of it.
Yep, and the orange ones are both wasteland, hence why they're in the same color. because they are allied on the basis of having no inhabitants.
So I see the Syrian.
Mm.
Where's
And
the other
Egros down bottom right.
Egros. Ah,
So the
So these
Vegrian
are
and
either at
Zanate
war.
kingdoms are currently at war. But it's unlikely that the Asawaki Isles will get caught up in the crossfire. What's more likely to happen is that there is likely to be some war profiteering occurring here, which might lengthen the war, which is incredibly likely considering the nobles here and their tendency to worship money above life.
Well, it's all stuff that I'll have to keep in mind for my primary mission.
Unfortunately, I am going to have to leave for the Asawaki Isles soon. As part of the treaty, there has to be at least some Virgilda forces there, and seeing as you are stationed here for while the king is operating here, I will need to return there. Plus, the situation here is far more volatile than it is in the Asawaki Isles.
So, so the leader of the first 10 is going to be coming to Asawaki.
Correct.
Quite the peculiar station for you.
Well, the forces need to be distributed as best as possible. The Asawaki Isles are the calmest out of the kingdoms at the moment, so they will have to be the ones that make do with the least forces. I will.
well, they did formerly have the Jigoku Umare as subsidiary.
Yes.
Two of the most powerful noble families in the entire alliance is located on the Asawaki Isles.
Yes. Why was the Jigoku Umare family unable to help with these incidents? I would have thought that these would have been quashed a long time before you even needed to get involved.
I guess that
Currently,
gets
only
my-
the second son seems to be. Currently, only the second son is.
It seems that whilst the kingdom was whilst we were under lockdown to try and prevent a plague of mind controls, there was another faction. We aren't entirely sure if they were an organized group or just run-of-the-mill bandits, but they took out the entire Jigoku Umare family.
They're not dead.
One.
I see.
Almost certainly.
That's concerning.
Look until we find their bodies dead or alive. We can't say anything other than MIA.
Regardless,
you know,
it is
Tails.
concerning that
Never count them out until they're dead.
a group of mere bandits would be able to take down the Jigoku Umare family, even just to make them missing in action. Especially considering the
something-
caliber of warriors they are.
They seem to specifically target the 8 legendary blades.
Mm.
They've all but one has been stolen so far.
I see.
And we don't.
Well, if they're
there are-
bandits, they're
the
likely
lightning-
attempting to profiteer off them. God,
That's
I
why I'm
hope
worried
they're
about-
bandits. I hope that's
Well,
all
yeah,
they
well,
intend.
We
'Cause if
also
they're
know that
not-
they seem to have made their. We
It
also
could
know
be
that
one of the others.
We also know that they seem to have made their home within the Burning Witch mines.
Were you able to track them down?
Well, according to the eyewitness testimonies of the 3 who were there at the time, that was the direction they ran.
Hmm.
One of the newest members of a sort of temporary squad of newbies that I'm setting up is
Good.
actually from the mines.
I see. Well, that's definitely good to know, and it is very helpful considering the personnel shortages that you're training more people. Hell,
Yeah.
at this rate, whether or not they join, even just having mercenaries willing to work alongside us would be a great assistance at this stage.
They're far from mercenaries at this point. Sure, one of them used to be a mercenary from the Jigoku Umare, but at this point they're more akin to adventurers.
Well then,
At least that's what I think.
good to know.
Um,
Hmm?
Yes,
no,
Arjun?
never mind. It's just I
Alright.
always ask this every time. Nothing on Tenno, right?
Nothing on what?
Yes, there has actually been a few more tales. He's been popping up around the place, but, well, all that we've really got is people arriving to some of the villages that he's attacked, and, well, all they found was a bunch of bones. Bones and clothes. Same as on Egros. I'm concerned. Currently, it appears that the main appearances are in the Zenate Kingdom and Fredrin Isle, sometimes even minutes apart from each other. I'm guessing that either there's an imposter or he's gained the ability to move even faster than before. It's concerning. That's another reason why we have so many forces stationed there. We believe that his ilk might have been deciding to cause some terrorism, though we're uncertain for what purpose. But if he's gained the access to the ability to teleport, I am terrified for what it means for this kingdom.
I don't think anywhere would be safe if Tenno can tell.
Yes. Well, unfortunately, the problem is with this kingdom, anyone's willing to sell anything to anyone for the right price. And, well, considering his ability to mask his true nature, I'd be fairly certain he'd be able to swindle someone into teleporting him for the right price.
Both a blessing and a curse
Yes,
about this kingdom.
yes. Well, I'll let you know if I get any more updates on him, but my hope is that he's just wandering around the battlefields after everyone's done killing each other and, well, having a feast. That's the best case scenario we can hope for. But things are very tense right now. And, Kana, since you're going to be stationed here, I will warn you. There appears to be quite a lot of signs of civil unrest here as well. It is something that you're going to need to keep an eye on. There's been a few attempts at small-scale terrorist attacks at the port. Just small fires being started and such, but you will need to keep an eye on it to ensure it doesn't get into anything bigger.
Will this hinder my mission, either of my missions to protect Raijin or the king?
It's entirely possible that your boat could get caught in the crossfire of a terrorist attack. I'd be careful to ensure that you don't leave anything on there. Certainly not anything important.
Very well, I'll inform the king.
Yes.
Also, as a part of my briefing, I would like to. Do you have any files on a man named Ryan?
Ryan, Ashpelt, a former King's Razor, yes?
Yes. I'd like to make some updates towards his file and class him as a high threat level terrorist.
I see. Very well then. It appears he's active again. That's
Yes.
concerning.
He was possibly involved with the plot to cause the Awasaki kingdom to shut down and maybe even more. We currently know very little about his involvement.
All right.
But we know that he was definitely involved.
I see. Okay. Well, if you're going to tell me about everything that's been going on in the last 2 months, then here. And she will just pass you a slip of paper that says Commodore's Pass. You know that it will allow you to get access to free coffee very quickly and also incredibly strong at any place that serves coffee. Pretty much it puts you at the top of the line. While you're here, you might want to take advantage of this. Considering the fact that I'll be leaving, you will be the highest ranking member of the Virgil Dove Brigade here. And plus, your Commodore is missing in action. Might as well take the perks.
Well, I guess I can't. Well, I definitely can't complain about that.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll brew us
Thank you
a
for your
pot
comment,
real
Kimon.
quick while you tell me about everything else that's going on. And if
Sure.
possible, well, since you have two squads here, if one squad could keep on protecting the king and the other squad could just keep a finger on the pulse, see if there's any signs of civil unrest. Just let me know if anything suspicious is going on via communication. That would be helpful. Just so
Are you
I know
suggesting
what's
I
going
take a-
on when I get back.
Are you suggesting that I take an unofficial mission?
If possible, yes. I'm
Well, I
not
guess
saying
this
that
is
you
why.
need to do
I guess this
anything
is good.
much. Just keep your eyes and ears open.
I guess this is good for the trainees.
Yes.
Raijin, you might want to stick. You might want to stick around. Some of what you experienced may differ from my telling, so we may need your help for keeping the briefing accurate.
All right. Excellent. And
And I
I'm just
assume
gonna
you-
say that you guys tell her all of what's been going on. She takes the notes
Not all
down
of
on
it.
Ryan. Well,
We probably would skip over you know who.
yeah, fair enough. Okay, so in that case, I'm imagining you say everything about the cult, Ryan, the disease that was plaguing the city, and the fact that the city is now back to normal. I'm also imagining that you said
so
everything
we're
about the
skipping
Duragar. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So we're skipping the vampire and the
Would
No.
say vampire.
yeah. Probably keeping out the fact that we accidentally started a beer cult. Bobby.
Yes, that one might be a little bit, but no, the big so if at any point it happens, you get a message from Raisha basically saying don't mention Ashura.
Oh right. It's gonna be dangerous, but we managed to take down the hag. It was quite a difficult battle.
I see. How is such a new adventuring squad able to take down something as powerful as a hag? I'm aware of your competence, Kana, but typically those things are, well, quite difficult to defeat. How were you able to escape without any major injuries? Did you offer her something? Did someone make a deal with her?
No,
Ascension
nothing
mostly led that. Much of that was Ascension leading the combat.
So
He may
we
only be
can't-
the he may
Incredible.
be the second son, but he's an excellent warrior in
We
his
also
own
can't.
right.
We also can't undersell David's piety and how much that played in. He was able to summon an aspect of Thug himself to help with the battle, if only momentarily.
Incredible.
And
It
Tashiro isn't
appears
just
I've
not something
underestimated the crew that you've managed to gather of newbies. Well done, Kana.
Thank you. And it seems that Tashiro isn't a slouch when it comes to support-based magic. So
I might
They're
have to
solid.
consider putting your name down as a candidate for promotion. If you want it, of
Hmm.
course.
how much extra work would it end up being?
Well, you'd get to sit down in places like this quite often and direct squads rather than just tell them their missions rather than going to their own place. It does involve a lot more meetings, though. And also, when times are tough, you might have to go in place of a squad as a one person. It's a lot more work than being a captain. I think
How
you could
much-
handle it, though.
How many places know? How do you know if the other kingdoms know my name?
I doubt it.
Like Vegrian and Zanate?
I doubt it. Most people in the Asawaki Isles didn't recognize your name. I doubt the people of those kingdoms would recognize your name either.
In that case, I'll have to humbly decline. Until I'm better known by the rest of the people, and I could see it being taken the wrong way.
Oh, I was merely saying that they wouldn't recognize you as a noble.
Well, that's enough of that for now.
Alright, I'd best get packing then. Best of luck. And she will just start gathering up a bunch of stuff and will start closing down the HQ because Well, it's presumably going to be abandoned now because there's no Commodore operating here.
Before you leave, I cannot
Yes.
stress this enough. I cannot stress this enough. We do not currently know the whereabouts of Ryan.
Got it.
Ashman.
He has taken an interest in Sentinel.
Yes.
In that case, it's considering his abilities and ability to charm people especially, it's quite likely that he's probably stalking Senshin. He made a lot of mentions of various members of your party being monsters, and he's typically quite good at tracking down monsters, as far as he calls them. It's concerning that he's out and about. I do believe that he's likely quite able to track down different members of your party. Just make
He
sure
wasn't-
that you don't leave people alone with him.
He was never a member of the Virgin Dove Brigade, correct?
No, he wasn't.
Good. I know that the first 10. Oh, I know that squads 11 through 20 tend to be adept with tracking.
Yes. No, he was a member of the King's Rangers in the Asawaki Isles. He wasn't ever a member of the Virgil Dove Brigade. I don't think he even attempted it.
That's good. Well, thank you very much for your time, Commodore.
Of course. Thank you for the briefing, although I suppose we both briefed each other. Best of luck. And she will just give you a small salute.
Now then, Raijin, we have some time. What are you wanting to do in the city, in the center of trade?
Realistically, not much, if I will be honest.
Okay.
We'll find something. I gotta start using this thing, and she'll just start waving around the Commodore ticket.
Okay. Alright, I am going to go over to Taishiro and David now because, well,
Yep.
you guys have done your thing. Now it's time for the other two to do their thing. Alright. Taishiro, on your way out of the castle, you will recognize a familiar-looking Null figure who is just humming a little tune, and he will just look
Familiar,
over
as
you.
in I saw them from the boat, or familiar as in I know them previously.
You know them previously. You will recognize the
Ah.
figure of Rakifu, who is currently humming a little tune and just walking along.
Naki.
He will just quickly look over at you, smile, and will then just say under his breath in Null, "Not now. Meet me in the alleyway by the Winley's house at dusk. We can talk then." His master will then strike him for speaking. "I don't want to hear those irritating grunts." Rakifu will then give a incredibly cheeky wave while glaring daggers at his master and be off.
Yep. Oh, I suddenly feel like killing someone. Anyway,
Just the immediate reaction. I love it.
Yeah, no, literally, the thing that pops in my head is, man, I'm glad Stitch is off trade.
Stab him.
Mm.
Fair.
Oh, don't worry. I
So-
reckon everyone wants to stab most of the people who have interacted with the people of Taishiro's backstory because they're cunts. They really are.
Don't try anything. Don't try anything now, David. Please, you're gonna put the songbirds in danger.
yep, don't worry, Taishiro, I won't try a thing. Unless they do try something.
Don't worry. Rakifu's able to survive any punishment they manage to dish out to him. That's actually where he got his name.
See.
He's well. Let's just say if he's wanting to talk to me, it must be something pretty important.
Hmm. Oh, we'll be meeting him later anyway.
You didn't actually understand anything that he said. He said it in Null.
And David speaks probably just common, and probably not that well.
Goliath. He also speaks Goliath, and he can also read runes. But not Null. He does not know that language.
Oh, sorry,
It basically just sounded like what a hyena would
Yeah.
growl like.
So I assume the growling means yes, meet you later, something like that.
Yeah, we need to meet him in the alleyway by the
Windlace.
We need windlace. We need to meet him in the alleyway by the windlace. At dusk. If he's wanting to talk to me, it might be. I can't believe I forgot after all that time.
It was 8 months. I mean, nothing.
This was
No.
in character, Liam. Shut.
I
Yeah,
know.
Okay.
I'm fully aware, Alex. That was making.
Okay. David, when you look down to the ground, instead of just being a bunch of patterns, you notice a couple of them are actually runes. They seem to be leading towards a forge, which is in the merchant district. So you're currently in the noble district, which was where you saw Rakifu. The runes appear to be leading roughly to here. And the runes, they aren't just nonsense. They are saying, this message responds to your runic blood. Your next path may go one of two ways, to heaven or hell. Learn the art of the shield above or the scythe below. Both are needed if you are to become the hero I seek. P.S. Regardless of what Fetris says, do not reveal where this trail leads. I have had to change headquarters so many times to maintain my privacy.
Oh my god, most of the runes are him complaining.
Wait, is this Ixkin?
No, it's not clear who it is, but it's runes. Just
Yeah.
it's runes on the ground.
I mean, I'm just going to fan theory that it's Ixkin.
Mm.
Or Ian.
Yes, and to answer your question, Eli, Windlace. Okay. Anyway, so you will see two paths, one of which says Heaven, which is heading towards a town square, which looks like it has a bunch of portals in it, and another one which leads to a sewer grate, which is about here.
Where?
It's near the water about here, so it's a grate to enter the sewer area, and it's got a sign of the scythe, and it states that it's an entrance to the underground. Over here, you can see that there are various portals, including some to the Sky Islands.
What are you doing? What are you doing, David?
Well, it seems like I have a path to follow. At least
Huh?
one with lots of runes and a guy complaining quite heavily.
Huh?
Can't you see them? And David will point at the ground.
He can see
Can
them, but
Taishiro
they
see
aren't
them?
lighting up as far as Taishiro can see. So it just
You-
looks like part of the pattern.
I think that's just I think that's just an artistic choice from the bricklayers.
So I guess only I could see it. Oh, never mind, Taishiro. I was thinking...
Did it say?
it's just some random guy. He's just saying that he wants privacy from gods, and saying that I can either choose a metaphorical hell that stinks like a sewer, or I can choose heaven. I think I know which one I'm going to pick. Don't fancy
right.
hell.
Sorry, that joke.
Maybe I could go with hell. Maybe this is a trick question. Maybe it isn't. Rune or
I
not to
mean,
rune?
I mean, if it's asking you to choose, I don't imagine that.
It also
I don't
said
imagine
you
it's
will
trying to
need
test you.
both.
Oh. This is
I
a
don't
fair
imagine
point,
it's trying
actually.
to test you or anything. So just pick whichever one you want to do first.
Oh, well, sometimes you have to be 2 steps from hell. Alright, hell first.
Okay, you head over to the grate, and you will see that right next to where the sewer is, there is a tunnel. It appears to be some kind of maintenance shaft, but it is very distinctly separate from where the sewage is going. Your guess is some kind of maintenance tunnel? In a lot of cities, there is cobalt tunnels under the city. You suspect that that's probably what this is.
Oh, this certainly does look like something done by the Lizardman. Oh, I suppose there's no traps in here. Maybe we'll take out the light rune and just start walking down it, I guess.
Alright, it looks like a simple tunnel made of stone. It's a little cramped, but there isn't really anything that noticeable about it. Until you start to go a little bit further and you start hearing familiar guttural voices.
Well, I guess I can check out the college later.
How close do you want to get to these voices? Do you want to try and hide? Do you want to walk up to them? What do you want to do?
Let's see what I can do.
Also, bear in mind that if you get much closer than where you are now with the light rune, they will spot you. You think you recognize those voices from back from Anston.
Oh, it's, those bastards. What can I do? Ah, I have an idea. David's gonna take out the duplicate rune.
Mm-hmm.
Are there
So
any
you want
other...
to duplicate?
It's gonna look around. Are there any other tunnels going in different directions or no?
The tunnel seems to be one singular tunnel, but it does end up, like, looping around itself quite a few times, and it ends up being fairly confusingly built, so it's incredibly likely that you would be able to go behind one of the loops.
Yeah. David's gonna make a duplicate of himself.
Alright?
I have to say, I never thought I looked so handsome. Anyway, David 2. Get their attention.
Yes, boss. And David, too, will go rushing toward them, and one of them will say, "Wait a minute. Is that guy from the village? Run!" And they'll just start rushing away from the David 2. Straight towards David 1.
Oh, good morning. And good night.
What do you want?
Oh, on the path of finding out more about runes, and hell looked pretty entertaining. It
If you
also
want to
looked
go to the
pretty
Nine
wild.
Hells, then you just need to go down this path a little bit more. It leads to the underground. I mean, you're gonna have to go through quite a lot of layers, but you can get to the Hells if you really want to. Is that all you wanted?
And that really does sound simple, doesn't it? Yes.
David?
Okay. Alright,
I
we're
don't
just
think we
gonna
should be
go
going-
now. And they're just gonna start walking off.
David, I don't think we should be going to the Nine Hells without Senshin or Tan or any of the others.
And you'll hear them muttering, just going, "First the filthy ferret, now this guy. How many problems are we gonna have with this deal?"
Did they
It's
say
actually
something?
I think they said something about a really obnoxious ferret. And, of course,
Ferret?
me. Hey, just heard what they said. I didn't really hear much else.
I don't even think ferrets are in this kingdom.
What basis would you have for that assumption? You've been here
Literally nothing.
for like less than a day. You've been here for like maybe 3 hours max.
Yeah, he hasn't seen any ferrets yet, so.
He's been in the city. Ferrets live in the forest.
He's a little dumb.
You don't say. Maybe these
In
two
fairness,
idiots
he's-
shouldn't have been sent out without adult supervision.
Hey, I'm an adult. Well, kind of half of one, but still an
This
adult.
is literally just Taishore. In fairness, I didn't have anyone supervising me. We said David with you. In fairness, I didn't have anyone supervising me.
That is very true, yeah.
Right. Well, since you raised such a good point, Taishiro, I think we'll leave the 9 layers of delicious hell for later. We're gonna go to heaven.
I think only the bottom layer of hell is supposed to be, good.
I mean,
Like avarice. Avarice, the very bottom layer, the layer of Axum.
You mean Avernus?
Avarice. Avarice? What's avarice?
Avarice is from the Fate campaign.
Sounds like a place where an ugly snake would live.
Yeah, Avarice is the wrong campaign, buddy.
Wait, hold on. This is driving me mad. What's avarice?
Fall, my avarice. You know.
Oh, right!
You know, the city.
I was thinking like I was thinking like the Orange Lantern ring.
Okay.
That's avarice.
I was like, when did greed become a thing in the Fate campaign?
I mean,
I made
now.
that exact same point in the fucking.
Oh wait, in the Fate campaign. In this campaign, it happens like this arc because you're in the city of greed.
In the city of trade.
It's the city of greed, pal.
Yeah, great.
Yeah.
It's kind of dressed up, honestly. It's pretty much the epitome of greed.
It's dressed up, but everyone under the makeup, not the makeup.
Yeah, I think only Avernus is supposed to be like at all good to live in. At least if you're a person from not hell.
Yeah, that honestly is a fair point.
So what's the heaven? So what's the heaven way?
It led to a bunch of portals to Sky Islands specifically.
I mean, be up there to say hello to the sky, so that's what heaven is.
I hear there's a very famous rapper up there.
That was
layered.
Nice.
Yeah. Could you tell me of his name? I kind of want to meet this guy.
What was it? Ananel? Enemenel? Embenembenel? Richard?
Richard. Sure, call him Richard.
Just one sec, guys. I got a call.
Okay.
Oh. Sorry, I had to.
Yeah, I was thinking it too, but I just had the ability not to say it.
Yeah. I love accidental.
Oh, Jesus Christ. We said a lot of things yesterday when you asked TikTok question.
When we asked what?
When you asked that TikTok question about would you rather devil fruit or
right, yeah.
and I immediately answered devil fruit. It's like you said the thing like Sharingan devil fruit. I immediately answered devil fruit with Anels.
Would you rather devil fruit or what?
Sharingan.
devil fruit Sharingan.
Sasuke's eye?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I know
so
what
it's a good
Sharingan
question.
is. I heard shotgun, which was why I was going, why was that even a question?
Devil fruit or a
that's right,
shotgun?
I'd rather a devil
Devil fruit
fruit
or
to a
shotgun?
shotgun.
Basically, it was a devil fruit with no basically devil fruit but without the weakness to water, or Sharingan with no chakra and no chakra issues and no blindness issues.
That's actually a spoiler. So,
I mean, look, I'm pretty sure if you use magic eye, you're eventually going to go blind. It's like they say about masturbation, or is that growing hair on your palms?
it's both. You basically just turn into a Sasquatch if you masturbate too much.
That would explain a lot. About my vision
Okay.
and my hair.
Okay, alright. Yeah.
What were you thinking, Alex?
Alright, how about we go over to see what Senshin's doing, while Taishiro and David are otherwise occupied, because I would rather continue with that.
Yeah, anyway, it was basically a thing between the Sharingan and that, and I went Devil Fruit and Nels.
I mean, yeah, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense for Alex yet because Alex doesn't know about the.
I know about it now.
The other stuff. No, the other stuff.
You don't
But
know
yeah,
anything about Sharingans.
I know about
thought it was just
shotguns.
Oh my god. Okay, what's Senshin doing? I mean, Senshin was busily training himself by climbing up a mountain, so... Do I roll training for that?
Yeah, roll training.
Yay!
Oh, damn! Okay, 2 training points.
That's a 30 technically, because I have master training.
Let's see. Well, yeah, you got double the DC, so 3.
Yeah, triple TC. Yeah, I have 3 training points. I'm going to need these. I have a fuck ton of level spells.
Also, that's the first roll of the day. Just want to mention.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the first roll in months, and it was a crit. Well, first proper roll in months, it was a crit. Nice. What the fuck do I level up?
Well, first up, I'm just gonna say that you feel a paper airplane hit you,
Ow.
and it will start saying some stuff. The voice will sound pretty familiar, and it will
Is
just...
this a Hogwarts? Is this a Harry Potter reference?
I
wait,
mean,
what's
this
it-
is magic that can very easily be activated in D&D. It's a spell called Magic Mouth.
What's it to level up? Just one check before I think. What was it? Novice to journeyman again?
Novice to
2.
Journeyman is... Yes, that is correct.
Well, in that case, I'm going to... What do I want to pick? I use Flare Fox pretty often.
Okay.
Cool.
Anyway, so the note will say, "Be careful to be alone here. There's a lot of people watching, both you and your party. And I'm the least dangerous of all of them.
Thanks, ominous paper flame.
Watch your back, Senshin." And you will recognize the voice as that of Ryan.
Oh god. Oh.
Nothing else seems to happen over the next little bit. It seems safe. You start to see, from where you are, I'm imagining you're the cliffs about here, so while you're
I
climbing
was
them...
saying around there, so I was thinking he was climbed up.
Okay, well, in that case, you'll still have the vantage point, up there. For a second, you sit and have some water, and you start to see a cart, which looks to be full of a bunch of people who are tied up. You'll start to see a bunch of fairly short-looking people in cloaks leading them towards the town square. Along this way. Until you see a couple of flashes of arrows and just the sound of some hunting cries, as you'll see a bunch of small animals start to attack the caravan. They'll let a bunch of the people go, and will then run back into the forest, leaving a bunch of the shorter folk cursing at them. You can't see it, but you can't hear it, but you can definitely picture it.
What the ever-loving hell was that?
You'll see them abandon their cart and start to run into the forest, which this one is known as the Red Forest because a part of the forest in the center is always has autumn leaves.
Mm-hmm.
So even though it's currently roughly about springtime, it's still got the leaves in the colors of autumn still on the trees.
What the hell was that? Fuck it, you know what? Just pulls out the... I got speed travel, I may as well figure out what about. And he's gonna basically run off the cliff, as he in free falling, just gonna start striking in midair to do the thunder. Sorry, I know they called it thunderclap and flash. Not that!
Do not call it that!
It's flash of lightning, but,
I see, so Senshin's flashing people.
well, yeah, they hear a bunch of...
You can
They hear
confirm.
thunder and then a blast of lightning. I'm pretty sure...
Alright, so I'm assuming you're teleporting, so you won't need to make an acrobatics check if it's just a teleport.
No. It's basically teleporting. The landing might need...
Alright, make an acrobatics
Might.
check for the landing so that you don't land on your ass.
I have prof and acro, so... Yeah.
Okay,
Skills. Acrobatics. Yeah, journeyman.
alright, yeah,
So
you
that's
succeed.
Mm-hmm.
Alright,
Yeah,
so you manage to land on your feet a bit awkwardly, but you don't hurt yourself and nothing goes wrong, so good enough. you'll see some of the short folk just rushing towards the woods. They look back at the sound of the lightning clap, and they'll just start looking at you. They look like they can't quite see properly, and their figures appear to be quite pale. Who are you?
I'm gonna. An interested party.
We just had a lot of the prisoners that we were taking stolen. We're trying to recover them. Looks like a bunch of bandits thought they were merchandise or something, or maybe they're in cahoots with them. I don't know.
Neat.
We'd be
Hey,
willing to
ever
pay
been to
you if you
Anthem?
were willing to help recover them.
Hey, you ever been to Amsterdam?
Where's that?
Okay, so you want the same people. Okay, I'll make this pretty simple. Were those slaves?
Hmm?
The people you're bringing in, were they slaves?
Not yet.
Wonderful. Go fuck yourselves.
What, so you're some kind of mercenary that turns your nose up at a contract? Bet you're not gonna be getting any money.
The Jigoku Umare house gets plenty enough from reputable folk.
What, so you're one of those?
Yes, I'm one of those. I just basically pulls out one of his swords. And I believe one of those is plenty.
Oh, I wasn't saying you weren't competent. That's not what I was insulting, and you know full well, corpse eater. And he'll just start
Yeah, what?
grabbing a bunch of the other members of his party and going, let's leave. We don't want to deal with someone like that. Regardless, he'll probably end up eating them anyway. And he'll just end up grabbing a bunch of them and walking with their cart back through here. And one of them will look at you and then spit on the ground.
Yeah, apparently the Jigoku Umare eat corpses.
He was calling you a ghoul, in other words.
Yeah. I've never like look, I'm open to death. I'm not immune to it. And I've never eaten people consciously.
How
can't
much
say I
stuff are you
haven't.
getting up
Thanks,
to?
Ashura.
Oh, hi.
Nothing. I was nothing. I was just Yeah, sorry. Nothing. Ascension did training. Have a look.
Found a slave trade.
Yeah,
He
basically,
did slave trade and also did some actual trade. I mean, train.
he did some trading. He saw that there were a bunch of Duragar who were just leading a bunch of null slaves towards the place. Then a bunch of bandits, including some wild animals, descended upon the cart, rescued them, and ran off into the woods. Basically, they asked for Sentient's help. He told them to go fuck themselves, and they decided to insult him once they heard his family name. Apparently, he's not very popular with the Duragar. Gee, I wonder why.
Oh no, the Juragar. The people who attacked my... I don't like him.
Yeah, no
Whatever.
shit!
Whatever. If they don't like me, then they can taste my
Taste your what?
Sure.
blade.
Okay,
Alright.
Yeah, it cut off.
it cut off, so I was just going, what did you say?
Yes. Taste my blade, you know? Like slashy.
Okay, fair enough. That's a lot more wholesome than what I thought you said.
Wholesome? I'm implying murder!
Oh, it's more wholesome.
It's
mean,
more
it is
child
nice.
appropriate, according to our screwed up society.
Homicide is far better than dick sucking.
Yes. Murder is far more okay than homosexuality. What do you want about?
Oh,
Anyway,
dear.
yeah.
Filthy scum. You'll just hear them saying as they walk off.
Okay, good. That was in character. I didn't do
Yeah.
that.
For that. Just that.
Okay, go on.
just sucks putting away one of the swords.
Also,
Yeah.
apparently, the
Bringing it to
Jigoku
slow
Umare have a history or have a reputation for eating corpses.
Either that or, well, I did mention how there was the thing about how they basically, unless you have confirmed their death, you shouldn't call them dead yet.
Mm.
The ghoul thing could just be related to that, because I imagine ghouls are rather hard to kill.
They are. They're
Yeah, and
they're damn difficult to kill unless you have anything that does radiant damage, in which case you can slice through them like butter. They are
Yeah, like,
insanely difficult to kill unless you have radiant damage, in which case they're insanely easy to kill.
like Senshin is like we've had a few things here where Senshin has taken some pretty severe injuries and healed up with them very quickly because, like, well, it has something to do with the genealogy and the. Let's just say he has a regenerate.
Yeah,
Oh, so wait.
humans
Shikaku
do
Umaga
have
did-
insane constitution in this world.
I
wait,
do have
That
Shikaku
is-
Umaga did the thing that it did the thing that like Marie Rose and the third one did.
No, they didn't. Probably. I don't know. I have that, but Senshin doesn't know it. Senshin barely was awake in his history class.
Yeah, I planned this stuff out with Liam since I've planned throughout the entire time that humans have insane constitution.
And Senshin
That's
is an
their
excellent
species
example of that.
feature. They don't get anything else, but I wanted them to have something unique, so this is what they get.
Yeah,
Cool, right?
Senshin's thing is try to kill me. I fucking dare you.
Fun fact, Raijin's also a human. She's also
Yeah.
probably got that ability.
What, like just the ability to regen, or the
Not,
Yeah, fuck off,
not
I won't.
or the
constitution.
ability to eat?
Well, technically
Listen,
everyone
actually-
has the ability to eat people, it's just a question of whether they choose to or not.
Actually, yeah, no, Raijin actually has 16 cards. Senshin's, however, is a little higher at fucking 20.
But regardless
Yeah.
of what the individual stat is and what your health is, humans just regenerate from stuff faster. The two things that they're best at is staying alive and reproducing. In other words, they're evolutionarily speaking just the best race. Because they're able
don't
to.
Die and can fuck, they
Yeah.
don't die and can fuck easily.
They don't die, they fuck like rabbits, and they can also be genetically compatible with pretty much anything, including, like,
Yeah.
basically pure elements.
Ah,
Yeah.
yes. Humans are
And
humans are the cockroaches of this universe.
Yes, humans are the
And
cockroaches of this universe.
And even then, the Jugoku Umare are a extra, like, take that a league beyond.
Yeah, because they train.
Like, like, you don't count them as dead until you've gotten a post-mortem.
Hmm.
They're like Kool-Aid. They're not fucking dead even after they're dead.
Even when they're
In
dead,
terms of
they don't die when they're killed.
people die when they are killed.
Not the Jugoku Umare. They don't die when
No, they
they're
don't.
killed. They stay alive when
Yeah.
they're killed.
Yeah, you should have seen the fucking damage I took in the Fae side shot.
Huh. It's actually weird.
was,
because-
It was a lot, to say the least.
Oh.
I would share it, but Senshin said a lot of stuff about his family that he doesn't want revealed to the rest of the party yet, so I'll put it
Yeah.
up when you find
Yes.
that out.
So get ready for that in a year to 3 months.
We'll see.
That's my approximate time frame. But yeah, so yeah, that he basically did that. Told some slavers. Yeah, so it's him. They're slavers. So he's gonna pull out that old book.
Mhm.
Who the hell's running it?
Alright. So you'll notice that the main person who was trading with Taishiro's old master, which, in case you forgot, he was killed by Duragar. Senshin then decided to grab his corpse and just completely dissect it and throw it down a well, which I don't think anyone disagreed with. And then an incredibly weak revenant came after Taishiro attempting to kill him, but being rather incompetent at that, and just ended up being a bit of a pain in the ass. You don't know where it is now, nor do you particularly
Even if
care.
it comes, even if it comes here, I don't think I need to fear it.
You don't. You never needed to fear it. It is not strong. It is just annoying.
Yeah. Anyway,
But anyway, so you will notice that most of the entries are by a man by the name of Takada Windlace. and
Windlace.
Windlace.
Yeah.
I should do some spying.
Talk it out.
And
Oh, wind. I thought wind. Lace.
no.
Yeah, I thought that too.
So, by the looks of things, he is a trader. And he is well known for his family's rather unscrupulous practices. And it will also note that part of the deal of this trade is essentially the old master was not to reveal where he got the slaves from, especially considering that this man was a noble.
Questions on what to do. I'm gonna guess. Let's see if I can find this windlace.
Okay.
I think I'll have a quick look around.
Okay. So as you're on your way back to the noble district, you will notice an inn which has a posting outside it when you ask for directions to the Windlace area, which I'm imagining you're doing.
Oh, absolutely. He would get lost otherwise.
Okay, yep. So as he's asking, he will notice a board which has a notice on it, basically requesting someone stop the Red Forest gang, because they have ended up just generally stealing a lot of stuff from anyone who's going from this general direction, and just generally being a pain in a lot of merchants' butts. And so just requesting that a group of adventurers stop them from doing that.
I might look into that later.
Those were the guys that just freed a bunch of the Null slaves, by the way.
Oh, absolutely. Sentient ain't hunting these guys down. He's probably gonna go say, hey, keep up the good work.
He's probably just gonna go up to them and go, hey, I wanted to find you. Because of the bounty? No, because you guys are awesome.
You guys are awesome. Also, do you do fish to my family? I'm worried.
Yeah. So he sees that, and he gets directions to a house that's about here, and it will have a dragonfly with the eyes made of sapphires, because of course it's ostentatious as shit. There is a little back alley next to the house where you can sort of spy on it.
Oh, he's not gonna spy on it. He's gonna basically walk barrel so sit on, cross his legs, and then activate the Mugen gun.
Alright.
Because that means he can just look inside the house without having to go inside it.
Alright. You can see, it looks like the house is fairly quiet. It looks like most of the people are out. You can see 3 pairs of shoes on the ground. It looks like, and it looks like the house has about 3 bedrooms. One with a double bed, which looks like it's for the parents, and 2 for younger family members. There's one young man in there at the moment, and he looks like he's in a meeting with someone. You aren't quite sure who. This
I don't recognize the face, most likely, because
Yeah.
it's
Yeah, it's
Is there,
unlikely
like-
you'll recognize the faces. I'm just trying to look through my notes
Yeah.
to see. Okay, yeah. So this guy, the guy who looks like he lives here, he looks human. The other guy looks to be another Duragar. And you can see them looking to each other, pointing at a piece of paper, nodding, and then the Duragar will just tip his hat and will walk out of the house and look like he's going in the direction of presumably a cobalt tunnel / underground entrance.
what does the paper say?
Oh yeah, good point. You can't see the paper as well. It
mean,
looks
but
like it's written in
it's-
Undercommon.
Uh-huh.
Do you know Undercommon?
Undercommon?
Yes, it's the language that a lot of people in the underground use, most commonly Duragar and Dark Elves. Or Drow.
No, I don't know it. But
Okay.
can I at least can I at least look at the words for someone who might? Because the
Yeah,
thing
sure.
is, if I can memorize the words, Raishin could use comprehend languages to translate.
That is true, so you can just... Alright, roll a straight wisdom check, I guess?
Ooh, I'm glad I didn't nerf that. I just fucked my charisma. Wisdom.
Alright.
Flat.
Okay, 9. All right. You might have spelled one or two of the words wrong, but the general idea, you probably got most of them correct. So, yeah.
Section, a great.
So, Senshin probably misspelled a couple. It's probably only, like, a little bit. Like, you know, in some words in other languages, how they have, like, little hats on the O's or something. You probably
like
just
two
missed
watsy
one of
stuff.
those or put them wrong.
I mean, in some languages that can mean the difference between a friendly greeting and fucking the mother.
Yeah, but Raijin's presumably going to be able to translate based on context, since there's only a few minor errors.
Yeah.
Like, she'll probably just go, Senshin, that probably has to have a hat on it, and then she'll just draw a hat on it, translate it, and go, yeah, that makes more sense.
No, Senshin would draw a hat. Okay, and he just draws like a.
Alright, yep, that translates to a business deal rather than I want to fuck your mom. Yeah, that makes more sense.
Yeah, so he basically just sat outside and did.
Okay, alright, and it will have the one thing you will recognize because it's in numerics and is not in words, 30. And it will have a signature down the bottom. 2 signatures down the bottom, actually. Both parties signed it. So it will have a bunch of undercommon, 30 in the text message, and then down the bottom it will have 2 signatures.
In the text message?
Yeah, in the main text part of it, rather than the signatures part. So it looks like some kind of contract.
Well, I can't read this.
I can't read.
Well, this isn't in a language I recognize.
Well,
Seems
this
to
is
be
like
running on
a
some
thank
form
God
of
Ryan knows
electricity.
them.
Hmm?
Yeah. It just the Avengers quote. He's like, well, thank God, thank God that Ryan knows all the languages.
And even the languages she doesn't know, she can know them. Okay,
Yeah,
so,
I'm gonna poke
yeah.
around to see if there's anything under the house. Basically, just looking in a general area.
Alright,
Actually, no, I'm not gonna poke at the house. I think I'll follow the other Duragar from a distance, basically.
oh wait, actually, you have Mugen on, which means you can see through walls, right? It
Yes, I
looks
can
like...
see through everything.
Yep, okay. So it looks like there is a particular spot where you can lean on the wall, which will open up a little passageway into what looks like a wine cellar. Then underneath that wine cellar, it looks like there is a trapdoor, which leads to a room that's full of a bunch of books and a couple of tables and chairs.
Anyone nearby to that?
No one's in there, but you can just tell that it's there.
Okay.
You're not sure what the purpose of it is, but it exists.
Oh, so just gonna check both corners and break the.
He's gonna check both corners and what?
He's gonna check both sides of the alley and then break in by going through the secret area to the wine cellar.
Alright, so you're not gonna try and follow the Duragar who is currently
Well,
leaving?
actually, wait, 1 sec. I'm gonna. Yeah, you're right. Which one do I want to do?
Well,
Okay,
the building isn't gonna move.
You're right. The building isn't gonna move. I can come back later. I should follow. I'm gonna.
Alright, are you trying to stalk him or are you trying to confront him?
Oh, I'm stalking him. I'm stalking
Okay,
the bastard. I'm not gonna
roll stealth check.
Shit, I don't know if I have stealth. Oh, well.
You have
it
good
doesn't
enough
advantage
stealth.
my-
He doesn't seem to spot you, or if he does, or if he is aware that you're there, he doesn't seem to show any sign of it. So he'll
You know what?
just...
I think I'm gonna give myself novice and stealth with that other.
Alright, so he'll wander from roughly about here to roughly about here, where there will be another where there will be an entrance to what looks like some underground tunnels, which is right next to the sewer. And so he'll start climbing down a ladder down that way. Do you wish to follow him into the tunnels?
Yeah, fuck it. I was doing anything else today.
Okay, alright. So make another stealth check for following him down the tunnels.
Yay!
Oh, okay.
Nice.
Alright, he does not spot you. And he will just go walking down. Quick question. Did
Yes.
you, like, take a feat or something to give Senshin dark vision? Does he have that, or does he need a torch to
Yes,
see stuff?
He has dark vision.
All right.
You get gone.
Oh, yeah, duh, of course.
Doesn't that have a,
It's a really useful ability.
doesn't that have a limit on it?
It does, but only in combat. I have 3. Basically, have it on, but I have to turn it
You're
off and on.
now.
Basically, it has
You
limits
cut
on
out
it.
for the entire time you were
Oh, it
explaining
does?
Mugagon.
Fantastic. Well, basically, it's the limit is only existent in combat because there's a lot of really good combat abilities and a lot of really
Really good utility.
utility outside of it. But most of it is, but it's all centered around a 30-foot sphere around me, and even then, it's basically it's like a minute on, off, minute back on. It's basically just concentration is the issue.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if anything
Well,
hits you, then it drops.
Yeah, well, it's kind of like that, except in combat where where he can focus all his energy into it, but that actually has a much more specific time frame and only charges of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like in way of thinking about it, it's like basically to use it, you don't blink. So that's why the max is like about a minute, because roughly the amount of time most people can last without having to blink. If they're trying not to blink.
So it's like Aizawa's eyes.
Yes, actually. It's like Aizawa's eyes, but Aizawa's
If Aizawa's eyes has Sharingan.
I mean, more like the Byakugan, actually.
Fair enough.
Yeah, true.
All right.
It doesn't really let you copy moves, it just lets you see things better.
Yeah. So anyway, you see him going down. The trail seems to lead in this general direction. So you'll see that it seems to turn to the left, which, if you were good at directions, you would notice that it seems to be going under the river. But even if you aren't, the roof of the place does appear to be a little bit moist.
Moist.
Just because there's some drips from, like, the water up top.
Yep.
And the Duragar will continue going along and just muttering to himself, and he'll just be going, good deal. That's a good deal. Damn, guy has no idea how much he's getting fleeced. I can't wait.
I just love it. He's mumbling that, and just like in the anime shop behind him, it would just like swing out to it, and you just see Senshi sort of like boxes following you. It's like, oh, that guy has no idea about his. Guy has no idea about the world around him. Just
Well, he doesn't have any reason to suspect that someone would randomly follow him into the Cobalt tunnels. They're the Cobalt
Yes.
tunnels.
More than that, he probably has no reason to suspect that person could stay out of his eye line.
Yeah. Especially since he probably figures that a human, yeah, right, as if they're gonna follow a Duragar into a dark space where the human can't see, but the Duragar can see perfectly. Like, what person without dark vision would think that was a good idea? No one. He
Yeah,
just
this is
doesn't
just like,
factor
oh.
in the fact that humans can learn dark vision.
He just doesn't factor in the fact that it's a cheating existence.
Yes. So, yeah. So, and he'll just go, just gotta wait for those guys to get through the forest, and then the deal will be done, and we can finally get out of here. Damn, this city gives me the creeps.
Essentially just smirking under his, essentially just smirking because of the whole, when the guys in the forest remembers the forest, like, or possibly for him 15 minutes.
Okay. So yeah, the guy will keep going until he ends up running into two other guys who appear to have been rather spooked, and they'll just go, boss, you're back. Hey. What's happening? We ran into one of the guys from Anston. Oh. Oh, no. What are they doing here? Dunno. I guess it's for something else, since they didn't try and kill us. The big guy just was talking about how he was looking for some runes or whatever. He just asked for directions to the Nine Hells, so I just told him how to get to the Nine Hells, and then he left us alone. Really didn't want to fight him. My brother was on the instant crew, and, he's still got some terrible injuries. Wouldn't like to be with those guys. Yeah, just Senshin in the background.
It's in the background, just like, okay, so David met them. Interesting. I'm gonna have to tell him to kick their asses next time, or I'll kick his.
Yeah, there was also a kid with him. The kid didn't seem to be much of a threat. Although I think his master, he was the target, right? And then the second guy, Grunt 2, will just go, nah, he wasn't the target. We were going there to screw up the village. That was just a cover, you Nimrod. What? I swear, no one from HQ ever tells you anything, do they?
I just love it. Sitting on the box like, God, this is amazing. I can write a novel of these idiots.
No, that was just a cover-up. We were trying to cover up our dealings with the masters. Plus, also, there were some pretty good bounties that we could have gotten from all the slaves, but no. Those guys, those little adventurers had to fuck it all up. Oh well. We've got other sources. Plus, we did manage to get those hostages. Just wait until they realize. Anyway, we should probably get back to the proper underground. At least until the guys from the forest show up. They're late, though. Oh well, whatever. We'll finalize the deal tomorrow. Let's get going back home. Yeah, I could use a beer. And then they just start walking off in the opposite direction.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep following them until I get, like, basically aware of where their endpoint is, and then I'm getting the fuck out of there.
Okay, alright.
I'm impulsive, but not stupid.
Okay, so you will see that they will press a point in the tunnels, and it looks like it opens a secret passageway leading down. It looks to be just around here. So they will press a button on the wall, or press a stone in, go down, and then it'll close up behind them. It looks like that's how they get to the underground.
Okay. Well,
And
I'm not.
As you continue forward, you will run into the back of Taishiro and David. Do you wish to attempt to sneak up on them or just say hi?
I will stealthily say hi. Rather, I'm gonna try and stealthily say hi to Taishiro.
Okay, Taishiro, roll a perception check to see if you could tell that Senshin was there.
Okie dokie.
Otherwise, you will be surprised. Alright.
Let me check. What's my
Alright,
perception?
Senshin, roll stealth.
Okay, rolling my stealth.
Perception.
Yeah, Senshin wins. You do not spot him and are rather startled by Senshin appearing behind you.
Ah! Senshin, don't do that!
Don't do what?
You scared me.
No.
Oh, so
Right.
you're here, boss.
We just left hell, okay, with Lil Jumpy.
You know, we're whatever. Look, okay. First off, David, do you know? So you know those people you ran into?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you remember where you last saw them?
Oh, yeah, yeah. They're from the Amster
which
place,
people?
weren't they?
Yes, from our home village, one that got burnt to the ground by them.
Oh, yes.
And
Yeah,
he tried to kill us like a month ago.
yeah, I do. We can solve our problem right now.
Not right now. We need the full group for this. So I was doing those dumbasses. First off, by the way, they're clearly working with. Wait, am I just gonna? So basically, that tell him stuff, and then I'm just gonna be like, okay, so here's all the information I got from him. Here's the contract. Here's a secret way into his house.
Yeah, just, hey, I found out all of this stuff because these idiots were speaking in common for some fucking reason.
These idiots are speaking common, and also I'm really good at spying.
Yeah.
Anyway,
So
so,
well
um,
done,
um,
Senshin the Super Sleuth. So what we've learned here is that without realizing that their job was to sleuth, Senshin ended up taking the job of sleuthing to the next fucking level. Just wait until he tells Kana. She's gonna be damn impressed. Like, I didn't even tell you that was your job, and you already did it. Damn.
He did that while he was bored.
He
was,
did
like,
that
bored.
basically while he was sitting down for a drink break up through the middle of his training.
Yeah, he was having a drink. Like, is it like, oh, that was a good training session. Saw something happen, watched it, went over, told them to go fuck themselves, followed them back, figured out, like, Lucas thing, made conclusions, and because of that, Senshin now knows probably the most of anyone here of the party.
Windlace? Did you say
Yeah,
the Windlace
Windlace.
family?
Yeah, the Windlace. So what it appears is that the Duragar are working with the Windlace family to bring in slaves, mostly gnolls from what it looks like from the people who came in through the Red Forests. More than that, they mentioned specifically about how their attack on your old master was actually a cover for them to wreck the village. They also mentioned they've got hostages, and they're likely down there with them in the undergrounds.
Maybe we shouldn't be telling the police just yet.
Oh, I was going to tell the police. I was actually going to get Raish and see if Kana was going to come along and then go down there, wreck their shit, and get back the people who I can only assume are my own family.
Kana is
we
the
can't.
police, bear in mind.
Fuck.
Kana is the police!
I mean,
Oh,
maybe
reliable.
Kana-
Wait, there's actually an option!
Huh?
The dudes, the guys in the Red Forest thing. They seem to hate them. If we can get them on our side, we have a fucking army. Plus, fuck these guys.
Senshin, no, don't. We shouldn't be fighting the Windlace family.
Oh, I wasn't fighting the Windlass. I was going to beat up the Duragar.
That's still going to pose some pretty big problems.
Oh, did you tell?
Just make sure that you leave the Windlass alone, okay?
I'm not touching them unless look, I'm not going to touch them directly. I'd rather screw over their business ambitions.
Not a good
In all
idea.
fairness, Taishiro, they are, well,
Slavers,
slavers.
the lowest of
Yeah.
the low.
I know that, but there's something else happening here that I don't think any of you understand.
Probably
Yeah.
not, but right
Yeah,
now I'm
probably.
focused on the stuff I do. So which reminds me,
Let's just say if you attack these Duergar, it might just make things worse for the slaves.
not if we kill all of them.
What about all the slaves that they've already sold?
Well, I'm
They're all
what,
going to be
what would that change?
well. If one of the slaves' masters hears that the slaves have been attacked and outed to the world, they're not going to be happy with the slaves.
How is that the slaves' fault?
Do you think
How
they
does-
care?
I mean, it's not that I don't think Tasha, it's not that I think they care. It's that's a hell of a leap of logic to make. Like, oh, the slavers were attacked, then that must mean my slave directly somehow. Like that doesn't make sense.
Revenant, his leaps of logic.
Revenant does not count, God. Revenant does not count, God. Does not count. His leaps of logic unfathomably vast and beats my own leaps of actual physical ability. And I can jump pretty far. I can jump up a mountain.
Look, just please, before we try and do anything, I'm meeting up with someone at the Windlace family.
Oh yeah.
Windlace
I was gonna
Estates
grab Reich.
tonight.
I need to go grab Reich anyway to have translate a copy. Just pulls out the piece of paper that one of them was making about the slave thing.
Does Taishiro understand Undercommon?
Let me actually look. What I think he only knows common and null.
Okay,
Oh,
in
that's
that
fine.
case, it will be a bunch of illegible stuff in Undercommon with the letters number 30 in there.
So only a minute. I was going since we're actually gonna translate this.
You can
I was gonna grab her and have her translate it.
We can go try and hire the people within the Red Forest, but
I was
let's
gonna
not do
hire- I was
anything.
gonna mess with the hell.
Let's not attack anyone. At least until I'm able to meet up
Fine,
with
you
my
can go
people.
ahead and do that. I need to go and if you want to do that, I can go and meet them Red Forest lads at the same time as you're doing that. I need to go grab Raishin anyway.
Oh, certainly makes it simple. Guess the last thing I need to do is go to heaven.
Just-
What?
David, no, your story's not done yet.
Alright.
Okay,
Hey, David,
Tash,
do you want to
uh,
stick with Taishiro do you want to stick with Taishiro?
I can do that. In fact, maybe the skies would be safer.
Yes. What you should do is just Cabot, you deal with Taishiro's thing just for a little while, because I'm sure you can go to heaven in a little bit.
Yeah, like, I'm not actually dying, boss. I'm not going on
I figured
vacation.
as much.
Is Kana nearby?
Kana
No,
is
Raven
currently
asked.
with Raijin. They are in the Noble
Okay.
District, and I'm going to be swapping over to them as soon as you guys finish planning what you're going to
Yeah.
be doing.
Okay, because I just
So,
thought of a
I'm-
funny. I
yeah.
just thought of a funny joke that would only work if Kana was
Yeah.
there.
She's
Okay,
not
so,
there.
Yeah, fair enough. It's like, yeah.
She
So,
is not, in
I'm gonna-
fact,
look,
in the Cobalt Tunnels.
Yeah, so look, I'm gonna go grab Raijin and tell her I've got something very important and very secret that we have to do, and then you guys go and wait on the other. And while that happens, I'm gonna bust into that. I'm gonna go to that red forest and basically talk to the ferret. I think is what they called him. Yeah, that's my plan.
We heard
Alright.
we heard something about a ferret.
Yeah, I saw him bust out a bunch of slaves. It was awesome.
I didn't even see. I didn't even think ferrets existed on this island.
I wouldn't though. Ferrets exist everywhere. They're like rats, if rats were cute and intelligent.
Are there rats on this island?
I mean, there's one crawling right by your leg right now.
Oh. Oh.
Either way, yeah. I'm off to go grab
The rat
Raijin,
will start trying to climb up David.
So you guys have fun. Bye.
And
just gonna-
Senshin will presumably go back to where he was before and will start going towards the Red Forest.
Yeah, he's gonna grab Raijin first, so he
Okay,
can get the.
well, in that
transaction.
case, he's going back to where he was before, going here, and then going to the Red Forest.
Yeah. Hey, I need to borrow. Grabs Raijin. Wait.
Yeah. All right. So back to Raijin and Kana. They have just finished the massive debriefing, and Kana is trying to find the nearest place that serves coffee that is powerful enough to awaken the dead. So that's what they're doing. So where are Raijin and Kana
think I
planning on going?
I think I stole some like cold spoon. That'll
Trust
make it
me,
to Deb, right?
Kana's coffee is stronger.
Oh, man.
Fair enough. Okay, so it's just
Kana literally takes.
Kana's
Kana
the one
literally takes regular coffee and puts raw coffee beans in it.
yeah. Okay, so I'm following Kana, so it's up to Kana to decide. I'm not the one in charge of that.
Oh, right. Where's the nearest necromancer's cafe?
What? What?
You will notice that there's a couple at the edge of the Noble District, but most of the higher but those are just regular cafes, not necromancers cafes. The necromancers cafe chain is more around here-ish, in the
I'm glad
roughly
that
in the
you
center of the market stalls. It's a nice little hole-in-the-wall place, which just serves you insanely strong coffee, and it does it quite quick too. And it's very
I'm glad
quiet. It's nice.
I'm glad that you understood what I was getting at there.
Yeah,
Just-
their
what?
slogan is literally "Coffee strong enough to wake the dead."
I mean, yeah, that's pretty much all you need to know about them. They're strong enough to
Well-
wake the dead. They're strong enough to keep me awake sometimes.
So in other words, Kana requires
man.
more coffee to wake her up than a dead person does.
Wonderful. Okay, then shouldn't we get that quickly?
That's where I'm going. So Raijin,
Mm-hmm.
since they're in the city of trade anyway, what's something that you've been wanting to own for a while?
Nothing really. I am a household. It's not like I'm exactly struggling for money or what I want.
Sometimes certain materials are really difficult to obtain, even with money. I mean, hell, that's part of the whole reason my family is as noble as it is.
I don't have
Raijin,
that
you would
issue.
be aware that Kana's family trades some rare holy metals that are basically impossible to get anywhere on the surface. They always keep it a trade secret where they get it from, but it's typically used to make holy blades or shields or just talismans that are effective against the undead.
Mhm.
They normally sell a
I-
lot to the Jigoku Umarai family for radiant blades to be made.
I don't. Yeah, I really don't have that issue. My family's rather influential, as weird as that is.
Well, your family's not here. What's the? Your family's not here. Do you buy stuff with your own money ever?
Yeah, sometimes. It's nothing really relevant, though.
Come on, we're in the city of trade. We might as well do something with it. Look over here. This should be. Oh wait, no, that's the Golden Dildo store.
Yes! And you will see that there is apparently a turtle person manning it, and he'll just look over at you and say, "Wanna buy my dildos?
No, thanks.
Golden and
creepy turtle man.
lifelike."
No, thanks, creepy turtle man. I'm sure she's gonna get plenty. I'm sure she gets plenty of dick as it is.
I'm sure she does as well.
So what
It's
happened
whether
is
a man
Ryoko
wants
just
some as well, and he'll just wink over.
Ry-
Or
Ryoko just
her
puts a hand-
woman.
Yeah, Ryzen just puts her hands up to Carter's face and shoots the Draco Blast.
It will hit him, just guaranteed, and he'll go,
Oh, not the dude. No, not the dude. I said Carter.
"Okay, fair enough." I would have thought the guy was being creepier than Kana, but alright. Roll to hit Kana.
Said she gets, yeah, she gets plenty of dick as it is like a excuse me line. So
Alright.
does 23 hit you, Kana?
Yes, unless I take the dodge reaction.
You are allowed to take the dodge reaction if you want.
I will because I don't want to take any damage.
Okay.
Yeah, this would. Fuck
You managed
up,
to
so.
dodge.
Whoa! Hey, easy there, easy there. I was just talking about Senshin.
The second blast starts powering up.
Roll with advantage.
Yes.
Oh.
Okay, you've just gone blind with embarrassment, I guess.
Yep.
Okay, calm down. We'll
seems-
move to the next door.
I also teach martial arts if someone says creepy stuff like that, and he'll just have a look over at the two of you. This is just the thing that gives me the most money. Have a nice day.
Just like my golden.
Also-
He said, it's like, wow, you should be really creepy. You're not, and that's weird.
Also, I gotta ask. I don't think I've ever met a turtle person before.
They do exist in this world. They're children of Pinko.
Everyone's a child of Pinko.
Not
What are
everyone,
you,
just
exactly?
most people.
What's your
Just
race?
most people can trace their lineage back at least slightly.
Like, what's your race called?
Turtle folk?
Ah,
It's nothing particularly interesting. Just a
Can I
hybrid
please
race,
just get the-
children of Pinko.
Kana, can we please just get the coffee?
okay. Have a nice day.
You too. Enjoy.
Seriously, there's nothing that you want in this entire city.
I do not want to go shopping with you ever again.
Ah, come on. We've had fun both times.
One time I was roped into a bikini contest. The other time you said that in the middle of a square.
I said it to a dildo merchant. Alright, where's this neck? Where's this
You
neck
just
around
pass
coffee?
into an alley which is probably about 2 blocks away from where the dildo merchant is, and you will just spot that there will be a little hole-in-the-wall coffee place. It seems to be pretty quiet next to a lot of the other places. One of the guys will look over at you, look at Kana for a second, and go, "Ah, hey there, miss. I think I recognize you. You used to come here quite a lot, didn't you? Nice to see you
Yeah.
again. It's Kana, right?"
Absolutely. Thanks.
Nice. I
for
remember
keeping
back
it
in your
close.
early deployment, you used to come here all the time. It's good to see you're deployed back here.
I guess that means you guys are the ones to blame for my addiction right now, huh?
Guess so. But, hey, we're nothing if not enablers. Here, this first one's on the house. Double strength.
You've perfected the recipe.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, of course. Someone needs to keep the Virgil Up Brigade running. And even though we might not directly be saving the nation, we're certainly helping the people that do.
I'm into that, or whatever or
Eh,
whatever.
whatever. Will your friend there be having anything? I've got
I
slightly
think
less intense coffee as well.
I wouldn't mind just a.
just a what?
We also have pastries.
I'll take one of those too.
Alright, sweet.
Wait.
Don't worry, we serve regular coffee as well as the stuff that's strong enough to wake the dead. It's just that, well, the super strong coffee sells particularly well among brigade members. Not that we've had that many around the place. Here is your regular strength coffee and a pastry. Hope you enjoy it.
Thank you.
Not a problem. And yeah, he will just start preparing a bunch more coffee. It doesn't look like there's any customers, but any other customers. It's pretty clear that he just recognizes Kana and knows for a fact that she's going to be asking for a bit more.
So tell me something, Rajan.
Mm-hmm.
Your family's put me into, given me a mission to take care of you whilst you're here. But you seem to be competent and capable enough to handle yourself. At least if any like regular street thugs or anything were to come from you. What's the story there?
Surely you've heard of Tenno Yaban, right?
Have I?
Yes, he is well known as the terrorist who. Let me just get the map up. The Syrian wasteland was destroyed by Ajra back in the day, and
Yep.
that is why the mountains grew from one of his strikes. This entire left-hand side area of it was basically made into a crater by Ajra. Egros was what happened when Tenno went on a rampage. It's said that in the city where he first struck, there was only bones and clothes remaining. It was the capital city of Egros, and by the looks of it, every other place in there was destroyed in the same way. What's more, it looks like he has a clan that works underneath him.
Is he like a demon or a elf or is nothing known?
They don't recognize his face, they just recognize his name. And
Okay.
so, as for the species, well, they haven't seen him, so how could they tell? So,
Tenno, the demon guy that
he was active
destroyed
about
him?
10 years ago and hasn't done anything all that much since then, at least not in the public eye or anything as big as Egros. But by the sounds of the briefing earlier, he started to become active again.
The guy that's just become active after destroying Egros 10 years ago. Practically more of a force of nature than an actual person, from what I've heard. What about him?
It wasn't that long ago at this point. What was it? 14 years ago, I'd say at this. My family and his were allied.
14 years.
Back when I was
Before the-
03.
That's before Egros got destroyed. So what happened there? If that's the right place to ask.
I was far too young to know, and it's like, but it seems like something happens a little bit after I was born, or maybe it was a little before. After that, the relationships began to sour, and towards the end of it, they ended up getting a war, or at least planning for it. But Tenno caught wind of it and attacked first. Him and his best men attacked our home base, and well, there's very few of us left. We had to scatter. Tenno himself, I saw him. A hulking beast, man. Very with 4 arms,
It's like Asura.
almost exactly like him. But unlike Ashura, who sheer power, I still think I could grab a man and drain him of life instantly.
So a magic user, as opposed to Ashura's brute force. Is this a... The gods themselves were the ones that fought Ashura back. What happened to prevent Tenno all this time?
No one's sure. Maybe the gods that want to interfere, or maybe they're afraid of it. After all, the battle against Ashura is infamous for its sheer brutality alone.
The entire western... Wait. Yes, western half of the Syrian wasteland is proof enough of that. Also, is the
And the-
Syrian... Sorry, I'll ask that later.
Yep. But the thing is, we have no we've had a couple of years of places where members of the clan have been hiding or even working in, suddenly getting attacked and them fighting them as little more than bone. So Tenno seems to hold a vendetta against the family.
And now that he's active again, they think that you might be the next target. Is that right?
That's likely what they're fearing. But since I'm probably quite low on the priority, they've noted something bizarre of that he never killed the children.
How old are you?
17.
Something tells me he doesn't work. Tells me he doesn't work by the 18 legal limit of child.
Well, when I say the children, it's those that were not old enough to have directly participated. I can't speak for his motives, but whatever it is, it seems something personal, not genocidal.
He seems to have a... Well, from what I've heard, he's probably the most dangerous terrorist out there. At least in terms of just sheer damage that's been caused by him.
I don't think there's a single criminal in all than he is.
I'm personally
What's
worried
that
about
creaking
Ryan,
noise?
Me again, sorry. I feel there's my charge which I like to fiddle with.
Okay, it's coming over a fair bit.
I know. I'll try not to. I'm sorry.
Okay. Keep going.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm worried about what Ryan might end up doing, but in terms of what's already been done, there's no competition. Unless you include Ashura. Maybe like one or two really, really obscure people from all around.
Tenno, yeah,
So
that's what it is, really.
why would Tenno have... What could I roll could I roll to see if I knew anything from Tenno from before Ergos's destruction?
Yeah, you can roll for it.
What role would that be?
History. Not high enough.
Oh, Jesus.
Let me just check.
Yeah, check proficiency, actually.
It's well over 20, so...
History. Okay, so yeah.
Oh, fair enough.
If it was insight, I would have won.
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't have
No,
won, but I'd
you
be able
don't
to
know.
find
He wasn't well known to the world, especially not the area of the Vegrian Kingdom, especially not to the area of the Alliance. He wasn't known at all, pretty much, until he did that. And then his name was everywhere. But no, you didn't hear more of him. Maybe if you were, like, native to Egros, you might have had a lower DC, but yeah, no, it wouldn't have been heard this far up.
Fair enough. Well, listen. Whatever happens, I'll do the best of my ability to keep you safe. But in terms of, but I have to say, I'm getting a lot of high-ranking missions these days. just because I managed to temporarily subdue Ashura doesn't mean I have the ability to take down a fucking. Well,
He wasn't subdued.
I said
Senshin's
temporarily.
body, in the end, Senshin was fighting against him that time too. Eventually, Ashura ran out of energy and switched out.
Yes. Well, it seems that at least Ashura has recognized my capabilities, even if no one else does. But in terms of trying to fight and defeat an actual land carver, someone who changes the geography of a location, I can't guarantee I can't guarantee your protection. That's all I'm saying. I can only guarantee the best of my ability.
I'm not scared of that.
What are you afraid of?
That's not really important right now.
I guess not. Anyway, drink up. Your coffee's gonna get cold.
Oh, right, yeah. Just stop drinking.
It is actually a normal strength, and you do enjoy it. It is a pretty good coffee as far as coffees go. Kana ends up chugging probably about 3 more, and she ends up getting a triple strength, quadruple strength, etc. And she ends up looking a little bit
Ultimate
almost
strength.
energetic for a couple of minutes.
There's a few like this triple strength just at the bottom. It just says ultra strength.
Yeah, she ends up having one of those and almost looks energetic. Almost. Alright, and as you finish your coffees, you will notice Taishiro and David will end up appearing next to you guys.
Guys,
Oh,
what the
hello.
hell?
And
Why are you
Senshin
guys?
will end up walking in a couple of minutes later, after wandering around the entire Noble District and the castle and not finding Raijin.
Why are you guys at the Necromancer's Cafe?
I need to borrow Raishi for something.
Just a bunch of translations.
Okay,
Uh,
you two love to have fun, I guess.
Just pulls out the piece of paper and slaps it on the table.
Okay,
Can you translate?
alright.
Where'd you get that?
Oh, I just copied it. I just copied it off of a suspected, slave runner. No biggie.
Down in hell.
That reminds me. Wait, you've actually like figured out a slave trade?
Well, okay, so Senshin will basically just explain what happened. So climbing to the top of the cliff, the people playing from Ryan, basically everything up until that point, with excluding big bits of it that he doesn't want Kana to know specifically.
That being the ferrets, I'm assuming?
Oh, he's through the ferrets. He said that he basically just said that it looked like wild animals free the slaves. And just not elaborating in the slightest. And then yada yada. Then what it is, and then so that's what I found.
That does sound pretty serious.
But
I mean,
Senshin is just absentmindedly
Starting to what?
Pretty well known that.
Senshin just started eating Raijin's uneaten pastry.
Real quick.
The guy will look over, notice that Senshin is eating Raijin's pastry, and just quickly sneak another pastry over there.
Would Kana know anything about the songbirds?
Kana would not, no.
Okay.
Yeah,
Because
and
all she's aware of is
yeah.
the couple of terrorist incidents at the dock, but she hasn't ever been told specifically about the songbirds because the brigade doesn't know about the songbirds.
Yeah, and Senshin wasn't specific about important bits of it. So specifically, his plan to go and beat up the Duragar specifically.
Yeah.
I could tell they work with Duragar, the same pricks that burned down my hometown.
I'm impressed you were able to figure all of this out in such short notice. I mean,
I had nothing better to do.
I mean, the slave problem's been well known among nobility for a while, but
Kana, you will note that slavery is not specifically illegal here. Provided, of course, the slaves are non-sentient. So basically, they end up doing it under a specific loophole, which is typically that they are selling beasts of burden. Because it is
Yes.
legal to sell animals, it isn't legal to sell sentient beings. So they
I think
always
it's
go under the assumption that, oh yeah, these people aren't sentient, we're just selling beasts of burden, which is completely legal. So
guess
strictly
most of
speaking,
them
what they're
were-
doing isn't illegal.
Let me guess, most of them were gnolls, minor
Yep.
demons, other
I didn't see any of them, but I mostly saw gnolls.
or imps.
They were all nulls.
All gnolls.
Yeah. So, Raji, what's the
Gnolls aren't
translation
typically
say?
Alright,
gnolls aren't typically sentient beings, so they can't really be slaves. They're more beasts of burden than anything else.
He just pointed,
That's not-
just point straight at Taishiro.
Obviously, he's a bit of an exception.
Not
Do you know
true.
why you're? Do you even know why you're sentient? No. But I know that a lot of I know that a lot of us become sentient over time. It's been happening more and more recently, from what I remember.
hey kid, are you okay? You look like you're about to cry.
It's fine. Just leave me alone.
You want a pastry? So she'll just actually just hand him the
Tasha
pastry he was eating.
I'm just
Tasha would just grab it and just start nibbling.
I can't say I can do much to help, but here, hot chocolate.
Mm.
Sorry, I
And
can't do much
he's gonna
more.
start-
I am just a
he's just gonna
simple
start-
alchemist after all. And he'll give you a little wink and then get back to making coffee.
Yeah, don't worry about it. So, Raji, what's the
Yes, yep.
no? Pretty sure it's a contract for the content.
Basically, it will say, tomorrow we will bring 30 nulls to this location, and the location will be pretty much there. So
Mm-hmm.
pretty much what it says is that they'd be meeting there, they'd be taking the nulls, and they'd be taking them in as prisoners to the Windlace house, and then they would be planning to sell them off to various people, either in the city center or taking them out via ship to other places. Basically, in short, I pay you this amount of gold for... yes, Eli. In the private message. So yeah, basically just saying that you pay us this much for this quantity of nulls. Signed by both of them. It is quite a few platinum pieces. It is definitely a lot of money.
Yeah, so I would really like to screw these people over.
Which people
Probably as hard as I can. The slavers, obviously.
Well, I'd love to just as much as you. Unfortunately, we've been given another mission, and it's one that might get in the way of this.
Okay. I'm going to do the thing that I think is right, though.
The situation in what's this city called specifically?
Orthrond.
Orthrond. Forthrond or Orthrond?
Type it in,
Orthrond.
please, Alex.
Okay.
Orthrond. Like, I think
Like
it's
with an O
Orthrond.
or with an F? Like Forthrond, as in
No
Orthrond.
F. No F.
Or. Okay, Orthrond, got it. The situation in Orthrond is becoming extremely tense on the political level. If the wrong moves are made or the wrong timing, it might devolve into all-out war. And if that happens, well, let's just say this is a very important city to the Empire and to the Alliance.
Right. Yeah.
It's our mission that we've been given is to look into the political turmoil and try to cease it and try to dispel it as much as possible. We're a peacekeeping organization first and foremost. And while I hate to say it, a noble or royal family being cheated out of being cheated out of a legally signed contract, that could cause some serious issues.
Interesting. Well, that's not up for me to decide or care about. I have a meeting now. Hey, Raj, you want...
Wait.
What? When? Where? First, don't you have to go somewhere, Taishiro? Yeah, sweet. I'm gonna go check out the cool forest later, and she'll just sort of like pick up Raishin and just like toss her shoulder and just sort of run out and think it keeps and just start running.
Essentially, wait. David,
Yeah?
can you follow after Senshin and just let him know that there might be another option, a way we can keep the political state as it is, whilst also stopping this trade.
Senshin is twice the speed of David.
I'll certainly try, mate. Actually, I think I might have a way to catch him.
Actually, wait, no, you don't. No, you don't. I have cunning action. Sprint.
No, I meant like flying down from heaven.
Okay,
See, he's just
Kana,
sprinting
what was
top
the thing
fucking
that you wanted
speed.
to say is the other option?
I was just thinking, there's a bunch of different. Wakanda knows that there's a bunch of minor terrorist attacks happening right now. If they can track down who's causing those terrorist attacks, maybe they can convince them to stop the trade.
Well, I mean, Taishiro's meeting
The
friend
what?
of his.
Oh fuck! Is this one
The
me?
what?
I think it's me.
Huh?
Wait, hold on, what's happening?
What is it?
Oh, okay.
You having
Okay.
some internet issues, Liam?
I think I'm fine. I can hear you
We
guys.
can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, we can hear
I think-
you.
Well, I fixed it. I think.
Okay.
The
Well,
break is
The
over.
last thing we heard was you say something about the R word. Or the R1. Taishiro meeting up with the R1.
What? No, I think the thing I said was, "Is this my one?"
Oh, okay.
As in, is this a me issue?
Okay, never mind.
Mm.
Anyway, continue, David.
Yeah, Taishiro was meeting a friend of his, so I think we
Friend?
have a lead more or less. And don't worry,
Really?
I don't think I'll be able to catch Ascension, honestly.
Taishiro, I didn't think that you had any friends that you knew anyone outside of the Asawaki Islands. Well, he sort of came over to the bar at one point with his master. They tried to sell him to us. Oh, I see. So, when's this meeting happening? Later. And Tashiro's just gonna start awkwardly trying to escape.
Okay. What's Kana gonna do with Taishiro attempting to escape, and David presumably following Taishiro?
Yeah.
She's probably just gonna go. Well, I should probably go check on the idiots on the other set in the other half of the squad. So, whatever it is that you two are planning on doing, just remember to try and keep the peace first and foremost. I know that you guys hate slavery. I mean, who doesn't? But
A lot of the nobles
which
here.
would be- But which would be worse? A slave trade happening for a little longer, or an entire city being a war front?
Don't worry, we won't be causing any issues. Unless the issues happen to run into us, then we cause issues.
Just be careful.
Well,
Alright.
do you mean Senshin and Raijin, or
Just everyone that's still there. Oh no, sorry. The other
Senshin and
half of the
Raijin
crew,
are already gone, and Taishiro and David are now leaving.
In terms of the other half of the crew, she's talking about.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
Squad 48.
She's just talking about her peeps.
yeah, that's what I was supposed to say. Meaning, like, do you mean the other half of this squad,
Her
Yeah,
squad.
like
Group of idiots.
you guys are like we're all technically like squad 48.5 or something, I think.
We're squad sentient. Let's be real.
Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, Kana goes back to the castle grounds. Everything is fine with the king, and Rico has been holding down the fort. Nothing's really happened. They're just kind of existing there and keeping a lookout. Nothing went wrong with them because
Actually-
Rico has a stick up her butt
Actually-
and is very sure of herself and her job.
Kana's actually no. Kana's not gonna actually go there. She's gonna try and tail Taishiro and David secretly.
Okay, Kana, stealth check. Taishiro and David, are you looking out for where Kana is or not?
Maybe it's also phrased, you check if you're being followed or not.
I'd say no. David's just watching off, following the
I mean,
glowing circles.
Taishiro probably would be, but he's also very inexperienced with a lot of this. So
Alright, make a perception check, Taishiro.
Just roll twice, Eli.
Holy
shit.
cow!
Oh, I guess
You
just-
spot
oh,
Kana behind you.
Wait, Kana should. Wait, did you already roll stuff for Kana?
Yes, that was the
Uh,
14.
No, the 14. No,
No,
wasn't.
I
14
have-
was the history. Because if,
Yeah,
if,
14
if
was the
Kana
history.
also gets
Alright,
a
so-
20 in stealth, then Kana's stealth would probably win out against Tashiro's perception.
Alright, roll for Taishiro then.
Holy cow!
Oh my god!
Okay,
Oh my god!
re-roll both.
okay.
Oh,
Wait, which one was the first one?
I think the first one was
Kana.
Because
Right?
You said Tashiro, you said
I would
Tashiro
assume
rolled
that the first
perception.
Alright,
Well, it's
you managed
contested by
to
Kana's-
spot Kana for a second, and so you look behind you, but you can't quite see her. So then you continue forward, and when you look back, it looks like she's gone. So maybe she was only following you for a bit? You can't tell if she's still following you or not.
I mean, we are kind of walking in the same sort of direction. She said she was going to the castle grounds, and
Yeah,
Yeah.
so you
Okay.
spotted her as you were
So that
heading,
was
you
it.
know, towards the castle grounds. But as you guys turned left, you couldn't tell whether she continued following you or headed that way towards the castle grounds.
okay, so Kana can assume that she's hidden.
Yes.
Sweet. Can't believe I rolled 2 nat 20s in a row and then
Yeah, I
followed
know,
up with
right?
that one.
Okay. So after asking a couple of questions for where the Windlace house is, you managed to find the house with the dragonfly with the sapphire eyes, and you will see Rakifu, who is currently standing in the alleyway next to it, and he'll look over at Taishiro and say in Null, "Who's this you've got with you? Is he safe?"
Taishiro will repeat back in Null. Yes, he is. He's one of the people that. He's one of the people that rescued me.
Okay. And
I owe him my life.
all right, and Rakifu will look over at David, nod, and go, "Hello, my name is Rakifu. I'm told that you saved young Taishiro's life here."
yeah, that I did with the help of Ascension.
Cool. What's your name?
I'm David, or David Davidson.
All right. You're not a cop, right?
Nope.
Good.
They wouldn't want me on cop duty, believe me.
Good. All right. Come down here. There's a little meeting room that we've got set up. And Rakifu will press against a brick, which will open up a wine cellar, which the two of you will walk into. And I've actually got a map for this one, I think.
Ooh,
Where'd
cool.
my map go? Just give me a
Khan
sec.
will try and follow stealthily.
Okay. They will close the wine cellar immediately behind them. Actually, how close does she get? Because if she's like a street away where she can see them, then
They're in like an alleyway, right?
yeah, which means
She'd
that
probably be on the edge of the alleyway, or on the end of the alleyway.
okay. I'm guessing that she can probably see well enough to see that their figures are there and hear them talking, but probably isn't quite close enough to be able to see exactly how they opened it.
Okay.
I'm just gonna find my map. Where the hell did that other map go? Did I not download it? Excuse me a second. I thought I already had this on the campaign thing, but apparently not. Oh yeah,
Uh,
download image.
that is how it do be.
All right, save image as Winlay's basement. And unlike the other basement, it isn't actually a bad, evil, dodgy basement. It's just a basement.
It's always fun when the basements aren't.
Have we? I think this is the first like decent basement that we've had in the entire campaign.
Yeah, because
in
you
the
had the
entirety of any
slave
of our
basement
campaigns.
and then the murder basement, and now you just have the basement, which is just a wine
Well,
cellar.
more than that, in any other campaign, we had the homunculus basement in my one. We've had the underground lair in Liam's one.
Wait, what underground lair?
Of
Oh,
where we
yeah, that
fought
one.
the
Yeah,
first
that basement.
Minotaur.
Yeah, I remember that.
where we fought the first
Yeah, to
Minotaur.
think that I'm a DM.
Man, basements are just not popular among us typically, eh?
All
I
right,
mean, I basically live in a ground floor basement. I love them.
Oh, they're great.
all
They're
right.
great, but
Has
they
the
always turn out
basement
to be
loaded in?
somehow
Okay.
evil. Yes, it has. It looks good.
Oh wow, yeah.
Oh, neat. I can see it.
Yeah.
I mean, I technically already have seen it, actually.
When did you see it?
Hmm.
Oh wait, yeah, you did. This is the basement that you saw, by the way. So this section of it is separate, which has a secret trapdoor leading down to here. But there's a bunch of people sitting in the chairs just
You
chatting,
can-
all of which are gnolls.
Nice.
You can hide this stuff if you wanted to.
Since
No, I
I'm
don't
not-
want to hide it. You guys are going to be going there in a
Yeah.
minute. I'm just saying that
Also,
it's on a
technically, I
separate
already
floor.
know about it. I'll be going to the bathroom. I'll still be listening. So, but since my character's not here, I don't think I need to be.
No,
I'll be off.
you don't.
That's fair.
Okay. All right. So you will see that there is obviously everyone in here is a null. You can hear them all just swapping stories of various stuff. Some of them are pointing out a few points on maps of what looks like house diagrams. There's one who's standing off to the side, just staring off into space. One of them's sitting down and is taking notes of everything that's being said. A couple of them in the main chairs appear to be getting a little bit drunk and definitely enjoying themselves. They all stop talking once Rakifu comes back in, though, and they look up, and he will just go, "It's alright. This is young Taishiro. I met him on the Asawaki Isles. He's a good kid. This is a friend of his. He's someone we can trust." And they'll all nod and get back to it.
Hello, everyone. David.
Oh.
These are the songbirds. The songbirds of sorrow.
One of the drunk guys will go up to David and go, "Huh. So, were you taken as a slave as well, or just a friend of the young kids here?"
Oh, I'm just a friend. I'm not a slave.
"Well, looks like you're doing some good work. It's not like there's many of us who are outside of slavery that really give a crap. It's rare to run into someone like that. It's nice. Most of the time, the only way we can get people to give a crap is if we blow something up, or drop a plate, or anything. In Rockyfur's case, sometimes it's only just talking."
Oh, I can certainly get very adventurous. They will take out the ancient beer rune.
"Oh, nice. You brought your own booze." "We normally just steal Rockyfur's masters. He always gets pissed, but he never knows where it goes, so this should be nice."
Are you sure that that's safe, Rakifu?
Yeah, why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't it be safe? I just replace it with tea. It's not like he grabs this stuff out except for special occasions. And, well, by the time it's special occasions, I am usually doing something else. Plus, he doesn't think I have access to this place. Thinks I'm too stupid to know how to get in here. Or out of magistrates. And he'll just gesture to his hands, which appear to have been rubbed raw from some shackles that he was clearly wearing. Damn idiot.
I'm glad to see you're doing well.
Yeah, it's about as normal. But listen, we've been having some major, major luck recently. We managed to find someone that we're making deals with, selling information to. We managed to be constantly getting information, especially from this household, on various trade deals that are happening. We've been screwing them up for ages. And there's a bandit in the woods that's been helping us do it. He does it so that he can get famous. Not sure he's managed it yet, but he certainly does a good enough job of it. He manages to bust a whole bunch of them out, and then they help us. And
What's
best
this
part
guy's
is,
name?
because they're not slaves, that means that, well, it isn't traced back to us. Not yet, anyway. His name's Andrew. Andrew the Ferret. He's the leader of the Red Forest Gang.
Hmm.
Good guy, that.
There's
Nice.
there's a trade that's going to be happening some point tomorrow.
Oh yeah, that trade.
Is he already?
Yeah, I think Andrew was planning on ambushing them today. He told us he was successful. So he's
Yeah,
just
but
got a bunch
apparently
of
that
gnolls in his forest recovering at the moment.
Where are the rest of the songbirds?
Hmm?
You said that this was a. You said that this was a really big organization that you had set up.
Yeah, it is, but that doesn't mean that everyone's always at every meeting. A lot of people couldn't take the night off tonight. Typically, what ends up happening when we can't all meet at the same time is they'll just end up sending notes over, or sending maps over. That's what the little document room down under the trapdoor is for. We keep a lot of the notes on a lot of the people who can't quite make it to the meetings. Some of them aren't really crafty enough to escape from their masters for the night. Either that or they lived too far away and couldn't get back in time. So they just managed to send notes our way. But don't get me wrong, we've got feelers all over the place.
So, what did you want to talk to us about?
I wanted to see how you're doing. See how you've managed to live now that you're a free man. And, well, I also wanted to see if you'd be interested in joining us. There aren't that many of us none of us in the Songbirds are free, but most of the people we work with aren't free either. The only free ones we have are the Ferret crew. I was wondering if you'd want to join as one of the very few free members of the Songbirds. Screw stuff up, try and free people, all of that. Your guy gets it. He's already off in the corner drunk. And he'll just gesture to David, who's been sharing his ancient beer rather liberally with a couple of the gnolls from the dock.
Yep.
Rakifu, I don't know. It's a.
What do you mean? You've seen what freedom's like. You understand how great it is. Wouldn't you want that for everyone else who's been in your position? After all, you've clearly earned it. You've become strong enough to deserve it.
I was freed. I didn't break out myself.
Either way, you've got it. Don't you want to use it for something worthwhile?
Do you remember when we first met?
Yeah. I offered for you to join the Songbirds. My master was trying to sell me to your master because he found me too annoying. Your master said no, and I said that if you managed to make your way here, then I would let you join the Songbirds. So you're here now. I'm assuming that means you want to go ahead. Or has something changed?
Listen, I'm really sorry about this, Akifu, but I can't. There's so many things you don't fully know. It's been a it's been a tough few months recently. After I managed to get free, and
So you're
I don't.
saying you're not gonna help.
No. I want to help. I want to help, but there's
But
just stuff inside this. There's stuff happening in the city that, well, if the city were to, do you know that the there's a bunch of politics and stuff happening
I live in a
right now?
noble household. Of course I know about the politics. I hear them talking about it every bloody day. And then what ends up happening is I find out about it, I write down notes about it, and I sell the information on the black market so that I can buy the freedom of a bunch of the people that live on the dock. So that I can help this one over here with magic lessons. And he'll gesture over to the Null in the corner who's staring into space. So that I can get us food and blankets so that we all survive. Because that's
Listen,
what it takes to get freedom. It takes dedication, and more importantly, it takes screwing over the people that put us in this position.
listen, Nakifu. I know people that can help us, but I don't know if they'd help us in the way that you want.
The way that I want is to improve our quality of life and to set us free. If they aren't going to help us in that way, then they're not helping us at all. They're just going to be a problem.
What I mean is, I don't. Look, I've changed a little since back then. I've realized that there's a lot more. That once you break out and once you become free, there's a lot more. There's a lot more good in the world, and I don't want that. I don't want that good to be gone.
We wouldn't be getting
They
rid
can
of the
help.
good, we'd be freeing people who are being oppressed. Some of these people are too weak to handle it. And I don't want them to die like dogs. Because these people, to those people out there, that's all we are. Dogs that'll die in a gutter if we don't do enough. Are you seriously suggesting that I let that happen? Because what? The the police might help us? The police haven't done shit for us.
What are you planning?
Simple. Earn a bunch of money, and then, with that money, we're gonna end up spending it to make a really big display of magic. Something they can't ignore. Something that shows off all the crimes that our masters have committed, and makes it so that it's undeniable that there are slaves being kept here. Rick over here, and I'll gesture to the note taker, has been able to find out that, well, Mizet, the banker, the Queen Regent, she's against slavery. Which means if we can bring it to her attention that it's happening in her city, she'll put a stop to it.
And
But we need to prove it. Otherwise, she's not going to care.
then perhaps we can. Then perhaps I can help you. If all you're needing is to put on a display,
To
a
get her
showing of,
attention. To prove that this is happening.
then perhaps we then. I can't join you, okay? But I can definitely help.
How are you planning on helping? I need to know that. I need to determine whether it's actually going to be help or whether it's just going to be getting in the way.
There's a man, the other one who saved me, alongside David.
Mm-hmm.
His name is Senshin. He's a powerful warrior, and he's a powerful warrior and an even more powerful hero. He freed me, and he's currently working. To find Andrew's gang. He would help you in any way he would help you in any way he could, but there are certain things that he can't do on his own honor. So, if you're willing to work with a noble,
What kind of noble is he? Is he a slaver noble?
I don't think so. He's a part of the Jigoku no Umare family.
There's
Oh.
no no.
Jigoku Umare.
Umare.
Sorry, my bad. He's part of the Jigoku Umare family,
The warriors?
the mercenaries.
Yeah, they're a family of warriors that are, well, they're even mentioned around here. A lot of the nobles say that they'd pay a small fortune to have any of them protect them because of their, well, inability to die.
He's
Someone like
in
that
the
would be
city
able to
right
help a lot.
There's another person that there are other people that I could contact that could help, but I don't know how they would react to I don't know how they'd react to the Songbird's existence.
Probably best not to involve them then. After all, we're trying to stay under the radar, at least until we can manage to pull off our display. If people find out that we exist too early, well, a lot of these people are going to end up dead, and that's not a risk I can afford to take. Some of them might be weak, but they're still people I'm doing everything I can to protect.
Listen, Dakifu. And Taishiro is going to try and pull him aside a little bit, away from everyone else. I'm an adventurer now. I've joined up with the Bard College. I'm sorry that I didn't come straight here. But now
In
that
all
I
this
am,
time, you've just been learning to play ditties? When you could have been making a real difference in this world?
I've been trying, okay? The kingdom was infested with a plague, and I didn't have anywhere else to go. I'm sorry. I know what we promised, and I'm sorry for not
Right.
being able to. But listen, I can't just. I am an adventurer now, and furthermore, I've taken an oath.
Hmm?
I can't allow myself to get too caught up in underhanded tactics and foul play. What I
Kid,
need from
and
you.
he's going to have a look at you. Those principles are one day gonna get you seriously hurt.
That's Kana's stock. I'm looking for Taishiro's stock. Can you promise me something?
What is it?
Promise me that you're not going to going to make me or that you're not going to make me, David or Senshin, have to do anything that would hurt their legacy.
Hmm? I'm not able to make you guys do anything.
If we're going to work with you, Senshin's the kind of guy that would do anything in his power to help you.
I can't make you guys do anything.
Up to and including killing an entire family of nobles. Please don't ask him to do anything like that. Someday his legend's going to be told across the entire world, and
It's
I
his
can't
choice
have
what he chooses to do.
just.
Are you saying that he isn't a principled enough man to be able to say no?
He won't say no to. He won't say no to a request from someone worse off than him. He's a noble, but he's a proud one. All I'm asking is that you don't ask him to do anything that would hurt his legacy. Please?
The hell do you mean by hurting his legacy?
Like, major crimes.
Don't worry. I'm planning on exposing major crimes, more so than committing them. Unless you consider, of course, the, what, magic mouth spell or yelling stuff out loud to be a major crime, I think you're gonna be fine, kid.
Okay.
The plan is to put on a display, not hurt people. That would be too risky for some of these guys.
I
I've
hear
got
that
people
you're-
to protect.
I
They
hear
come
that you're
before
capable-
everything.
I hear you're capable of surviving a lot more punishment than most in terms of the slave trade.
Exactly. That's why I need to make sure that, well, the punishments that the rest of them come across aren't as bad as mine. I can survive it. They can't.
Okay. Then I'll work with you to the best of my ability.
Alright.
And Rakifu,
Yeah?
it might not be. I might have broken my promise, and it might not be from me. But I promise you you will be saved from this life.
Alright. Since you're here, you might want to meet some of the other people as well. There's a few of them that have some pretty interesting stories. He'll gesture towards the one who's taking notes. That over there's Rick. He's... well... he was bought by the Dubell household as a pet. He manages to observe a lot of the stuff that goes on in there. The one over there staring into the shadows and talking to them is Sandy. It's said that she had some kind of magical power that allows her to see souls or some such. Fortunately, the souls of ghosts look exactly the same as the souls of regular people. Apparently her masters are training her to be some kind of mage. She runs the portals.
Wait.
Apparently
she can
they
see
decided
ghosts?
to buy her as an apprentice rather than as a slave. Weirdly.
I imagine that was just a cover up, though.
As far as she says they're telling the truth. I don't believe it. But
Neither do
they
I.
are teaching her magic, so I don't know.
You said she could see souls?
Yeah. Doesn't see anyone as bodies, just sees people as mana and souls. Apparently that's how
Later.
she arrived here. That's how she was able to see the world.
I'll have to talk to her a bit later.
Yeah. And the guys over there that David's over there drinking with, well, they're a bunch of the dock workers. Takeda was certainly busy when he was selling them over to the docks.
Takeda.
Yeah, Takeda Windlace. The
He's a
young
part of
boy
this
of this
new-
household. The cruelest of the lot of them. Bastard.
Oh, I thought you were saying that one of their names was Takeda.
Nah. Takeda the slave trader was rather busy when he was selling all of these people to the docks. Nah,
That
they're nice.
is that the man that is that the man that was with you earlier?
Yeah, that was Takeda. He's a lot harsher with the punishments than most of them.
Hmm.
I can take it, though. I'm strong enough. Don't you worry about me.
Shouldn't have to. Okay. Well, listen, we as adventurers, we've been placed in a pretty precarious position. We have brigade members nearby us fairly frequently, so talking to us in the open will be somewhat difficult, okay?
Gotcha.
So,
In that case, maybe if we need to catch your attention, we'll say the word college, or music, or nah, just say song. If you see a null come up to one of you guys and say the word song, take that as a sign that we plan on meeting at some point in private.
is this the same meeting room as it always is, or does it change?
It's almost always this meeting room, and if it isn't, then there will be a note left here saying where the other meeting room is.
Okay.
So this is always a good base to start.
I can probably be. I'll be trying to enter the College of Legends here as well. Perhaps you can meet me there.
I can't, but Sandy over there is probably gonna have a chance at it. Her master works over there in one of the departments. Also, keep an eye out. The College of Legends has somewhat of a tendency to do experiments on the nulls they take. Not the sentient ones, allegedly, according to them, but, well, Sandy was the product of experiments pretty similar to the ones that some people in the college are attempting. Be careful there. Although it was a separate musical cult that did it to Sandy, there are people here trying the same experiments. Look after yourself.
I'll try.
Good. And
Well.
Sandy will come over and look you in the eyes, Taishiro, and just go, I can see your eyes are flitting off from side to side. You can see the souls too, can't you?
Yes. Yeah, I can, but not in regular people.
So you can see both bodies and souls, right?
Mm-hmm.
I can just see souls. So, I don't really know what you look like.
Well, I have, my fur's yellow. I have, little brown spots about here, and he's just gonna start going into detail.
Interesting. Yeah, your soul looks a little yellow as well, so I guess your appearance does manifest a bit in your soul's appearance. Interesting. Yeah, I'm Sandy, by the way. I'm an apprentice with the Vertel household. They said they were trying to do a good turn after they bought me because, well, apparently they're really short on apprentices and they wanted people to run portals. I've been learning a lot. They actually teach me at the college.
I guess I'll see you there then.
Yeah. Yeah, my master's actually a pretty good teacher. So I reckon you could probably learn a lot from him. And, well, can you always see the souls, or do you need to concentrate to do it? You can learn a lot from looking at someone's souls.
I've only had a very little bit of experience with it. It's only something that I managed to learn recently.
Maybe I could teach you. After all, I'm able to do this all the time. I can sense people's emotions pretty strongly. Sometimes if I focus enough, I can even see what people are thinking. Plus,
Maybe
with
later.
with seeing their souls, I can see their mana as well. I can tell exactly what they're going to do. For instance, that guy over there, and she'll point over at David, is about to cast a bunch of fireballs, and he's about to start juggling them.
Oh, no.
Yeah, you see David taking out the fire rune. He's like, all right, boys.
David, no.
Oh, what is it, Taishiro?
There's a lot of alcohol down here. It might be a good idea to not do that. You wouldn't want to destroy
Also-
our meeting hall, after all.
Also, there's still people sleeping upstairs that don't want this meeting to be happening.
That's a good point. Sorry, boys. I guess we'll have to do Ice Fan.
So he just makes a... Yep, it's the ice rune this time. Runecasters, I don't see them all that often, but it is certainly interesting to, well, The mana does look quite different when cast this way.
Well, Sally, Nakifu,
Sandy.
Sandy, sorry. Thank
That's
you,
okay.
Thank you for your time, but we should really get going.
All right.
We have a bit of a day tomorrow.
All right. Fair enough. Well, best of luck. And I guess I'll be
Best of luck
seeing you
to
at the
as well.
college.
See you then. Best of and Nakifu,
Yeah.
sorry again.
Best make sure you get enough sleep. You've got a big
And-
couple of days soon.
Tasha's just gonna try and like tug on David's shirt because I imagine he cannot drag that man anywhere. To
And make sure you're not being watched as you leave. And Sandy will just go, "Wait, there's someone in the alleyway outside there. I can see their mana. There's
Oh.
a soul out there,
speaking
currently standing right outside the entrance."
of, how is was Kana able to like eavesdrop in at all, or was it completely?
No, there's a solid brick wall in between her and everything that was happening down here. The only thing you might have heard was, "No, no, no, David!" That is the only thing you might have heard because Taishiro raised his voice.
Okay.
It's like the wall says no, David.
So, yeah, she'll hear that. That is it. And Sandy will just go, "Alright, you're gonna need to stay in here until that person leaves. We can't let this cellar be discovered."
What does their mana look like?
This one doesn't appear to use her mana all that much. It looks like she's attempting to somehow watch in, but, well, the wall blocks simple detection spells just by the sake of being solid, so she isn't really able to do all that much, so she's just attempting a bunch of detection spells with no real effect. It looks to be blue and a little
police
fuzzy
officer.
around the edges.
Might just be a regular police officer.
Yes, that's why we need to stay in here. It's a police officer. Okay, let me see if I can get a bit more of a sense. Okay, the soul appears to have slightly pointed ears. Huh. Interesting. Slight affinity for radiant weapons. I guess that means that she's good at heart, or... no, probably not that. Alright, let me see. And looks to be quite serious and also rather exhausted at the moment.
I think I know who that is.
Okay, let's see. And appears to be thinking a bit about having a nap in the middle of the street because of a
Yes, I
coffee
do.
crash?
Yes, I definitely know who that is. Okay.
We know who that is.
Do you happen to know any sleep spells?
Well, yes, just give me a sec. I'll see if I can get through there. And she'll just walk up to about here and go, "Okay. Alright. 3, 2, 1. And she'll sit down on the staircase, and you'll watch Taishiro as the soul appears to exit her body and goes through the wall. And you will then hear someone collapsing. Doesn't sound like she hit her head. And you'll just hear a loud snoring outside the door. And Sandy will come back to life. Her soul will return. And she'll just go, "Right, that should knock her out for long enough for people to leave. Don't worry,
Okay.
she's just unconscious."
Yeah, she's not gonna wake up for another like 8 hours.
Yeah, even if I hadn't used the sleep spell, it probably would have only taken another 2 or 3 minutes for her to pass out anyway. I just helped the
doesn't
process
sleep.
along a little bit.
She doesn't sleep for short periods of time. Thank you very much.
Clearly that woman's either been up for days or had the ultimate coffee.
David,
Yes?
we should probably get going.
Alright, we'll get going, Taishiro. Thank you.
Goodbye.
No.
And
Sunbirds, Is there anything that you need us to do before next time we meet?
Can't think of anything in particular. What about you, Rocky Fu? Just try and keep the cops off our tail. We're not specifically doing anything illegal, but, well, the brigade does have a tendency to suppress any kind of riot, even if it is entirely peaceful. In all likelihood, them getting involved would just end up with them killing innocents. I don't trust them, and I want to make sure that they, well, they can just focus on what the nobles are doing. We're not doing anything wrong.
I mean, I think the brigade has. I think the brigade's doing the best they can with what they have.
If the best they can is either doing nothing or just killing a bunch of innocents because we happen to defy a monster, then yeah, they're clearly very bad. Certainly all of the squads that we've had here, they're only looking out for the interests of the nobles and, well, the bank. That's all they care about.
Also, I'm pretty sure selling inside information about a noble is illegal. Whether it should be is a different question, but I think it is.
We're not doing anything illegal. It's not our business if the people who learn about the information do illegal stuff with it.
Well, good luck, Dakifu.
Good luck. Alright. See ya, kid. And they will exit and take the unconscious Kana with them.
Okay.
Alright. Now, Senshin, Raijin, while the other guys head back to the castle for the night, you two are going to be busily going to meet the ferrets.
Mm-hmm.
So
The
you
ferret.
arrive at... Let me just get out of this map. Okay. You
And yes,
arrive
those are
at
the
the edge of the
sunbirds.
forest.
Mhm.
Right about here. It just looks like a regular forest. You don't really see anything in particular in there aside from the autumn leaves.
Sage, can I please have an explanation as to the up and ran across the entire city? Right, I should probably put you down. Just, Epson push back down. Well, we're gonna go meet a guy. We're gonna go meet a guy called and see if we can get his help in fighting the Duragar. That's my plan. It's not a specific, busy, or what's the word I'm looking for? In-depth plan, but it's a plan. I feel like you should think more about this, but whatever, I'll trust your judgment. Yeah, I got the best whatever at Doom. Anyway, let's get moving. And yeah, essentially we'll start walking inside the forests with Russian following.
Alright. Both of you roll a perception check. And, Andrew and Ferrets, roll, let's say, 5 perception checks between Andrew and the Ferrets, using the same proficiency for all.
No worries.
Okay, well, essentially got an 18.
You have a feeling that there's a bunch of people watching you.
Russian got a
Whoa.
17. Russian got a 17.
Okay.
Master in perception.
Alright.
Well, I think
You are
one of them-
absolutely aware that there are a bunch of eyes watching you, Senshin and Raijin. Andrew, you are completely aware of the fact that there are 2 people, both young, who are wandering into the forest and looking around. You don't know anything about them. They could be a couple, but they're not holding hands, so you know nothing. Just, there are 2 people wandering into the woods where you operate. What do you wish to do?
Oh,
One of them looks like
Rich.
a noble and fairly rich, but doesn't look like she actually has anything particularly valuable on her. The other one looks like a warrior.
oh, at this current hour, ladies and gentlemen, we are seeing a nobleman with a fair princess. Well, maybe a warrior and a princess, walking through the woods.
Are you saying this
around-
out loud so that Senshin and Raijin can hear you?
Yep, I am.
Okay, alright.
Yep, yep, I'm pretty sure that would be them. What?
Oh, hello, hello, hello. I am Andrew. No, before we get on to introductions, I have a song that I want to share with you. You gonna sit down, grab
You're
some
really,
popcorn?
you're really going,
Just,
you're really going
just,
Shrek's Robin Hood with this, aren't you?
just literally, just stop. Just essentially just blinks. Okay. Was not expecting this. Sure, I'll sit down. Just looks around for a bit, just cuts a tree in half and sits on the stump.
Hmm.
This one's strong. Doesn't seem to like trees, though.
Oh, you're certainly right about that, Rose.
Did I do something wrong?
Alright,
Trees are where we
Alright.
live. Just don't cut too many of them down, okay?
Oh, sorry, I just wanted to see.
don't worry, we'll get that one back. Now it's time that we begin the ferret song. Alright, everybody.
Yay! We
Alright.
are the ferrets, hunting down a bunch of fools. Our tails are for our survival, our desire. Critters of this country's glory, willing to share our story. Deforestation is a ferret sorrow. Please, baby,
Sorry.
spare us.
Just immediately apologizes.
Oh shit!
All right,
Sorry,
getting back to
you know
it.
that, I'm
Robbie?
sorry.
They just oh my god! I can imagine that scene animated. Just deforestation is a ferret sorrow. All eyes immediately turn to Ascension.
Sorry, I didn't know.
All right, you
have-
lead again and I will follow you.
We'll have to borrow your money to help us endure.
And,
Efforts are beginning.
oh yeah.
Eden returns.
Joyous day.
Finest ferrets anyone
Anyone hopes to
hopes
have.
to have.
We like to
Like to
aspire for a
aspire
heartfelt
for a
desire.
desire.
The
The
joy is endless. Please let it last forever.
Robbie,
The
sing up.
This
Alright.
introduction song goes
Introduction
on
song
for
goes
one
on
more
for
hour.
Wow. Stick around if you want to see the attire.
Oh.
Or
He's
pre-
gonna look down. So as he just hears the 1 more hour, to check how late it is.
It's probably early evening at this point.
I really
Well, we
want-
met the songbirds at dusk, so
Yeah. So it's probably like
Sure.
6, 7 p.m.
It's hard to tell. Well, here's the thing, because Central was sprinting there at the same time, and
yeah, I know.
yeah, so I probably shouldn't go home at night. Actually, sorry to cut you short, but I have been told by authority that there are people. So I
Dude, you cut
You cut out.
sorry. So yeah, Central just as he is the one where sorry to cut you off. Awesome song, by the way. I have been told on good authority there are people. So I probably shouldn't go home at night.
Oh, you mean those bastards, huh?
The Durgar
Uh.
slavers?
Not them,
Oh.
actually.
Huh.
Not them. Someone else is either trying to kill me, catch me.
Dude, you're cutting out so much.
Am I?
Yeah,
What the
true.
fuck?
Yes.
I'm not even sure if it's an internet problem or if it's
Is
a
it?
microphone sensitivity problem.
Okay, let me just move stuff around, jiggle that. Everything good now?
Seems to be. We'll let you know if you cut out again.
I should probably stop moving around as I talk.
You cut
That
out
might
again.
be the reason. Yes, I
no.
saw that. I'm trying to work out, I'm trying to get into the right position where.
Cut out again.
Did I?
again.
When did I cut out?
Just then.
And the
Just-
words keep talking.
Yeah, pretty much.
I'm gonna disconnect and reconnect. That might help.
All right.
Uh,
All right. Well,
That's a
when
fun
song,
Senshin
by the
gets
way.
back.
Okay, I disconnected, reconnected.
All right. Welcome back. Well,
Radical.
I guess we'll have to go with the abridged version of the song then, King. What do you say? The one that only lasts for another minute rather than another hour?
yeah, of course.
All right. Let's keep going.
I'll appreciate the moments that you spare.
Spare.
The other way to your greatest future. My name is
Save your future.
Name is Andrew, the Red King of all ferrets. Oh, yeah. I'm here to join you. So please, think of all the trees that you won't be cutting down that you'll be saving.
Save the trees! And they're just gonna stare at Senshin. Don't
like I'm being
cut
called
them
out.
down!
I'm sorry,
The
okay?
last half of this song is literally just a fucking. Is literally just
I said
fucking
it was-
diss track
I
at
said it was-
This was in the
Sorry.
original song, it's just very apt that Senshin cut down a tree.
Yeah,
I said I was sorry.
I
No, I
left
love this.
hunting as a hobby. Ooh,
Also,
ooh.
also, Raijin must
yes.
be feeling weird right now.
Right, just sort of sitting and watching too.
Why is this happening?
She's just stopped. Look, she's
Tell
just stopped questioning it.
you of my ordeal, lost my
Yes.
humanity in an
in an
accident.
accident,
Then I wake,
and I
up
wake
as
up
a
as a
ferret. Artistry is my new
This is
hobby.
my new
Oh,
hobby.
please,
Oh,
pretty
please, pretty
baby.
baby.
This
Is-
feels like
Like
our finest
finest
hour.
hour.
Someone doesn't just
One
walk by
doesn't just
and
walk by and
ignore us.
ignore us.
This is
This
over,
is
so
over,
please stick
so please
around
stick
for
around
our
for our
coupon
coupon
codes. And then they'll just start
What?
raining a bunch of what appears to be coupon codes for something.
What are these
Except for
for?
the fact that they're not actually official, and it's just and it just reads coupon for the number 4 stuff.
What is this for exactly?
Oh, I mean, it's for advertising for the Red King of the Ferrets.
And then on the
But what
back
do you-
it will just say Red King of the Ferrets, Andrew Ferret.
Yeah, but what exactly are you like? What are you advertising? Yourself?
Oh, I mean, I'm advertising for a bride Greenwell that happens to have lost a dear tree. Remember that tree? It was the most gracious of trees. You just cut it.
Senshin's just gonna walk over and lift the tree back up onto this place. Raishin, can you heal the tree? I could try, I guess. I'll just start sort of casting stabilize on the tree to see if it works.
The tree somehow manages to knit itself back together and stays upright without help. The ferrets cheer, and they start jumping around, and some of them give Raijin a laurel just necklace.
I'm gonna be honest, I did not expect that to work.
Savior of the tree!
Yes.
Yay!
I have to. Oh, yes. I have to thank you so much for restoring our good tree. Just jump down and join you. And Andrew will skateboard down the tree.
Is he currently... I'm assuming he's currently in ferret form?
It's in ferret form.
Mm.
So just roll down the tree, ferret style, on a surfboard. And he'll spring onto his feet and transform into a human.
Okay, I was not expecting this when you told me to come with you today. I'm going to go down the session.
Senshin just took her on the weirdest damn date.
Like Senshin does not flinch, but she's
Even
sort of
after that god-awful ferret song?
oh, it was awesome. No, Senshin fucking loved it. This is awesome.
Mm.
Thank you very kindly, good sir. I definitely do appreciate that you appreciate my artistry. So,
Now,
let's
Bradley,
show
then- Cut down our trees.
Hey, I fixed it.
So, as a show of good faith, I will be joining you. Suppose that these bastards have been causing problems.
Question.
Yes, what's your question?
I haven't told you anything yet. You just immediately said you joined me.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah! That is a fair point.
just I love you. The other ferrets just look at each other and start nodding.
Yeah, they do start nodding. Oh, but after
Yeah,
that
boss, we gotta
performance-
know if he's good.
It's a fair point, actually, Rose.
Like, not to like shoot myself in the foot or anything, but I feel like that's a very important thing you should know.
It's a fair point, actually.
So, what do you want to do? Why do you want to join up with us?
I want let's see. I'm going to explain this as best as I can. If I mention the cops, don't worry. I'm only technically working with them because they are a ride here.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm Senshin Jigoku Umare. I'm from the Amawaki Kingdom. That's right,
Asawaki.
right?
Asawaki.
Asawaki King. I'm from the Asawaki Kingdom in the town of Ant.
Oh. Wow. You've come a long way, haven't you?
Town of Ant. Correct. Now, my town got burnt to the ground, and my family all went missing, and also our legendary blades got stolen. You may have heard of us. We're relatively famous because, like, there's about 14 different legends written about someone with my last name.
Definitely think I would know. Does Andrew know?
Probably. Roll history with advantage. You know.
I think I'd... Yeah,
You've heard them before.
I've definitely heard those tales. Very legendary. Very good warrior.
Fantastic. That makes this perfect.
You cut out, Liam.
Dead.
You're cutting out again.
Now, fucking shit, fuck, fuck. Is that going through?
Yes, all of the swear words went through
Specifically,
perfectly.
Okay, so what I'm learning is I'm being too quiet. Fine, I'll be louder. How does that sound?
Probably not a good idea.
that's
Feel out
good.
of character.
Also, Eli, I don't want to hear your coughs, but
I can't help my coughing.
you can help
Well,
your
you
muting.
can help yourself with this. What you can do is shove your fist in your mouth and see if you dislocate your jaw.
Look, already
I
blew
was
up once,
just gonna
but not
suggest
doing it again.
muting his mic. Jeez. The fuck is wrong with you, Liam?
Look,
Oh,
Liam,
'cause
I
I do
already
that
threw up
sound when
once.
I'm
I'm not
coughing.
throwing up again.
I shove my fist in my mouth and see if it stops me coughing.
Okay, well you can do that, but no, I was just asking him to press the mute key. Jeez.
That was good. Yeah. So yeah. Now, I'm very sure they're not dead. And so recently, today, I was tailing the Duragar, and this, because of the, what are they called again? Rajan, name for me. Check the
Knolls?
name. Not the Knolls. Nope, that's the name of the city.
What are
Windlace?
you looking for?
I got it. I already looked at it. The Windlace. Yeah, Windlace. Yeah, the Windlace family, who are bastard fuck off asshole slavers.
Hmm?
We try to screw up a lot of deals for them.
I saw that earlier.
We
Great
work
work.
with some guys called the Songbirds. They tell us that, we're to do a lot of that stuff, and then they pay us. It's great. We get all of the loot from their wagons if they have anything other than people on them, and we also get paid for it. It's awesome. We might
But
even
wouldn't
get
they
some
have to pay-
recognition for this.
Good
Wouldn't
Nick,
they
good
pay
Nick.
the sunbirds?
It's a very good point, actually.
No, the
Right.
Songbirds would have to pay them for this to make more sense. But yeah, it's like, good deal. So, as I continue with this, I tailed one of the Duragard down to the underground, tailed them for a while, found their secret lair where apparently they're working. Now, they also mentioned hostages and Anston. So I'm pretty sure the hostages are somebody I would care about. Now, I have a couple of friends around me who are excellent warriors or still mages or something along that lines. For example, myself, Shigeru, 2 legendary swords, just pulls his swords out, shows them off for a couple seconds and puts them back.
Alright,
Here
alright.
is Raishin Yamino Itami Ryu, noble family, yes, but on the other hand, amazing mage and awesome woman. An awesome person. I just says that, just sees me starts blushing.
Awesome woman,
Terra.
specifically.
Yeah, because you know who she is. Also, fucking terrifying enemy. Trust me, you do not want to see. I saw what you did to some werewolves. Lost their heads. Totally deserved it, but, blew their heads off.
Wow.
We've also got Taishiro, a Knoll, who is a bard. He can see souls, and also is, would absolutely be someone you'd work with. Hell, you could have saved him if he'd come through here at the right point in time, but let's not go on that because it sounds like I'm blaming you. Not was my intention.
Oh, no, it's all good.
Yeah,
I mean, we're
of
freedom
course-
fighters.
Yeah, freedom fighters. Yeah, freedom fight. Actually, I like you guys way better than anyone in the city. Fuck, you guys are awesome.
Oh,
I
thank you,
might
mate.
join- I could join these guys. Anyway, right, yeah, and David.
Senshin is
Goliath,
regretting
he
his
has-
life choices.
No, he's regretting he is regretting the trip he took. He's regretting who he took his trip here. It's like, oh, serious. These guys, yeah, crazy. I'll sing a song and then I'll sing a song and turn into a ferret. It's like, yes, these are my kind of people.
Yes,
Yeah.
he's got, like, one party member that is steering him very firmly in the lawful direction, and another that is steering him very far in the chaotic direction.
What do you mean, a party member? I've got two of them. The other one's David.
Good point.
Well,
But I
David's
feel like
doing
Andrew
it
is more
through
chaotic.
extension.
Yes, but David is David's definitely chaotic, and Senshin has jumped in for a lot of his chaos. Let's not forget, Senshin is now immune to regular beer because of a drinking contest he had with David.
Yeah. And David drew the attention of the two gods of booze because he started a beer cult.
Yeah, he's irresponsible and chaotic. Anyway, we've also got David, big Goliath guy, has runes, little stupid, awesome heart. All of us, and, well, there's another one, Kana. She's a member of the Verbal Blue Brigade.
The
Oh,
cops?
so a police one.
Yes, a cop. Now, she's a massive stick in the mud, totally will not go for this, but considering what time of day it is and she had an ultimate coffee, she's totally asleep. So, if I go back to the castle, get them, tell them the plan, we sneak out of the Duragar, if we can, with your help, if you're up for it, kick all of their asses, save the hostages, prove there's a massive underground horrible slave ring going on, everybody wins, except the people we're screwing over, but fuck them.
Ah,
Yeah! Screw the slavers!
Yeah, exactly. Just, God, this is so much better. I mentioned this earlier to Kana, and she's like, oh, but you've got to think about the situation and be more rational about it. It's like, no, this is what we should be doing. Screw the slavers over. They don't deserve our sympathy.
and to be totally
She's
honest,
more worried about the, war you might start.
You think Senshin's worried about that or thinking about that?
No.
No, that's the worrying
People he
part.
can save. No,
That's the worrying part.
that's to be fair. That's not his problem. That's future Senshin's problem.
If Senshin starts a war, then Senshin will deal with the war that he started later.
Like he normally does with those.
Also, this whole thing
Because
with-
he is a
End or continue
17-year-old
wars.
guy who is impulsive, and he is also a warrior, not a general.
Also, come to think of it, this is the whole thing of Raijin has a super terrorist after her, and I feel like her aiding and abetting in a plot might draw the attention of him.
Only if
In-
people know that
Mostly
Raijin
yes.
was involved in the plot.
Besides, their plan is blow up. Their plan is attack slavers. That's not illegal. It actually.
I think technically it is. Because remember, slavery isn't illegal.
Okay, but they. Okay, how about
Slavery
this?
is illegal. Selling beasts of burden is legal. They're basically just going on
Loopholing
a
it.
very thin line of technically it's legal, but only just. And if the slightest proof comes
Basically, that
out
you
that
have to-
they're sentient,
Oh, Eli, okay, fine then. Counterpoints, they have hostages,
When was
which
that?
they've specifically stated.
they specifically stated that they have hostages.
Okay.
Counterpoint, that.
Counterpoint: these guys suck.
they definitely do.
So are you guys in?
Oh, you didn't even have to ask. I'm in.
I mean, I probably did have to ask so you could have all the information, but otherwise, sweet. He sticks out his hand to shake. Oh, this is so much easier than every other thing I've had to deal with. You have no idea. That's the last couple of months of me have been so complex. It's nice to just find someone who is normal and likes to do the right thing and in a flamboyant way. You have no idea how much I miss work with people like that. God, I miss
Oh.
all again.
You
Oh,
know your
let's
life's
say-
screwed up when this guy is normal.
Well, I'm going to say that this is going to be a very fruitful partnership.
I hope it will be. Just shakes his hand. Now, so if you guys could wait at the outskirts, I'll come back to you guys once I've got my fellow party members.
All right.
Sweet. Because you probably don't want to go inside the city. You know, the whole people want to capture you and all that crap.
I don't really want him to be putting up a post for me, so perfectly fine staying where I am.
Perfect. Well, I'm off back to my castle. Rajan, let's go.
I just realized these guys are basically just a perfect mix between Robin Hood and the Kelly Gang.
Pretty much.
Yeah. So currently we've got 3 party leaders in the party. We've got Kana, who leads the brigade squad. We've got Senshin, who leads Taishiro and David, and we've got
Raijin.
yeah, all right, her as well, but yeah. And then we've got Andrew, who leads the ferrets. So we've got basically 3 parties in one at the moment.
Hmm.
I have to admit that song turned out way better than I was expecting.
Oh no!
Wow.
Like you said, that was awful, but that was actually genuinely awesome.
Okay.
So
All right, I'm glad that you guys did enjoy it.
No,
I was hoping
it
it
was
wouldn't be too
no,
painful.
Was,
Alex, it was camp as hell and therefore amazing.
Okay.
does Robbie's mic have a delay on it?
No, I think he was following Alex in the song.
I was following Alex because I'm not a good singer.
You're
Robbie,
not a good
Alex
singer,
is the
and Alex
backing
is a
vocals.
singer. But Alex is a singer, though.
Didn't want to honestly, I didn't want to overshadow Alex when you were doing your brilliant notes. So
I was just trying my
Yeah.
best to make it into a song.
Oh, it
Yeah.
was great. I
Backing
loved it.
vocals.
It was dumb and goofy. It was dumb, goofy, and amazing. It's camp as great. Anyway, yeah, so Senshin's just gonna walk out of the Red Forest. Okay. Oh my god, that was so great. It was so genuinely easy. It's like no hour-long arguments like with Gemini. No no friggin' derisions like with Khan.
We have to worry about the rest of the city.
You don't have to worry. Like, I can just focus on the actual specific bad guys and not have someone tell me, but what about this possible outcome? It's like, no, these are the specific bad guys. We don't need to worry about that outcome. So are you just venting or expecting a response? Honestly, I'm not sure anymore. Either way, so I say we. Oh wait, there's probably a wall there. Yep, fair enough. Okay. He just picks up Ryan, just like, oh, up you go. Just picks up Ryan again and starts going top speed again.
So, my question is he climbing this with Raijin on his back, or is he going through the Noble District and entering through the front?
You know what? I think he's going to jump along it and then follow the cliffs to get to the front thing so he can avoid the Noble District.
Okay, so he's going basically here, here, and then here. That's the plan?
Yeah.
All right.
That's his plan.
Roll an athletics check to carry Raijin while doing the same thing you did before.
That should hopefully be fine. Ooh, wait, I have actually good athletics. Let me see my athletics. That's 10.
Okay. You end up a couple of times. You don't drop Raijin, but you end up falling a little bit and getting a little hurt as you land not so solidly on your ankle, but you end up being able to continue okay.
Because that is more training. I didn't just jump up cliffs with like a 50.
You're not really doing it specifically for the sake of training either.
Also,
was
you
still
got
give
like
you-
3 training points earlier
That
today.
is fair. I did get a lot of training.
There is going to be
I have a
some
billion
limits on how many
abilities.
training points you can get in one
Alex,
day.
Alex, I have 17. I have about things on novice. And those are my physical abilities. How much does Raijin weigh? She's 110 pounds. That's not.
Which
that's
is
actually
about 50 kilos. Actually,
Actually, how
One.
tall is Raiden?
one training point for that. I guess that's fair.
Hold on,
because you
how
did
tall is
screw up
Raiden?
there and you did end up injuring yourself, so...
But I was still lifting a 50-kilo woman as well. as
Like,
jumping
you were...
up.
Yeah, like, you were doing this before just climbing, and now you're doing it with basically an additional 50k weight, and also your hands are kind of, you know, not there for balance, so fair enough.
How tall is Raiden?
Let me just check that. She is. Because annoyingly on my thing, it's split
5
across
foot something, right?
5'6".
5'6". And how much did you say she weighed?
110 pounds.
110 pounds.
Yeah.
Oh wow, she's so skinny.
I mean,
Still, that is additional weight to be carrying. So that's about 50 kilos.
yeah, it's actually just under 50 kilos. And
Yeah.
I'm gonna check this now. How much is Senshin? Senshin's 180.
Okay.
That's the case. I want to check that. Senshin's 81 kilos. And he's 5'8". Imagine how much of him is solid muscle. The answer is all of it.
Yeah, all of it is muscle.
He's like
Except
Bruce
for the parts of it that are made of sheer willpower and also the just inability to die. And also the tiny part of him that's just the demon that's possessing him. But we don't talk about that.
We don't talk about that because that would get him executed, probably.
You kidding? That would get him in prison. They're not going to try and execute someone that has a demon inside of them. That would let the demon free. That's a terrible idea.
That's actually a very
Maybe
good point. Yes.
exercise.
No, they wouldn't try that with Ashura.
He managed to leave a permanent injury on Pinko, the ever-regenerating one above all. Do you seriously think that the average person is going to be stupid enough to fuck with someone that managed to injure Pinko?
Oh man.
No! This is why
I'm
Ashura scares people. He managed to injure Pinko.
And also kill a bunch of
Other gods.
Come on, I want to power scale him now.
You don't know how powerful he is yet, you can't power
No, you
scale him.
don't. I have it written down about what he did in his final battle, so
Whoa, what was that noise?
I don't know.
you'll take it. Anyway, yeah, so Senshi just sort of jumps up and then lands near the front gate to walk in.
Alright.
Puts Raijin down again.
Ah yes,
Yep.
you're with the King Ferdinand of the Asawaki Isles, correct?
Yep, that'd be us.
Alright. And the guards will just open the gate.
I love how they don't even flinch at him, just sort of jumping across the lips.
Well, we would expect someone who is the king of another kingdom to have powerful people in his entourage. It merely makes sense.
Fair. Just walks in.
Alright, they close the gates behind you, and you are able to follow the other two, who have just put Kana into her bed because she was unconscious. The Kings and Ryoko seem to be a little bit concerned about the fact that Kana was unconscious, but after explaining the fact that she had had several ultra coffees, they instantly understood. So, Senshin and Raijin, you have just arrived back at the party base, and Taishiro and David are there.
Hey guys, my conversation went great.
Oh, what happened, boss?
He just sort of looks around for a bit.
Ryoko is in the room.
I'll tell you guys later. Come on, let's go to that restaurant I told you guys about.
Alright. On Taishiro.
Probably a good idea.
Seriously.
Nessa will just look over at you and give a knowing look and just smile.
It just gives a thumbs up and keeps walking.
What was that all about, Nessa? Oh, nothing. They're just young love, you know? And she'll just wink over at Ryoko.
She thinks it's one thing.
Oh no, she does. She thinks that they're going off to do something fun and roguelike. That's just the excuse she's giving to Ryoko because Riko's a bigger stick in the mud.
Fair enough. I was actually like, I can't tell which way it is. It's like, does she actually know, or is she just thinking it's a date? But yeah, actually, I like that. It's a better.
Yeah, she's gonna tell Ryoko it's a date because a
yeah,
date
she's a
isn't
fool.
illegal, and if she says that they're doing something illegal, Ryoko will have to
that-
stop them. And Nessa's
not that,
enough
it's
of
just- I
a
forgot she's
chaotic
a
neutral
former-
character.
She's also a former pirate, so it definitely makes sense.
Yeah, she's a former pirate. She's a bit of a rogue. She's not as much of a stick in the mud as the rest of the members of the brigade. So, yeah, she probably knows all of the lingo for we're going off to do something secret and illegal.
Fair enough. So yeah, I guess we just head off to the thing. Is we hear Rico probably. I want to just Rico's reaction to the date thing.
Oh, yeah, of course. What else would they be doing? Don't worry. You'll get your chance. And Nessa will just wink over at her. But of course, you might have to get away from your job every once in a while. Think you can do that? And Ryoko will be far too focused on blushing as Nessa just waves goodbye to you guys.
Yep.
So Kana is asleep and Ryoko is being distracted. You are now free to go.
Yeah, just as Session just leaves out the door. No, but seriously, I do actually need to eat something. I just jumped up like 4 cliffs.
Oh,
yeah,
fair
I
enough.
guess they just swing past a bit of the merchant district, and he just eats an entire octopus.
All right. Yeah, so they're selling a bunch of stuff. One of the places actually has an all you can eat. It looks like they've got a bit of a night market open. One of the places has an all you can eat buffet of just various seafood and just basically goes, if you can eat this much, then basically you get a bunch of coupons to the restaurant because damn, that's incredible. Basically just if you win an eating contest, then you get a bunch of vouchers for food.
Do I have to? Hey, do I have to pay to enter the contest?
No, just have to. Basically, you only have to pay if you eat less than a specified amount. If you eat less than 3 plates, you have to pay. If you eat more than 3 plates, then you might win.
Neat. So just like, okay, I'll do the challenge and just.
All right.
Oh,
Senshin,
yes, so
roll a
screwed.
Constitution save.
They're just like, oh, they're screwed. Ooh, that's not good.
Okay.
It's fine.
All right.
It's fine.
You end up tapping out after about 6 to 8 plates rather than your usual 12 to 14, but, you still are by far able to eat far more than the minimum requirements. You end up
Yes.
getting, I think it's second place. There's another guy who ends up performing a fair bit better than you, but, he doesn't look like an adventurer, he just looks obese.
He just looks fat.
He's just fat.
It's like such a. Oh, I know it should have been that entire octopus on the way here.
Yeah. So the night markets are operating fine. There's also a lot of sweet treats being sold near where this eating contest is occurring.
Okay, well, that's that done. Okay, guys, come with me. We have a meeting to.
Alright. Sounds like a lot of fun.
I love it. Just like we have a restaurant to go to, so I can get to the door. No, but in all seriousness, I do genuinely need to eat.
I know I was using that as my illegitimate excuse, but I do actually need to do that.
No, just like look, some of that was an excuse, but no, I do seriously need to eat. But also, these give us cover, and he just pulls out, I guess, a fistful of coupons.
So now, pretty much most places in the merchant district that you want to eat, you can probably get a decent deal on it.
Well, I mean, I have my eating fill, so now then, let's meet about here-ish. I think I said.
All right. So yeah, the party will walk up to the Red Forest. It's pretty dark now. You can still see a little bit, but you might need to grab out a light rune fairly soon if you want to continue to be able to see those of you without dark vision. Which,
Yeah, and
does anyone not have dark vision? David doesn't, right?
David
Raishin can activate it through magic. Okay, so David doesn't, but David is the light rune. He can just stick it on his forehead.
So
Yeah.
David's the only one who doesn't have dark vision, but he can also just not really need it.
So
Yeah.
yeah, he's gonna like sort of look side to side and then just put to his hand and shout ferret noises.
We
Andrew
are the
will-
ferrets. And then they just appear.
But they told him the code of use ferret noises, and Senji just said ferret noises.
And the little ferret named Rose will just laugh and go, that's not quite what we meant, but it's good to see you again. These are friends?
Yep, that's Taishiro, and that's David. Actually,
Oh.
Taishiro points down, that's David, points all the way up and still doesn't point where his face is.
You must be the ferrets that the songbirds talked about.
Oh yeah, the songbirds. We work with them. Do you work with them too?
Well, actually, that's what I was gonna try and ask Senshin. They want to see if they can. They want to see if you can help them with their mission.
What's their mission?
They're trying to save up enough money to put on a display. A sort of call to arms. Not call to arms. A presentation to bring light to the slavery that's happening, so that the Queen Regent will be able to put a stop to it.
They want to
Wow.
put an amazing performance on. One that shows all of the evils that's been occurring in this place.
Well, in that case,
And they want to set a bunch
I
of
see.
the Null slaves free.
We could.
The Queen Regent is
Great.
because the Queen
Oh.
Regent is against slavery, so she
Apparently,
just doesn't know
yeah.
what's happening.
Guys, here's my plan basically. You know those Duraga we saw earlier?
Oh yeah, those little
They're
guys.
They can help us kick their ass. We're gonna go down there, free the hostages, take everything of value and sell it, and then use that money for the songbirds, thus making everything work.
Well, we will have to be careful. The nobles might catch wind of what we're doing.
Yeah, well, in a way, and then Andrew will appear as the ferret. In a way, we'll just be, letting the nobles know that atrocities are being committed. So in a
Yeah,
way,
there's nothing. What's wrong with that? It's totally fine.
the ferret will just wave at Taishiro.
Well, some of them are.
Okay, so, ferrets, can you guys sneak into the town as ferrets? Just fine?
Yeah,
Or do you want one of us to push you in a bag?
Or some of us can sneak in as humans, and you'll just see a couple of the ferrets transform into humans.
That might work. Okay, so, he'll just pull out the map, and David, light ring, please.
No worries, boss.
So, where we need, so the entrance it's about here, right?
Yeah, the entrance was about there.
Sweet.
And
I
about here was where you guys ended up finding the little entrance to the underground.
Okay, so what we got to go is from here to about here. From there, there's a little entrance into the final underground part of it. Now, they have hostages apparently, and Lord only knows how many of them there are. So, priority 1 should always be secure the hostages. Priority
Alright.
2, keep yourselves alive. Priority 3, kick ass.
Yeah, I have to say, Ascension, I do like this plan. The ferret's just going to give you thumbs up.
Yeah, this is my kind of plan because it's one that doesn't have places.
Was the secret entrance the one into the sewer or the one in Windlay's house?
The
so,
one
yeah.
near the Windlace house is there, and also both of the secret entrances are near the sewers. Basically, there's a sewer grate, and then next to the sewer grate is a cobalt tunnel, which you guys entered the cobalt tunnel and wandered around in. And then inside the cobalt tunnel, there was a secret button that you had to push, and then that would lead you into the underground.
Now, what? So I know everything about the route there. I also have magic eyes that mean I see through the walls and make sure they can't surprise us. Everyone on the same page now?
Yes, on the same page.
Fantastic. Now then, let's go. Let's go.
Do we have
Let's
to do it near the? Do we have to do it near the Windlay's house?
Tashiro.
The Windlace house is there, and the secret entrance is there.
Oh, okay.
So
it's-
strictly
it's literally-
speaking, you can actually just go via the river route if you really want to avoid the Noble District.
But we know where we're going, and also, like,
Okay, I thought you said that that the entrance to the Windlay's house was here.
no.
No, Windlace house is here, entrance is here. Senshin followed the guy from the Windlace house to the entrance.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
I followed it. Yeah, I followed for a while. So, okay, so I guess we probably wouldn't have much issue there because Senshin looks like rich warrior. Raijin looks like rich, and the others look like either slave or assistants. So, no issues.
No issues whatsoever. And also the ferret.
Looks like an
That's fair.
animal. Animals aren't really illegal.
Yeah.
Sometimes though.
Well then, so yeah, I guess. Well,
A
then.
rich person having a ferret near them, is anyone really gonna call out an eccentric noble that has a ferret with them? In
It's
this
probably
city,
not.
I don't think so.
Actually, I've got a better point. Would anyone call out a noble with a bunch of ferrets and 2 shirtless, muscular men with them?
They're not gonna call someone out for that. They might look at you strangely and remember it, but they're not gonna call you out on it. Why?
Because if I'm correct, both David and Senshin don't wear shirts.
That sounds about right.
Well, Senshin does wear a shirt for formal occasions, but anything he's doing physically,
No shirt.
it is just arm braces and a shirt and pants, and that's his entire outfit. Which reminds me, if I'm right, both me and David would still have this scar from the werewolf attack a month back or so.
Probably, yeah. So,
yeah.
very clearly, 2 warriors, a noble, and an assistant, and a bunch of pet ferrets. As far as they'd
they're
see.
not gonna-
They're not
Yeah,
gonna screw with her. They're gonna think she's someone very important and just defer to her and give her space because clearly she is very uber wealthy.
Yeah, no, it's like just literally scare them into submission with the shirtless, muscular men with scars.
You got the ferrets to tie over the rest.
Yeah. So yeah, just well, that went so well. Perfect. Well then, everybody in. I'll be leading the way. How many of you can see in the dark?
Everyone except
Okay.
David, I believe.
Yeah.
Really? Just
Can
you,
Andrew
David?
see in the dark?
I think he'd be able to.
Is
'cause
he an
does
elf?
spend- He's
He's
a
a-
wood elf.
Yes, he can see in the dark then.
Also, ferrets also can do that, but
Yeah. So both in ferret and in elf form, they are able to see. A lot of the other ferrets do appear probably more like half elves than full elves, but they do still have that roughly elven heritage, so they're able to see in the dark. Okay. So yeah, literally everyone but David has dark vision, but he has a light, so it doesn't matter.
okay. So everybody follow me. I know the exact routes. And
Alright.
You going
Okay.
through this way or through this way? Either way is fine.
well, yeah, actually, either way won't matter because we're just gonna look. Well, sorry, people will look twice, but they'll know to not stare when it comes to the way we're going in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They might look, but they're not gonna screw with you.
The plan is my plan has genius through accidents, but it's a genius accidental plan.
Yes.
Like all its best plans, ones that he comes with on the fly and work somehow. He's not sure how.
Honestly, those are the best kind of plans. I mean, the
Yeah.
noble plans are just lame, honestly. I
Yeah,
get
We
nothing done.
could work with the nobles and deal everything out together, or kick slave ass, or click slave ass.
Slaver ass, not slave ass.
Yes.
You have no
Yeah,
reason to
not
kick the
slave
asses
ass.
of the slaves.
Yes. Okay. Well, I guess we just get to the entrance then, probably without much.
All right. Yeah. So you managed to start going down into the area, and you'll start to hear a bit of shuffling. It doesn't sound like Undercommon though. It sounds more like Draconic, and you'll just hear a bit of whispering and muttering.
Okay, I'm activating. I'm activating the again gun to get a better look as I sneak up.
They
I'll try and
look
eavesdrop.
like a bunch of platinum kobolds,
Hmm.
and
Okay,
they're
I'm-
muttering about something in Draconic.
I'm gonna try and get up to them slowly, since Raijin can hear through me and she knows Draconic.
Okay. I can smell another dragon. What type is it? Blue? I don't know, but we've better make sure that it doesn't get in here. You sure it's not a dragonborn? No, full dragon. Either that or someone's been around a full dragon recently. Either way, it's concerning that they're around in these tunnels. What are they doing? What's their intentions with the queen? We'll have to have a look around. I hope it isn't anything concerning. We've got to
This-
protect the queen.
That's a small problem. Wait, do I have something for this? Just look at his pocket. Nope, I don't have anything for distraction. Just using telepathy for Raijin. Hey, Raijin, do you got something that might be able to distract them? I could probably summon Lucky. He'll be able to distract them well. That's genius. Do that.
Okay. Lucky is the poop dragon.
Yeah, no, I know. Taishiro doesn't.
This is
Taishiro's
telepathic.
definitely met Lucky before.
You've definitely met Lucky. Anyway, that whole conversation was telepathic. So
Alright, so Lucky will appear and will look up at Senshin, and the kobolds will just start whispering in Draconic. That's it, it's stronger now. That's the dragon that I smelled earlier.
and just so Senshin just go over like scratch him on the head. Do your best, my dragon son. And he'll just sort of point at them as just with the words this and just the mimes distract at him.
Okay, Lucky will look over at them and do a little toothy smile, and then dribble some acid onto the ground in front of him, not at all damaging the kobolds. And the kobolds just look at him, blink, look at each other, blink. Is that it? I don't think we have to be worried for the queen's safety if that's the dragon that we're smelling. Whatever.
I imagine he's looking at them like a dog.
Nice dragon. And Lucky will just stare up at them and continue to do a little smile. And one of them will reach out and just scratch Lucky on the head. You got a family, little guy?
He just nods.
That's good. Alright, well, you go back to your family, alright? Wouldn't want you getting hurt.
And he'll just
Some
start
of the
tottering-
other kobolds are a bit more jumpy than we are.
Yeah, he'll just start tottering off back in the direction that he came from.
Cute little thing. Haven't seen one of those in ages. Wonder what brought Clay Dragon here. Maybe it's a sign. You know, from the Lord Darkane. Maybe that means that a new era has dawned for those of us descended and related to dragons. Oh, shut up, Eric.
Oh, shut up, Eric.
And they'll just continue walking off and in the opposite direction to where Lucky went and just seemingly minding their own business.
Just does a double thumbs up, and I guess they keep the army continues sneaking towards the area.
Yeah. They did not give a shit unless it was a dragon that intended to cause Mizé problems. If it wasn't, wasn't their job.
It's like the thing is, I was like, oh, I could have Rajan talk to them. I went, wait, no, we have a dragon.
Wait, no, we have a dragon. Ah, all we needed to do was let them see the dragon that they were smelling, and all of a sudden it was fine.
It was like, that's, it's just like, oh my god. I felt like, it's like big brain. It's the exact same thing as when I read a board you could flip vehicles during the ride.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, man.
It's like minor things. It's like, wait a sec. And it's like that fucking, like, you know, the big brain moment just happens, and it was like, oh, I'm a genius. So sneak up. I guess we continue going towards the point where we saw the entrance to the underground.
Okay, yeah. Well, it is a secret, like, button that you need to push, and then it's just a bunch of stairs downwards that allegedly lead to the underground.
Well, I know where the button is, so I'll just hit it.
Alright. The stairs will open up, and underneath you will just see a dark stairway going straight down with, looks like no lights in there. Not that you need them.
So, which of you guys is probably the toughest physically?
Probably not me.
Yeah, definitely not you, kid.
I'd be able to do it just fine, but the light would kind of... David will
Yeah.
point to it.
Andrew, how about you?
Well, I'm a bit more of a ranger, my good sir, but I can definitely help out.
Fuck, okay, so it's me at the front. Got it. Well, David, with me.
Alright.
just audible. Fuck, okay. Damn, I kind of would have been useful for this. She would have helped.
But don't worry, we don't need the coppers for this one.
I really hope not. She would get so mad at me if she knew. She's gonna get so mad at me when she finds out I've done this.
For the better we leave no trace. That's the sign of a professional.
I'm sure the bodies will be an excellent sign we've left a trace.
All for the sake of a good cause, my good sir.
I'm not denying that part, but the dead bodies will be very obvious.
Raijin, you will receive a message from Nessa that will just go, hope the date, in quotation marks, is going well. Don't worry, I managed to distract Ryoko. Provided you guys make it back before sunrise, it should be fine. I'm not sure what you guys are doing, and I don't want you to tell me, but I'm sure that you guys have good judgment. And then just a little smiley face.
Rachel will just send back, thanks, smiley face.
Yep. So, Nessa knows that you're doing stuff, but Nessa also does not care.
actually, Rachel sends a second message. Please give.
Pardon?
Looks like Rachel says a second message. Also, can you tell us if it looks like the captain's coming in and come up with an excuse for us, please?
Sure.
And yeah, back to sneaking down.
Yep.
You know what this is like, David? It's like that 4 years ago when we had to, when there's that weird giant spider infestation in the mines. Remember that?
Oh, yeah, do I ever?
That was awful. It was a nightmare. I don't know why I brought it up. But it's just like that, remember? You know, deep hole, possible fear, hostages, the faint smell of urine.
It's
Which one of you did that? Just shouts back.
Aww.
Just the faint smell of urine. Wait, which one of you did that? One of the faggots, one of the ferrets pissed himself.
oh, don't
Yeah,
worry. These are-
That's Peas-a-Lot Pratchett. Don't worry about him.
Like private pissy pants. Man, a lot of
Pratchett
One Piece
piss a
campaign
lot.
references. If this is ever on YouTube, you can watch the One Piece. Advertising my own. I start advertising my own campaign.
Mm.
I have 2 references now, and it's not like mild. It's very
I mean,
specific.
we're in a trade focused city. I had to.
Yeah, I get that. I enjoyed Mr. Golden Dildo. Was so it was a big part character, but ooh, I'm so glad.
Mm.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, continuing I guess we just continue down.
Yeah.
Yep.
Alright, so you'll start to hear some noises up ahead. It sounds like a couple of people getting ready for bed, just, getting meals and putting dishes away, just dumping swords on their racks, all of that stuff. It sounds like they're just minding their own business. And a bunch of them are just chatting in Undercommon with the occasional phrase of common, usually just random expletives that they don't seem to quite understand how to use. Just weird swearing that makes no damn sense, and that's all the stuff in common you hear. As far as Raijin hears, though, they're just whinging. Damn ferrets! They keep causing all these problems. How many shipments are they gonna cause? How are we supposed to make tomorrow's deal? We just need to give them, say that we've got a bit of a delay and that there's something wrong with them. Maybe we could steal a couple of them from the docks. Ones that have already ended up being sold to other people. We could just fake their deaths, make it look like they died in a fire. That's how we could do it. Yeah, let's do that. Maybe later tonight we should stop in at the docks and get a bunch of them. Plus, who knows? Maybe they'll have a chance at ending up somewhere slightly better. Like we care, though. I mean, really.
Well, they're bastards still.
I don't know what
Pretty
you
much.
expected.
Yeah, it's like that. So I'm just gonna check Raijin's summons real quick.
Yep. So you will arrive in this part of the cave. It
Oh,
looks
fuck.
like a little cave
Ooh,
system.
dark
You
one.
don't know what's in it.
Mm.
There appear to
That
be
doesn't-
some
another good
lights,
one.
which are some stones in the wall. Looks like
Where's
there's some
Raijin
little runes carved
summons?
into them that are just light runes.
Yep. Okay, where the fuck are my Raijin summons? I need to.
It
gotta
should
be
be
here
a separate
somewhere.
character sheet.
I'm looking for it in my stuff.
Okay. Let me see. Where'd I put the Raijin summons?
You've given me access to them. Have I opened them? Maybe not opened them. Maybe that's a distinct possibility for me.
All right.
You
Let me
said-
have a
'cause
look
I'm
around
sure you-
for the Raijin summons character sheet.
You
And...
PM'd me them. Yes, it's okay. I've got them.
Okay, cool.
I'll just copy the link over. I don't know if I have edit rights or not. I'll find out once. I
If
get
you
it up.
don't, then I'll give you edit rights.
Paste and go. Then pin the tab. Oh, or is it already pinned?
It should already be pinned.
Not that. I was talking about my Chrome. Looks like I have edit rights. Yeah, we're good.
All right, sweet.
I was talking about Chrome. Okay. Do I have anything that could look around there stealthily?
You have your owls.
I do have my owls.
You could also summon, like, a rat or something similar. Like, some of the ones, like your owls or steed, pretty much, as your familiar summon, you can summon pretty much any small creature that isn't particularly well suited for combat. Like, you've chosen owls as your main one, but you can summon something else as a familiar if you want. So there's nothing stopping
Yeah.
you from summoning, like, rats or something.
Yeah. Well, considering I already said even offhandedly as there's yeah.
Mm.
Raijin will just put a hand on the ground and summon up a rat, basically.
The rat will look up to Raijin for instructions.
I wanted to get us an overview of the area.
Squeak! And the rat will just go walking throughout the area, and Raijin will be able to see through the rat's eyes, and she will see that a little bit further up there will be a bunch of Duragar in roughly this cavern and this cavern who are just fiddling around and getting ready for bed. And then they'll see a bunch of small shivering gnolls who are in there and tied up and seemingly not responding to anything that's happening around them. Interestingly enough, despite them mentioning the hostages, there don't appear to be any people that either Senshin or Raijin would recognize.
Is there anything past this, or is this just a big spooky skull?
That's just a big spooky skull.
Why is it skeleton?
You'll see a bunch of small bits of writing on the wall, which will basically say, entrance to Deathstone Mines. And you will see a crest, which you might have seen earlier, but you don't remember exactly where. Everyone who wandered through the Noble District at least once, which I think is everyone except Andrew, roll a history check.
Okay.
Mars.
Raijin with advantage.
Oh, Raijin with advantage? Oh, thank fuck. Hers was a nat 1. Okay.
Alright,
Looks like Taishiro got something.
cool. Alright, Taishiro, you saw this one earlier today. Kana was pointing it out as she gave the middle finger to it earlier. It is a flag with the base being made of a femur.
Oh, it's that family. They have a mine dedicated to something called Deathstone.
Well, that's awful. In like 14 different ways.
Deadstone. Deathstone? Deadstone.
It looks like the place is dusty and not very well used, especially around here, which is basically the entrance to it. It looks like the gnolls are tied up around these plants, and it looks like no one is close to the immediate entrance to the Deathstone mines. They look like it looks like the mines are closed / unused.
Would Raijin have actually, if Senshin describes the 2 bosses he saw earlier, or the 3 bosses he saw earlier, would the rat have seen any of them?
Yeah. 2 of them are in here. The lower ranked ones, by the looks of it, the ones that ran into David and Taishiro, and the one that ran into Senshin is in here.
So, I've got a question. How do you guys want to do this? Guns blazing or quick and stealthy?
We should try and do it quick and stealthy. We don't want to cause any attention to be drawn to ourselves.
Taishiro, we are a couple hundred meters underground. The only attention we find is if anyone comes down here.
Senshin, you're incredibly loud.
Yeah, I'm aware. But I don't think anything I have can go through like a couple thousand tons of stone.
Still, I'd rather get this done quickly and quietly. Just in case.
I'm also mean, should we try and sneak to the gnolls first and free them and then fight out? Should we have the base, or should we basically keep the only exit defended? Or also, what the fuck was that crashing noise?
My door closed due to the wind.
Oh. That is
It did sound like God's cacophonous sneeze, so I was just a little curious.
Does sound like a pretty good plan, sir.
The wall is thinner here, so you're fairly certain that you would be able to reshape it without causing too much noise, David, since you do have the ability to mold stone. It might take a couple of minutes, but you would be able to get in there if that's what you wanted to do. You would need to get a bit closer to block off this area, though. But if you spent enough time and were able to be quiet enough, you could actually just lock the gnolls in, not the gnolls, lock the Duragar in here, free the gnolls, and then do whatever you wanted.
And kick their ass / kill them all. So.
Yes.
Okay, in that case, David, if you can start moving it, molding it so you can get the gnolls out.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
I'll-
see, I'll see if I can sneak my way around. And actually, no, I think I can trust you on this. If we cover this entrance and you work on the gnolls side,
I'll make sure they get out, boss. Don't worry.
right?
Okay.
Rajan, can you stick with him? Yeah, I can do that.
I guess I'll just be the ferret that keeps the eyes in the skies.
Ferret, I want you with me.
Alright, no worries. I can do stealthy.
What am I doing?
How good are you at hiding?
I used to hide from my master all the time, so
Well, that's awful, but are you good at it?
not really.
Okay, how about you, Ferret?
I mean, sneaking ain't really my thing, but I can transform into a ferret.
Will that
To
make
make
you
me-
better at sneaking?
I'll be less noticeable. Plus, I'll be lower to the ground.
That's fair. Okay. I think for now we should at the very least just watch. Since I'm a pretty good frontline fighter, I think it's better if I stick on this entrance and we wait for if/when David's side goes awry.
Alright, fair enough. Mm. Ferret will...
So just to
An action-
confirm, David and Raijin are here, and Senshin and everyone else are here. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yes.
All right. So David will end up molding the stone. No one seems to be really paying that much attention, especially since this immediate area, they're all looking at like their bedrolls, which are over here. They're not really paying too much attention, so they're probably not going to see anything until people actually start moving inside the room.
Okay. So Senshin's just gonna sort of think for the telepathy. Rajan, how's your side going? Fine. It looks like the doors. It looks like David managed to get in just fine.
All right.
Do you want us to wait for the? Should we wait for the Duragar to move towards their bed? Yeah. If we can get the gnolls out before we start violence, that'd be for the best.
All right. You managed to clear out the wall and form a bit of an archway there. And the gnolls will just continue staring at whatever they were staring at, which is typically just empty space. You can see one of them is cradling a small kid and crying. But most of them just appear to be staring off, not really caring about anything by the looks of it. Your best guess is only those two are sentient.
So are the Duragar starting to move out of the way now?
The Duragar are mostly getting into bed. A couple of them, you can hear them talking, and it sounds like they're just chatting about whatever. They don't sound like they are particularly paying attention to anything. It sounds like they're off this way a bit, just in their bedrolls. Legitimately, all they're chatting about... Yeah, not... there aren't any Duragar directly in this area. They're just in the next room over. And so the main question is just whether there would be a patrol coming via here. So they're not going to see you drilling through the wall. They are just going to see if people start moving too much in this room. But here's the thing, right? If you're quiet enough, you might even be able to make the wall show up there, stopping them from actually being able to get to any of the gnolls.
Yeah. David, if you can close up that entrance, and cut off any Duragars and cut the Duragar off.
That's what I was planning to do.
Great, then let's do it. If they try anything, I'll blast their heads off.
Alright,
Alright,
David,
too easy.
stealth check.
The total forgetfulness of Raishin's terrifying.
Oh, yeah, what am I saying? David doesn't have stealth. That's
Okay.
flat.
Okay. One of them starts to hear some of the stones moving around and just goes, "Hey, should we be worried about a cave-in? It sounds like there's something up with the stones here." "Nah, you're just being superstitious. Just because this place used to be a death stone mine doesn't mean there's anything wrong with it anymore. Plus, since it's not being used anymore, it certainly makes a great place to base." "Yeah, but are you sure there isn't still a portal to the realm of the dead here?" "Yes. Now go to sleep already. We've got a we've got a big thing to do at midnight, remember? Big raid. Gotta get a bunch of people so that we can actually fulfill this damn deal. Fine. And it sounds like they just rolled over. You're probably in the clear?
Let's keep going.
You continue to make the stone cover over the area until it's covered over the entrance.
Alright, it's done. It's done.
Okay, and so Rajan just goes inside the room and starts. Okay, come with me. And just starts getting as many of the knolls out as possible.
Okay. The
David, can
mother
you go
will
the
just
ones-
look up at Raijin and go, Are you here to rescue us? I wouldn't have thought anyone would do that.
Well, we're not anyone.
Thank you. And she'll just look up at Raijin and smile. The other ones will just kind of basically be directed and will just look at you blankly and then start walking in the direction you point.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Good job, Rajan.
Great. If you guys could wait at the entrance. Yeah, you guys should start going up the thing in a few seconds. Well, the powerhouses will start getting. The powerhouse is going to start attacking.
Okay, thank you. You'll notice
Don't
that the
worry.
mine does appear to go a fair bit deeper. You're not sure if they were planning on using that as an escape route, but, well, you have managed to block out their main escape. The only
Well,
way
they
they're getting
can't
through
now.
there is by coming through all of the powerhouses and attempting to get in there. So all of their escape routes appear to be blocked.
Well, okay, so Rajan just uses telepathy to get to Ascension. If I'm right, we just got all. I believe all of them are out now. Tell David to get back over here, and then we'll attack. These guys have taken far too many innocent people hostage. Have taken innocent people hostage and taken thousands into slavery. Actually, I'll make this pretty simple. Hey, Ferret. Give
Yes.
give me a piece of silver and say it's for a contract.
I definitely will.
Great. Well, as the current eldest current eldest member of the Geo Umare, I accept this contract. And as when the other two get there,
Huh.
he's gonna pull out he's gonna use the what's it called again? Lightning blade.
Nice. Well, that's one way to make it legal, I guess.
Yeah, if it's a contract, it's legal.
Yeah,
That's
because he
what
is
it's
just
true,
a
as long as I-
mercenary rather than just a guy raiding people.
Yeah, that's what it. Yeah, like I know what I'm doing. Sure, I'm bending the rules a bit, but so are they. And what I'm
They
doing
are
is
very much bending the rules. What you
What
are
I'm
doing
doing-
is far more on the legal side than what they are
What
doing.
I'm doing.
You're
what I'm
bending the
doing
rules
is
far
called-
less.
What I'm doing is something called malicious compliance.
Yes. They never said the contract had to be big,
No, I just
or
have
that it
have
had to be
accept it.
not with a random bandit that you met in the woods.
No, as long as I accept it, it's good enough.
Yep.
And as long as they're not part of my party, it's yeah. So he'll pull out the lightning blade,
Mm.
and I'm gonna use a move I haven't yet.
Okay.
So if I'm right, I'm gonna have an advantage because all of them are asleep, right? Or
Yeah.
In the room.
Either even if they're not asleep, they're prone because they're lying down.
Great. In that case, how many people are there in, say, either a 20 sphere?
Okay, so let's see. Probably about 4 or 5.
Any of them wearing metal? That's not gonna matter. It will deal with
Probably
that,
not.
actually.
They are going to bed after all. There might be metal near them, but they're not wearing it.
Okay, so I would be able to hit more with that than I would with Hydra. Yeah, in that case. Thunderblade. Third form. Thunderstorm! And as he does that, he basically blizzes out, and a giant sort of circle of lightning and, well, flashes basically starts going around in the area with in that area right there.
Oh my god, did you just pull a fucking
Supposed
I
to.
am the storm that is a pro?
Yeah, basically, I decided I am a storm now. Oh, I had two choices. This will hit more targets. I'll probably pull out the other one later.
Alright, cool. How much damage does that do? Because I'm
So
imagining
I'm,
that you're really gonna struggle to hit them.
Huh?
To not hit them, I mean.
Well, can I roll for a crit first? Just to
Sure,
see
you
if
can
it-
roll for a crit, but unless you get a nat 1, you're not gonna fail.
Yeah, okay. I got it's 7 plus a bit. Yeah, because I got an extra level of proficiency with it because of the sword.
Mm.
So let's see, that is 2d8 and 1d10 slashing.
Alright, roll.
1d10 slashing, 2d8 lightning.
Alright, roll for it.
Plus 1d10 plus my proficiency with blade, which is a 4. That's only 13.
Okay. They look pretty badly hurt, but not dead yet. Someone's attacking! Quick, get up! And a bunch of them just
can
rush
I
to
should
try
roll-
and grab their armor
Try
and
do
weapons.
something at the same time?
Oh,
Hmm?
I don't.
Can Taishiro even do something at the same time?
Can Andrew?
I mean, I imagine you guys have just figured out this is the that he was about to.
Oh, wait,
Well,
I should,
the thing
oh,
is,
you should
you're-
have told us that you're doing it.
Your reaction time, pretty much, you would have had to have started this at the same time you noticed Senshin was starting to do this. Is there
Yeah.
anything that you can do? I'd say you can do something that you could do in a bonus action, but not in an action, because I don't think your reaction time is quite good enough for that.
Can I give a, could I have buffed Senshin before he...
If you did it as a bonus action, then yes.
Oh,
I mean, here's the thing, I'm gonna
can
say
do it as a
this-
bonus.
sorry.
I can do it as a bonus action.
Alex, who think I'm gonna say it's, when I was talking with the 3 who were at the door would at least be aware of what Senshin was going to do. I was basically holding it for dramatic.
Well, did he tell them?
Yeah, I would have told them that I'm gonna do this attack called Thunderstorm, explain how it works, and then
Oh, well, if that's the
Um,
case, then yes, they would have time to take an action as a surprise. Alright, what do you
Okay,
two want to do?
I'm actually going to increase the damage of that attack that Senshin just did.
By how much?
nice.
I'm using Song of Onimaru, which one melee weapon which Taishiro touches will deal an additional 2d8 magical slashing damage.
Alright,
Oh,
roll the
that's useful.
2d8.
I'll roll that 2d8. That's
They're
much
dead.
nicer.
Alright,
Never
4
mind.
of them are dead.
Nice. Leaving, I guess, one of the bosses because you said there were 5 there.
No, I said that there were 3 that you've met before.
Oh.
There were 5 there.
Okay. So we had 4 here, and they're all well.
There's quite a few people here. Wait, a
David,
20-foot
your turn.
sphere, just to confirm, that's more than 4 squares, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
'Cause
That's 8
more than-
squares. Okay, in that case, you killed 8 people. So let me see. That would be because there's 25 people total. There were 20 here and 5 here. So let's just quickly have a look. So there's now 17 left.
Well, I guess attack anyone who isn't. I guess attack anyone who isn't dead. The others. Not David. Sorry.
Yes, it is David's
Andrew.
turn.
Andrew.
If Taichiro is done.
Andrew's
And-
turn.
Andrew's gonna use the quick share ability, so I'll roll a d4 to see how many shots I can fire their way.
Oh, nice. Like from your campaign.
Pretty much. I can
Alright.
fire 2. Would they
Alright.
be with advantage or just flat?
They
Oh,
are currently
I'm sorry.
prone, so with advantage.
I'll do the first one. Ooh, okay.
How much is
I'm
that?
going- Let me see. So I'm going to use the explosion one.
Okay, so how much damage?
Oh, does it hit them? Yes, then.
Yes.
It's got a journeyman on it anyway. So it would do 2d6 damage, and it's within 10 feet. So anyone with yeah.
So that should deal with let's see, 2 squares. So actually, no, 10 feet of a point. All right, so that would be 4 squares. So 4 people. Gotcha. All right, roll for it.
It's 4 damage.
All right. Cool.
Then I'll send the next one through. Bell hit. It's the
Alright.
boom
The
boom.
previous one.
Yep.
It's 5 plus Journeyman, so
These are really bad damage rolls for you, man.
All right. So what's journeyman at this level again?
4.
Okay.
4. Yeah.
So 5 plus 4. All right. So that's 9. All right. Cool. Not dead yet.
Still have my action, because that was a bonus action.
Jesus.
I designed this guy to be the ranger.
Nice. Well, you mean
Okay.
the range. guy,
Oh,
not the range.
nice. All right. So that
Oh,
means
crap.
double damage for you.
Another boom boom arrow.
Mm-hmm.
Boom, boom, boom. Oh!
I think they're dead.
Oh.
All right. So you kill the 4 people that you were targeting earlier, which means that you should be down a bit more. So let me see. That was 17. All right. So now you're down to 13. And so was that 1 arrow or was that 2?
That was a
Technically-
critical arrow.
Did you
That was a crit.
launch your crit arrow at the people you just damaged or other people?
I'd say for people I just damaged to take them out of the way.
All right. In that case, they are dead, but unfortunately, you went way over the amount of damage that you needed to. So
Oh.
there's currently 13 people, 5 of which are in the other room.
Alright, took out some of them.
You know what? You're not too bad. You're not too bad, Ed.
All right. David.
Alright, time for the beer rack to be unleashed. David will, let's see. They'll have to
Well,
make. The opponent will have to make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. In what area?
Probably say, are there still people in that corner?
I
That
mean,
one?
like, how big is the area of
sorry.
effect?
It's a 15-foot cone.
Wait, doesn't prone mean they can't succeed dex saves?
Actually, let me check. That might be the case. Let me just check what prone does as opposed to restrained.
Checking it.
I don't think prone does that. I think restrained does that.
Okay. Let
Okay,
me see.
prone.
Prone.
Prone. I'm looking at it too.
No,
Disadvantage
it
on
doesn't.
attack
It
rolls.
doesn't give you inability to do dex saves.
Alright, fair enough.
Oh, I guess they can try the dex saves then. What's the area then? Also, Roberts?
It's
15 foot
15.
cone.
Yeah. And yeah. Alright. Yeah. Let's see. They'll have to make a save, so dexterity, and we'll have to see what they get.
All right, 15 foot. So that would be 3 spaces. So that would be 3 people. So I'll roll 3 saves.
Well,
I
one of
should
them
have rolled.
succeeds.
I should have rolled 6. Because they're doing it. Well, actually, technically, they don't have disadvantage for whatever reason.
Yeah, they don't
so
have
2 of
disadvantage.
them succeed. 1 of them fails.
Alright. David will roll damage, which is 2d10 fire.
Do they take less on a? Oh wait, no, it's just fire damage because it's a
That's
dex
just
save.
fire.
For some reason, I thought, oh, it's a con save, but no, it's a dex save.
For one that fails, takes 18 damage plus journeyman.
Okay,
4. So,
all right,
22
1
damage.
dies, and what do the the ones who
Would succeed take 11.
all right, cool. All right, so 2x.
And then David will just go into David mode and swing out with his chisel and hammer.
Okay.
I think I've got like just 2 attacks and then that's it, so I'll
Yes.
just see how I go. Right, I'll hit, so that's a...
Wait, you have an advantage because they're still prone.
They are in
Right,
fact
sorry.
still prone.
Right, never mind. I think that's 2d6 damage, so I'll just roll and see what I get.
Yep.
It's 8.
All
and
right.
then 1 last one. Oh, okay. I guess I'm
All
taking
right.
care of most of them.
All right. Yeah, the fact that you got a crit, they had 1 HP left. They're dead.
Right, I just want to see what I'd get. Holy cow.
Jesus.
Okay.
They could kill a
Alright.
full health one at that, or at least do a lot of damage to them.
All right.
Alright, took care of that one, boss. Down.
All right. Now,
Now time
I
for Sniper Raijin's turn.
Oh yeah, Raijin's still gotta go. Alright, Raijin, there are 5 people left in this room that are still currently alive. Everyone else has been
Okay.
brutally murdered by your party. They absolutely deserved it.
So I'm gonna pick on 2 ones that haven't been hit yet, each with 1 blast of laser death shooty shoot.
Okay,
I mean, what's it called again?
Draker Blast.
Draco Blast. Yeah, okay. So first one is a 23, the second one's a 25.
Yes, they both hit.
Okay, let me just check my damage with Raijin. My cantrip, Draco Blast, yada yada, deal
1d10,
plus
I
wisdom
think.
mod. 1d10 plus my wisdom modifier, plus proficiency to one of the blasts. So,
Okay.
1d. So this will be d10 plus. So this will be d10 plus 10 plus 5. So d10 plus 15. That's how much? 3 onto that makes the 15 into a 12. That's 22, I believe.
Okay, one dies.
The other one will take 8.
Alright, cool.
Can I quicken spell?
You can if you want.
I got 15 sorcery points. I think I'll quicken spell.
Fair enough.
Okay. Alright.
I'll do it again.
Alright,
So
cool.
so aiming at the same guy I already hit, and also a different dude. So one of these will have proficiency, another one won't. So
Okay.
Yeah, I'm assuming both hit. She has a plus
Both hit,
10.
yeah.
So this is for the guy who I haven't hit yet. I'll add proficiency on that attack, so it'll be a D10 plus 15.
Okay.
So 19 damage to the one I haven't hit yet.
Alright, cool.
And the second one is gonna take 11 damage.
Okay.
So the guy already damaged will take 11.
Alright, cool. They're both on 1 hit point.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
Exactly, somehow. Alright, cool. Okay, so currently there are 4 people in this room. 2 of them are on 1 hit point, 2 of them are unhurt. There are 5 people in this room. And now it is their turn as they sound the alarm. The 2 guys who are on 1 hit point will rush forward and they will just stick up some damn massive shields. It kind of reminds you of Corey's shields that are just absolutely absurdly large, and they will put down these shields to attempt to block you from entering. So that will be their turn to just attempt to block you. You can still go around this way, but you're blocked from going this way by just sheer force of stone. There is a lot of it there. Actually, wait, no, it's metal. Yeah, the shields would be made of metal. Yeah, so just large metal shields that are just in your way. And then the 2 that aren't injured will end up sneaking around this way, and one of them will take... Let's see.
So Sitch is at the front, by the by.
Yeah, Senshin would be at the front, so... But they're coming around this way, so it's probably going to be whoever's at the back. Which I'm guessing
What do you mean the back?
Because...
Because we're here, right?
Yeah, but these guys were all over this way. You were fighting them here. They put up shields to block you from going this way, and then they came around here.
Oh, right, okay.
Which means that Senshin would be at the front here, which means that whoever's here would be at the back.
Who's... Right...
Which
would probably be at the back.
Alright, in that case, they're going to attack Raijin, because that's the one that, well, is in their way. So the first one is going to launch 2 attacks against Raijin. So the first one is going to be a 19, and the second is going to be a 10.
The 19 hits.
Alright, cool. And it will deal, let's see, so that would be 10 points of damage.
Yikes. A plus 6 damage?
Yes.
Okay. Damn. She's down to 24.
Alright. And then the second one will attack probably someone else. And so who else would be at the back? Would it be Andrew?
Definitely Andrew's back there.
Alright, 2 attacks against Andrew.
Alright,
Oh, jeez.
Oh, dear lord.
I'm imagining both hit and one of them's a crit.
okay, can I use human ferret transmigration to switch from human back to ferret to try and dodge one?
Alright, so that'll give disadvantage. I'll say that gives disadvantage on the nat 20, so I'll re-roll the nat 20 as... I still think it's going to hit, but it won't be a crit. So that has a, plus 6. So that would be a 19, and yeah, I'm imagining they both hit.
They both hit.
Something tells me both sides in this combat are glass cannons. That will be 2d10. So that will be 14 plus 6 is 20 points of damage.
Oh, let me have a look at my health.
There is no way 20 points of damage would kill you at this point, surely.
it would KO him is also what he's concerned about.
There's no. Surely not. Surely you should have more health than that.
I might have miscalculated because
If
I
you
have
only
more-
have 20 health, then you calculated your health wrong. You should have more health than that.
okay, I did miscalculate. I think it might have been around 28, 29 health that I actually got.
I'll
That
add
still
that.
sounds
So
a
you're
little low. I'm gonna double check your health after this combat. But yeah, and the other guys are doing something over here. You can't tell what. But
Right.
they aren't getting involved just yet.
I think I must have missed a step with HB. I think I'll still be up.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Do we roll initiative now, or are we just
Yeah. Everyone roll initiative, and I'm
first
just gonna...
Senshin, second Raijin?
Yep. Okay. And I'm just
Oh,
gonna.
good. I rolled above double digits.
Taishiro and Raijin gonna roll off.
I guess.
Yeah.
We'll go by higher dex actually.
I'll just see.
Taishiro
So, let-
has.
Oh, okay. What's your dex on? Wait. So the first one. Who's the first one? Is it?
The first one for my end is the ferret, so that would have that's dex, so that'd be a +4.
+4. Senshin. So you go before Senshin, I think, is a +3.
Yeah, fair enough.
Senshin is a +3. Right. So what about you, Eli?
Come again?
What's your dex?
+3.
Mine's a +1. So you go before me there too.
Sweet.
Just for the reference, I am putting down random things because I want to put these down quickly.
You should probably set up a like the thing we have in mine and Eli's.
I should. I just don't know how to do it, so I should probably remember how to do that. Okay. All right. So. All right. So we'll have Senshin at turn. Okay, well, I don't know why they decided to name them that. That is not what I wanted. Okay.
Hmm?
For some reason, the gelatinous cubes, they decided to name them after your characters, but no, they're enemies.
Right.
Okay, so I'm just gonna roll 4 times. Okay, alright. So
Wow,
that
they all
is
sucked.
6.
I mean, we also sucked, but they
3.
sucked more.
Yeah. 9.
That's probably the best way to put it, honestly.
Okay, cool. Alright. Yeah, okay, so let's see. So what did you guys end up getting?
Me and Ferret got 13s. Ferret's going before me.
Okay, alright.
Taishiro and Raijin got 6s. Taishiro's going before me.
Okay.
And David got an 8.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, so Ferret got an 18.
No, Ferret got a 13.
Ferret got a 13. Okay. Alright.
I can't
At
click on
turn.
my character.
You can't what?
Yeah, you have to give us access. Just wait. Eli, just do it off your character sheet for now. Wait until we got initiative set up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Alright, so we've got Ferret. We'll add the turn.
After this combat, I'm gonna have to head off to feed the horses.
Okay, alright. Is this... is this even worth bothering with?
Hmm?
You okay?
The turn order, or you mean what?
Yeah, turn order.
We could probably just track it on our own. We'll be fine.
Yeah, fuck this. Forget the turn order, forget these things. They're just in the way and annoying.
We will get back to this once we have everything set up.
Yeah, fuck this. No, ignore that. Okay, so, Andrew, your turn.
Alright, one more trip down the quick shooter route. I'll roll another d4. I think this is my last one.
Okay.
Another 2. Alright.
Alright, cool.
So just a flat roll. Will miss.
Okay.
And the second roll. Let's see.
If you have any proficiency in it, it will hit.
I have Journeyman. I'll be going
Yes,
with the
you
boom
will
boom
hit.
arrow.
Okay.
Alright. So 2d6. 7 plus journey,
Okay. Alright.
which is 11. Shumba 3 doesn't hit because that's just 3
No,
plus
it won't.
journey. Yeah. Alright, and then I'll just use my action just to attack once more. And that also is the boom boom.
Okay.
Does that hit?
Boom, boom.
That's
What's
an 11.
so it's a no, it doesn't hit. All right. So the first one deals how much damage?
Let's see, so that's 7 plus 4, so that's 11.
Okay. All right. Cool. All right.
Were you
And,
attacking the guys on the side or the shields?
You can't attack the guys through the shields because they are basically floor to ceiling and they're blocking you off, so you're attacking the guys who are here. Because you need to move through them in order to get to here to attack the others.
Right. Fair enough.
That's the ferret's turn done.
Okay. Alright, so it's Senshin next, I believe.
Right. I think, yeah, actually considering the situation, I'm gonna pop into level 2 enhancement.
Alright, cool.
Great. So that'll be much things. Which is the one that attacked Raijin?
It's one of them. I'd say it's the one on the right.
Right. Whichever one attacked Raijin, I'm gonna attack with
Attack with what, sorry?
Unrelenting Fury. It's not a move, it's just hatred.
Alright, what buffs does Unrelenting Fury give you?
I've got enough already from that. What do I feel like hitting him with? Nah, I'm just gonna cut their fucking heads off. I'm gonna just use Onimaru and try and cut them to pieces. So,
Okay, fair enough.
20. So that is a +6 to hit, so 17.
Alright, 17 will hit.
Yeah. Okay. So it's Onimaru, which since I'm technically one-handing it, this an 8 plus. How much is it? So that plus that. So it's +8 in damage.
Alright, so that's 14 points of damage.
Yeah, does 14 kill that guy?
No. That was the guy who was on
Well.
full health.
Well, I'll attack him again.
What's your minimum damage?
You still have
Hiss.
if you're attacking with
Oh,
Senshin,
I was-
you still have the 2d8 extra magical.
Oh, I
slashing.
do. Oh, he was. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's 2d8 for the original one. That's an extra.
It lasts a minute.
Alright, so you're
Okay.
attacking the original one. Alright, he's down to
So
1
if you-
HP.
no, not that. The original guy. That's an extra +5 on the 14. So he's on 1. Okay. Yeah, I'll
Wait,
attack him
no,
again.
because the original guy, I dealt an extra 5 damage to him. He was on 6 HP before the extra 2d8,
so-
and now he's on 1
Yeah, no.
HP.
I know. Yeah. So that I know that now. So I'm gonna attack him again.
If
Yeah,
you
that's-
hit
so
him,
that's-
he will die.
He will die.
You hit him. He is dead.
And with my offhand attack, I'll use Kocho no Ryu to try and kill the second last guy too with. What do I feel like hitting him with? What do I feel like hitting him with? I'd say Flash of Lightning, actually.
Alright, cool.
So this should. This will. It's 14 to hit.
Okay, will miss.
The 14?
Yes. Because they have their armor on now. They're actually prepared for combat, so their AC is higher because
wait, it's lightning, Alex.
it is made of metal, yes, but does that give you a plus to hit?
It gives me an advantage.
Alright, you have advantage on this guy then. It will hit.
Yep. So this is 1d10 slashing and 3d8. So it's 1d10 slashing, 2d8 magical slashing, 1d8 lightning.
If you don't roll minimum on everything, you will kill it. You killed it.
You maximum 1.
Yeah. just fucking pop up, cut one to shreds with one hand, then burst over and cut the other guy's head off.
The other two will hear the screams and will just start rushing up to this way. So, yeah. They're trying to go there, but let's see. So Senshin had the turn. So, let's see. What
If they
did...
pass into my range, I can use opportunity.
No, it wouldn't be going directly past you because you're about here, and they're going through here, so not within your range.
Fair enough.
Let's see, what did I roll? Alright, so that's 2 9s. Yep, okay, cool. Alright, so they're gonna head here, and basically what they're gonna do is they're going to take their shields and set them up here as a complete blockade, and then they're going to start rushing off in another direction.
Nice. Who's up next? It's
David,
Yeah, David is at initiative 8. So,
the
yeah.
guy who can knock down a stone wall.
These
Ah,
aren't
the-
stone walls, they're just shields that have been wedged in, so it's
Which is
significantly
sitting
easier.
up against stone walls.
Yes. It does take time for him to knock down the stone wall, though, bear in mind. It's not like it's something he can do in one action. Like, that shit
fair
took a
enough.
couple of minutes.
That's fair enough.
So, how tall are the shields? Because I have a feeling David could just step over them.
Oh, floor to ceiling. They're
Oh,
big.
damn
They're
it.
like 6 feet tall and 4 feet wide.
Oh, they're gonna do that, huh? Could try tunneling, or I could just try smashing this thing down. Guess David will try, like, punching his way through.
Alright, make a strength check against shield. Your strength check succeeds and you are able to knock it down. However, there's still another shield there, and the pathway is really narrow. So you will need to knock both shields down in order for someone of your size to get past. Someone of Andrew's size could manage it, but then again, he is a ferret.
Like, they're 4 feet wide. Couldn't we just fit through space?
You could squeeze, yes. Most of you could squeeze. David, however, could not.
Alright, David Big Boy. I guess...
Literally everyone but David could fit through there. It's just that
I-
David is a bit too big.
Are you
kind
gonna
of-
try and punch down the other one?
I kind of forgot that David was a 7-foot giant, so yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, I think the other one's down too.
Yes, the other one is down. So you managed to knock them down, and the other guys just yell, "Get to the escape pod! Come on, hurry! Get down the mines!"
I don't think you're.
Oh, wait a sec. Aren't those the mines?
Yes.
The area we just blocked off.
Mm.
Uh,
hmm
Okay, David's just gonna start running after him. He's like, "Oh yes, can you make it? Can you make it?"
Oh, you're fucking goading him. Oh, you magnificent douchebag.
Alright, I'm just gonna roll initiative for the 5 other people that are in this room. Alright, let's see. Okay, so we've got
Okay.
enemies go after allies. So we've got boss 1 is 6, boss 2 is 6. Alright, and we've got a boss 3 is a natural 1, boss 4 is a 10, so boss 4 is a 10, and boss 5 is a 9.
So Sension's gonna shout out to David. Leave one. I
Pardon?
need questions answered. Senshin shouts out to David. Leave one of them alive. I need questions answered.
Yep, no worries.
At which point, one of the bosses will look down at the 2 grunts that have come rushing their way, bleeding and looking incredibly sorry for themselves. "What are you? Rats or men? Stand forth and fight these invaders! Or have you forgotten what it means to be a warrior of honor?" And the grunts will just start looking at David, and you'll see that the wall appears, not the wall, the floor beneath them appears to be a little bit slippery.
I feel what it's like to be warriors of honor. Looks back at the Goliath and giant. on his
Looks
face.
back at the honor, looks back at the thing that was scaring them, sees the honor slowly seeping out of their pants and onto the floor.
The best part is they get to see the demon.
Yeah, they have yet to see the demon. They just see big guy that absolutely fucked up a bunch of them and also broke through their massive fuck-off shields, and they decided that this was not someone they wanted to mess with. Actually, fine. Go back there then. Take them hostage. And the grunts will immediately go running and see that the wall is blocked. Boss! It's blocked! What happened? The stone
Just,
moved like itself. This place is haunted. I knew it.
Oh wait,
Oh.
do I still wait? If I kill the other 2, don't I still move the Senshin to jump into the same room with David now?
Yes, actually, you can. There was only not enough room for David to pass through there, not Senshin.
Fair enough. Yeah, I guess in that case, Senshin just sort of sprints in after them, swords out, and covered in other people's blood.
All right,
Hmm.
Taishiro, it's your turn now at initiative 6.
Okay. Who's nearby for?
For you,
Raijin,
yeah,
so-
Raijin and Andrew.
the ferret. Raijin the ferret
like
and ferrets.
enemies.
I think, wait, sorry, if I'm correct, ferret squad would
Enemy-wise.
probably be taking care of the
Ferret
gnolls
Squad
who-
are a little bit busy making sure that the gnolls are,
Yeah, that's what
okay
I'm
and
saying.
also guarded.
They're defending the gnolls while we
Attack
what
the
about
Juror
exterminate.
guard.
I was gonna say we do some pest extermination.
Yeah.
Alex,
Yes?
what about enemy-wise?
Enemy-wise, all the enemies are in here. Because
And I'm not
the
able to reach
two
them?
that were injured were over here. They ran here. They ran through here.
Okay, I wouldn't be able to reach them with Taishiro, would I?
No.
Where's Senshin? Can I reach Senshin?
Section's in here now.
Senshin's in here-ish.
So I
Section
should
also
be
has 60 feet of movement.
I should be able to reach him then.
Yeah.
In that case, Taishiro will go up to Senshin and... I have another one. And will
Sweet.
activate Empowering Melody on him. Your sword now deals an extra 1d8 sonic damage. Any,
Jesus Christ.
also, any enemy who targets you must make a Wisdom saving throw before they can target.
Okay, so you basically just gave the well,
You basically
The-
gave him disadvantage.
you gave them disadvantage. Yeah.
Well, no, I
'cause they're-
gave him Sanctuary.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gave me sanctuary, and like that fact is, it doesn't realistically matter on Senshin, who is already probably our best damage dealer. Well, him and Raijin, better known
Well, the
as
extra
Sniper
D8
Rifle. The
Well,
Sniper
the extra
Raijin.
D8 will
The
be
D8 would be great though. That's awesome.
The melee DPS and the ranged DPS.
Yeah, and if they breed, they'll make the perfect murder machine.
Yep. And then there's Andrew, who is the non-magical, the furry DPS.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm the furry healer. Right. I'm the furry buff support.
So we've got the melee DPS, the ranged DPS, the furry DPS, and the furry healer.
And then
And-
there's David, who's just David, who is just
David's
the
the tank.
everything. I have more HP than him.
Yeah, you do.
I
yeah.
don't care. David's the tank. Just look at the size of the lad.
I mean, yeah, 7 foot, 130 kilograms. Yeah, he's kind of buff.
David is the
yeah.
wall. He might not be able to take all the damage, but he can definitely block stuff from hitting you guys.
Actually, what's
Yeah.
David's AC compared to Senshin's?
If it's AC, let me just have a look. Sir,
Because you have
17.
to have got an unarmored defense, right?
I do, yeah.
So, yeah, I don't remember exactly what it was. I think it was strength and intelligence that I gave you.
Yeah, let me see.
Okay. Well,
Either way, it's a 17, because I have Con and Wiz as +3, so yeah.
Alright?
What about you, Senshin?
well, I have an unarmed defense barbarian,
Yep.
Strength plus con.
so, yes, I have a 20 AC.
Ah, you got the same as Kana.
Yes, and I'm also 3 levels lower. He's a scary lad.
Alright, cool. Anyway, so that's Taishiro done. Raijin's turn.
Raijin's gonna get up as far as she can, up to here she can, to
Mm.
try and some of the, leaders.
Alright, cool.
Wait, actually,
Raijin can just hit
Ooh.
them. She's got ranged attacks.
yes, I'm just thinking, how strong do the bosses look?
They look significantly stronger than the grunts.
So I could probably just throw out a lightning ball and be fine.
Probably, yeah.
Well, I'm gonna do that.
Okay. Alright, throw out the lightning ball then. So you'll probably be able to get max of 2 of them within an area.
It's a 20-foot sphere.
They're not Yeah, but these guys were sleeping bunched together. These guys actually have space, so there probably would have been one in each corner of here, and 2 here, so you're probably only going to be able to get 2.
Well, I'll wait. Actually, how much damage would I do with this if I hit
Because how many of them are in a line? Then actually, it's another question I could ask.
You'd
Can
only
I-
be able to get one if you went for a
Only
line.
only one for a line. Yeah, I guess I'll wait. Actually, 5d6 compared to. No, I think I'll go for sniping as usual.
Fair
All
enough.
right, cool.
I'm
You're
gonna-
going for
yeah, I'll try
Draco
and-
Fart. Gotcha.
Yeah, I'm gonna try.
Actually,
and
no,
blitz,
that would be summoning Lucky.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and blitz one of the bosses closest, furthest away. Actually,
Okay, in that case, probably that guy.
yeah. So yeah, I'll roll 2d20 to see if I can hit.
All right, so that would
how
be
I
boss
vote.
3.
17 and a 28.
Both will hit.
Great. So I'll roll 2d10 and add on 20.
Okay, cool.
Wow!
Holy shit!
Okay.
It's still 22 damage.
Okay, all right, 22 points of damage. Gotcha. All right.
All right.
I'm fucking
Doesn't
quick
really
and spell
flinch
it.
that much.
I'll quick and spell again.
Okay.
It's 14 and a 21.
Okay, 14 will miss, 21 will hit.
21 will hit. Okay, so 21. So that's a. So yeah. So D10 plus 15.
Okay.
Not much better. 17's still nice on him though.
All right, is that the same guy you just hit?
Yeah, the boss. I'm targeting the boss.
All right, so 17 points of damage.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Starting to look a little hurt.
Wonderful.
Can see you're a pretty good mage. Must have been well trained. But don't think that's gonna stop us from defending. Alright, and let's see who's up next. After Raijin is Boss 1. So Senshin's up the front, yeah?
Yes.
Alright, Boss 1 is going to make 2 attacks against Senshin.
I'm going to preemptive counter both of them first.
Alright, cool. First
Yeah,
one
so
is an
preempt-
8, second one is a 17.
Both would miss. I'm going to preemptive counter attack with my attacks. Fuck. Both would miss.
Both
almost
would miss,
certainly.
yes. Alright, cool. If
I
that's...
guess in a way they just clash in midair then.
Yeah. Alright, now it is Boss 2's turn, who is going to make 2 attacks against Senshin.
I'll preemptive counter attack.
Alright,
One of-
first one is a 21, and second one will miss.
Yeah, so I'll preemptive counter attack as well. Yeah, still miss.
Yeah.
I guess I just the second one will take the first hit.
Alright, cool.
Wait, no, he doesn't hit me. Sorry, what's the actually? Is it a 21 to hit?
21.
And it hates me because he a +2 AC. He actually doesn't hit me.
Alright. He misses. Okay. And then it is down to, let's see, Boss 3, who is ages away and can't actually hit any of you guys with his attacks. So he is going to, I guess, try and get more shields to give to the 2 grunts so that they can start boxing themselves in. Anyway, top of the round, which is Andrew.
Okay, Andrew. I've run out of bonus actions, so I just got actions.
Yep.
Alright, I think I'll, Alright, good sir. It seems like we've taken out most of them, huh? So I'll just snipe that boss. He's looking kind of annoying.
So you're sniping the one furthest at the back, or one of the 2 near the front, or mid?
One of the 2 near the front.
Alright, cool.
Alright, I'm gonna use... This is the first time I'm using this attack. Electricity, baby! And he's just gonna rub the arrow against his shoulder to gather static, and then fire.
Alright, roll to hit. What's
That's
that come
what-
out to?
It's 12 plus Journeyman on that one.
16.
Misses.
Oh.
Jesus.
These are the bosses.
Luckily, Senshin's the one who's the only one attack right sitting in the way.
Yeah, they
Don't
don't
go
want
me.
to attack anyone else. They want to get rid of the strongest guy first, which happens to be this guy. And also because they can't hit the person who's being the biggest pain in their ass right now, which is Raijin. Since they can't get to the sniper, they're going with the second biggest pain in their ass, which is Senshin. I don't give a shit about anyone else here.
That's fair.
Alright,
Oh,
can Andrew do anything else?
So what level are we? Is Andrew level 3?
Yes, same as the rest of
Yes.
the party.
Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna use Action Surge.
All right. You have another action.
Just... I make the action a bonus action or nah?
If you
You
want,
would also
yeah.
get another bonus
Anything you can
action.
do as a bonus action, you can do as an action.
Surge, well, action surge would also give you another bonus action.
That's
I'll-
not how action surge works.
That's how it seems to be how action surge works from what I know. I'll check that just in case.
It's all good. I just wanted to see if I could land the electric arrow.
You can do anything you can do as a bonus action, you can also do as an action.
It's like one additional action. Ah, I see.
Okay. I guess, could I do the bonus action to see if I can hit multiple times?
Yes, you can absolutely do that as an action.
Okay.
All right,
Well,
so you
every
hit two
single
things.
time.
So you're gonna hit the two that are closest, right?
That's what I'm gonna do.
All right, and if this is an electric arrow, you actually get advantage against both of them.
Oh, yeah.
18.
Just roll again. Okay, the first one hits, definitely. Because
Alright.
Well, it's an 8. Yeah, it's an 18.
All right, so first one hits, and second one.
The first one will have to roll a Constitution saving throw, otherwise he'll be stunned.
Okay, all right. Well, fails. And what's the second one get?
16.
All right.
16, which
So
misses.
misses. So the first one is stunned, and how much damage does he take?
Takes 2d6,
All right.
which is 9 plus journey, so that's not too bad. 13.
All right. Cool. I will write that down. All right. So that is done.
That's done.
All right. Anything else you can do?
Let me just check
And he just
something.
used action surge. I think he might have used that.
All right. Fair enough. Okay. So all right. If that's
I've
the
used up
case,
everything.
Boss 4 is going to walk forward and try and just maneuver Boss 1 out of the way. So his action is going to be to grab Boss 1 and put him over there. And then walk here.
Mhm.
That's all he's doing with this turn. Basically just getting the stunned guy out of the immediate line of fire of melee fighters. And then Boss 5 is going to come forward and attack Senshin twice. Well, one of them
Nice.
hits. Okay. Alright. So, Boss 4 hasn't taken any
I might
damage.
need to go up to full unlock, actually.
Okay. Alright. And let's see. That is 2 hits. Okay. Alright. Alright. So that will be 13 plus 6. 19 points of damage.
Wouldn't it double proficiency as well?
Yes. It would.
I said that it would hurt me, but I gotta be fair.
25.
25 damage?
Total.
Yep. Uh-huh. I took more than half my HP in that.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't exactly help that these guys are dirty little shits that go after one person until they knock them down because, well, they realize that fighting, it's better to fight a couple of fully healthy people, than a party of half-injured people.
Okay, well... Oh, it's my turn now.
Yes,
You skipped my turn.
wait, not as
I'm same
Senshin, Boss
initiative.
5 went.
Yeah, but I'm the same initiative as,
Uh,
Andrew.
Senshin and Andrew have already gone, haven't they?
No. I
think
haven't
it was-
gone this time. I used a bunch of reactions.
Oh,
I'll
sorry.
take this damage already. It's fine. I'll take this damage already.
Alright, yeah,
And
in that
as-
case, you can go. My apologies about that. I thought you had already
It's
gone.
fine. It's fine. I know. So just as that, yes, Ash goes in, and just buffs up into the full unlock demon form.
Alright, cool.
Which that doesn't do much for me here, except give me resistance to pain.
Okay,
I
does
feel
that
like
reduce
quite
damage at all?
It reduces. So it will give me resistance to fire, poison.
This is slashing. Does that give you resistance to it?
It would give me resistance to it. Yeah.
Alright,
So
in that case, you take half damage from that, so 12 instead of 25.
I'm saying he did that. I'm saying he did that up. just
Not
to be able to
his
counter,
turn did
basically.
occur before this stuff. It was my mistake.
Okay, fine. I guess I would take half. In that case, I'd add. What did I take again? I'll just add 13 back onto my HP. That'll probably be how much it
Yes.
is. Wait, no. it'd be 19. So I add on. Wait, no, so I'll take 5, 6. So I took 11. I'll add 8 plus 6, 14.
All right.
Numbers.
All
My
right.
worst enemy.
All right. So you've went full unlock. So is that an action of yours, or is that a bonus action? Is there anything
Needs
else
to be
you
a
can
bonus
do?
action. 1 second, I'm adding on health. The 8. So yeah, here's what I can do. I can attack like a maniac because that's a bonus action.
All right. Cool. In that case,
So-
attack like a maniac.
Bonus action, swing wildly.
Out of curiosity, how many in front of me in a line?
3.
3 of them?
Yes.
Actually, yeah, this might be the time to use it. I think this will take, since this is high enough that it will take a bunch of mana, I should use it at this point. We're pretty fucked up. These guys are tough.
Yeah.
Time to use the ultimate form.
Okay.
Thunderblade, ultimate form. Storm Dragon's Raging Tempest! So that's a plus 8 to hit. If I do my math right. Yes, wait, no. Actually, I'm an idiot. No, it's a guaranteed hit. I'm gonna roll to see if
All
I'm
right.
gonna use the Mugen Gun ability for this.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm using the Mugen Gun for this, so I guarantee hit every.
All right. You hit.
I'll roll my damage. Oh wait, no, I have advantage. I'll roll it anyway. Would the 19 have hit them? Because if it did, I
19 would
use the
hit,
Mugen
yes.
Gun now. I won't use Mugen Gun then to hit them for this. I'm gonna. Let's see. That is. Oh, this is a fuck ton of damage. Day anyway, so.
All right. Let's see how much damage you deal.
So the first one's light. Do I need to worry about resistance?
They are not resistant to lightning.
What about slashing?
No.
2d8. Okay, plus.
They have resistance to poison, but none of you guys are dealing poison damage, so it doesn't
I
really
can,
matter.
but I haven't yet. Let's see. So I've got. I think it's a plus 10 to damage as well. 64.
All right. One of them is dead. That's the guy who was stunned. So boss 1 is out. So I'll get rid of him. Let me just go boss 1. Okay. Let's see. One of them is badly injured. And another one is dead. So basically the 2 that have taken damage before are dead, and one of them is almost dead.
There's 3 bosses left in the room too.
Yes, 3 bosses and 2 grunts who are both on 1 HP.
Well, I'm not gonna bother with. Oh, I've got to leave one of the bosses.
Yeah. So one of them
I've gotta
is
leave.
currently really badly
Oh.
injured. 2 of them are at full health. So the
Wait, what
2
about
that are back
mainly the guy at the,
here.
Was the guy at the back one of the ones who ran forwards?
The
one who Raijin was hitting consistently with Eldritch blasts.
I think so. Yes.
So he's one of the 2 dead guys, isn't he?
I think so. Yes.
Okay.
There were 2 guys at the back. One of them was running forward. Actually, wait, no. So bosses 1 and 2 were here. Boss 1 is dead. Boss 2 is still alive. Boss 3 was around the middle. He's dead. And boss, I think 4 was the one that Raijin was wailing on.
Yep, that sounds about right.
Boss 4 and 5, so the 2 that were at the back originally are still alive.
4 has taken a bit of damage, right?
Yeah, so the one who's right here who's taken the most damage is on very little HP. Like, if you hit it, you will kill it.
Well, I can hit 3 people at once with the final technique that I haven't shown off yet.
Alright?
The Thunderblade.
Alright?
And as he lands on the back, he pulls out again and Thunderblade. Second form. Shock Hydra! And basically a giant bolt of lightning comes out, looking like the heads of a Hydra to attack the 3 bosses. So I have advantage on this because lightning against metal. So I'll roll 60-20. So first 2, so just the 3 bosses in order of number. So
Alright,
the 19 crits.
pardon?
19 will crit. The 19 crits because I'm
Okay,
a champion.
Alright?
Then we have a 20 and a 22.
Yes, all of those will hit.
Okay, so I'll roll the crit separate. So I think the first guy's probably dead because I'm pretty sure he's the
Yes.
shot.
Yes. Okay, so boss 2 is dead.
Almost. Well, here's the thing. It's 2d10. So it's 2d10 lightning plus 2d10 slashing plus my bonus to hit, which would be 20 at that point. He's dead, guaranteed.
Yeah, he is
I won't-
guaranteed dead. He had less than
I'm not
10
gonna-
HP.
I'm not going to roll for him.
But roll for the other two because they are at full health.
Plus 10 equals 26 damage. Well, not one of them's not at full health. One.
Yeah, alright, let me just quickly have a look. Alright, so 26 damage, you said?
Yes.
Okay, alright, cool. So is that to both of them?
Yeah, that's the both of them.
Alright, cool. Alright, done that. Okay.
Should I act? So I'm gonna ask the rest of the party this real quick. Should I action?
If you action surge and do something of nearly that capacity, you will probably be able to knock them both out.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
That's
Can I-
only if you're able to repeat something of that amount of shitting damage.
Well, I can't do. I don't think I can do another alt.
Honestly, just say go for it.
Go for
They're,
it.
al- they're
I'm gonna-
already.
I'm gonna try to take one of them down. And
Plus, I need to head off to feed the horses soon. So
yeah, I'll
Yeah,
action
you can
search.
end this-
I'll action search. So I'm gonna roll it. Yeah, I'll do another. I'll do a thunderstorm,
Okay?
which will hit all of them in the room. So the grunts and the bosses.
Alright, cool. The
So this'll
grunts
be
go
with
down.
advantage. Yeah, this will be with advantage because lightning. That'll hit.
Yeah, it will.
So thunderstorm, 2d8 lightning, 1d10 slashing, and
Alright, roll for it.
so 3. So oh wait, no, I have another 3d8 from Taishiro, don't I?
Yes.
yes, two of them are magical slashing, one of them sonic.
So I deal 68 plus is that 1d10? Let's check. Plus 1d10 slashing. Plus my proficiency bonuses here, 47 damage.
Alright,
Cow.
cool. Are you trying to deal lethal damage with this?
I'm trying to deal non-lethal damage.
Okay, they're both down.
Oh, I can be more. Yeah. I guess. Yeah. Well, I KO everyone then.
So
Yay!
there are 2 of them left alive, and everyone
Mm.
else has died.
I guess I'll just sheath both the swords down and basically I want to. You know, like the thing in anime where you swords in and then attack finish it. Sandy just does that. As soon as the swords go back into the holster, the guys pass out of the giant spurt of blood thing.
Okay.
Ah.
Alright. David, looking down at the bodies, you will see that one of their swords has a rune carved into it. When you look at it, it looks like it's some kind of stone. And the rune on it reads Lifesteal. And then underneath it, it has the little engraving Merchant of Death, or Dubel. Looks like a craftsman's
Wow,
mark.
that would have really sucked if they hit us with that.
Yeah, well, it's a good thing they didn't. I think I'll be using it now.
Yeah.
I wonder what that means. Dubel?
It's,
One sec. Yo, Ferret, you got something nice to tie to time up.
yeah, I think so, sir. Let me have a look. And Farrah will just walk on over. In human form.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was imagining he was in human form somehow. Yeah, so you've got plenty of stuff to tie them up with. So I'm imagining you remove their excess armor, take all of their weapons, and then tie them up.
Oh, I have to say, good sirs, this is a job well done. Oh, yes, and of course, madam. And he bows to... Raijin. I think this is a very good day.
All right.
Basically,
Definitely the policy of buff the DPS.
oh, it was very effective, good lady. Farrah's just gonna continue tying them up.
Sweet. Well, I need to get some info out of one of the bosses, or both of them preferably.
Mm.
If you want to take their weapons away, that'd be good.
Yep, already planning on it, sir.
I gotta head off.
All right.
It's getting
Well,
really late.
the
I need
only
to
thing
finish
that's going to happen
the
is the interrogation, and I'll tell you what happens in the interrogation later. So, yeah,
Just assume that Taishiro is helping
Yeah,
get the
it's-
Knolls out
it's totally fine. Yeah.
I don't think Eli has been here for a single interrogation.
No, he hasn't. Every single
I have
time
not,
there's an
no.
interrogation, he needed to leave before it.
there. It's not my fault that my parents forced me to do stuff.
It's not your fault you have to feed a paddock of horses. Anyway, yeah, we'll see you later, man.
You think it's one paddock?
Several paddocks of horses.
Oh no.
See you later.
I think I just
Try not to kill,
yeah, fair
try
enough.
not to kill anyone or start a global war.
I'll
Right.
only kill them afterwards.
All right. So, you will see that Taishiro goes out to help some of the gnolls and talk to the one that's conscious. So, Taishiro is off with the ferrets. That feels funny to say. But, yeah. So, the two bosses will start to wake up and panic as they notice they are tied up.
Suppose you two wanted to get away with this, didn't you? Oh, you've been brought to justice, so to say. Suppose you've got some make him into bitches magic waiting attention.
I need to ask them a lot of questions.
Oh, good.
First off, you bastards attacked Anston, didn't you?
Who are you? Wait, you're one
yes,
of the
I'll-
Jigoku Umare family, aren't you?
Yeah, I am.
Oh. Well then.
So I would like to point out he is in the now.
He is in
That
the
is-
what?
He's in the demon form right now, so he does have intimidation radiating off him.
The guy will look up at him and go, well, then I'm sure you'd know that the Jigoku Umare was one of our targets. Hey, Senshin. You worried about your parents? Where they might have gone?
Answer me, and I might let you live with all your answer. Probably phrase that. Answer, and maybe I'll let you die without choking on your own organs.
A warrior does not fear death. Besides, quite simply, there's nothing you could threaten me with that would make me consider selling out the person who sent us on this contract.
Wait, the guys up top? What are they called again? Fucking. Noble family, please. What were the ones that were doing this?
What, the Winlace family? No, they just send us to go get slaves. They don't give a shit where they come from. No. They had nothing to do with the concerns of the Jigoku Umare family. No, it was someone else. Someone far more important than them.
So I suppose there's more to this than meets the eye then, you bastard.
Well,
Harvey.
actually, giving information, honestly, we were planning on doing it at some point anyway if you couldn't figure it out by yourselves. If you, left pocket of my coat. I can't reach it right now, but there's a map of the underground. There is a path that leads to the lair of the Spider Queen. That's where your parents are being kept, alongside the blade of one of your swords. It's at the center of a highly guarded outpost. The guards there are planning an ambush, but I'm sure you'd be smart enough to figure out that it was a trap, so no need to hide it. The plan was simple. To weaken your family by taking the blades, and then to take you down to the pits.
Why the hell did you target us?
Money. We were paid to.
Then why the hell were we targeted?
If I told you that, you'd be able to figure out who paid us.
So essentially just hard clock him in the face. Don't act smart with me. I've killed bigger men than you when I was only a kid.
I'm sure you have. But the fact of the matter is, the people who give us our orders, they're far more influential than you as one person. And the stuff that they'd be able to do, let's just say that I don't want to get involved in the wrong side of a war, and I especially don't want to end up getting the people I care about caught up on the wrong side of this war. And I'm far more afraid of that than I am of anything you could do to me. I'm just one man.
So am I, and I still killed him.
I'm saying I'm not as worried for myself as I am for the rest of the Duragar.
You should be. Because
If we get involved in this war, there's a possibility that every single one of them could die. I'm less afraid of my own death than that possibility.
I'm very willing to slay the earth bare with your people if you don't help me.
Well, then what do you need? I've already told you where your parents are. I've already
Why?
told you where your sword are.
Yeah, and but I don't know the enemy who's trying to do this. You're dead here anyway. If that doesn't work, I'll just have Ration force it out spells.
Well, it's only the other bosses that know. The grunts weren't told the reasoning behind any of this. Plus, let's face it, they're not exactly smart enough to care anyway. But there were other bosses here. Crap. I don't think she'd want to know.
I think I might already have an idea. If you say I have an idea, then I guess there's no reason for them to be around. If you want to face a war, if you want a warrior's death, then face me. Otherwise, bow your head.
I will tell you their names if you will give me an honorable death and claim that you took it from my dying words. Are we agreed? Kill me as a man with honor. I will give you the truth. And
I will respect that.
very well then. The Yami no Atami Ryu clan. They are the ones that seek your downfall. And he will stare up at you. I hold no falsehood in my words. I fear getting involved in this war more than my own death.
So she'll just toss the blade up and cut the ropes on him.
Okay,
You'll die standing.
thank you. And he will look Senshin in the eyes. I hope this information will be helpful to you.
I hope it will too. And he'll just cut his head.
And presumably also cut off the head of the other guy who was behind him. After the information
when I meant that, I was wondering if I could do all of it non-lethal, or I could pick who I was non-lethal on. Because if I could pick, I would just have left one alive.
Okay, yeah, in that case, the other guy was left sitting down and alive, and the other guy was killed.
Oh, that was very straightforward, sir. Wonder, do you want to give up any more information?
It's a bit difficult to get a corpse to tell you anything.
I was referring to the other guy, good sir.
He's dead.
So one of the guys is currently alive and tied up, and the other guy who Senshin was just talking to is dead.
You want to chat to him, go ahead and kill him off.
Fair enough. Kind of wanted to try out something a little bit fun. The ferret's kind of wild shape. Can Alex, just as a fun little thing, can he transform into the ferret tiger?
If he wants to, yeah. That will take up an action of your wild shape. You can't do that for free, but you can do it.
I'm pretty sure this is the final combat of today anyway.
Yeah, it is. After this, you're going to be going back and sneaking back in.
We'll be sneaking back in. Yeah.
You're sneaking back in past Ryoko and Kana, and yeah.
I'll have to work on a ferret tiger variation.
All right.
Yeah.
So how's Ferret Tiger look?
So basically, you see Andrew transform back into the ferret.
Mm.
It's kind of like the werewolves out of Skyrim, where they just grow bigger and larger.
Okay, fair enough.
And you see his fangs get longer, and his coat turns blood red.
Mm.
Basically, he's like, yes, it's time, but you feel the vengeance of a red ferret, and he'll just jump on him.
What are you?
Oh, I'd say I'm your special delivery, courtesy of Mr. Ferret / Mr. Death. And he'll just
I
They'll
know
just,
where Mr. Death is, and it's not you. I can tell you if you want.
much more fashionable than Death, and and the ferret will just slash him.
Alright, so are you trying to kill him or just hurt him a little bit?
Just trying to kill him.
Alright, fair enough. In that case, the red ferret will kill him, and the bloodstains will not show up on his coat because he is red.
Mm-hmm.
He'll just turn to the rest of the group and be like, I kind of wanted to try out this variation. Should have tried it earlier, but yeah, that's how it goes.
Fair enough.
So I take it we're going to be taking these null refugees into our forest, boss?
Absolutely. We'll get them to safety, get them well fed, and we'll call it a day and insult the nobles for their lack of activity.
Thank you for your assistance.
Oh, it's not the end, it's just the beginning, good sir. Anyway,
Well,
off we
we're
go.
going to a, yeah, we're going to a castle, so probably the end for now. But yeah,
Good for now.
thank you for that. I look forward to working with you again in the future.
The pharaoh will just offer his paw to you.
And said she will shake it.
Alright, off we go, my brethren. To the forest. And
Yay! Thank you very much, good sir. And
Ah.
you will just see the mother looking very happy. And thank all of you. I honestly had no idea there was still, well, good people like this out here. Most of the adventurers or mercenaries I've encountered have just tried to capture us. It's good to see that there are good people out there. Thank you so
Well,
much.
Yeah, we're the type that don't think about coin.
freedom doesn't have a condition, you could say. It should be given. And pharaoh will just wander off.
Alright. Well, yeah, in that case, Ferret will wander back to the woods with all of the peoples in tow, and so he will take the null refugees back, and the rest of the party will make their way to the castle.
Yes, essentially we'll probably need a quick heal for the giant slash wound he has.
Well, Raijin, Taishiro will just heal you up. I'm just gonna say that he heals you up so that you're able to walk, and then you'll get a long rest, so you'll be fine.
Yay. I have another scar now.
Yay! Collecting them, are we?
Yeah, that's what, because, like, special effects on crit fails. So I just put out the idea that whenever we get crit, we end up taking a permanent injury, or rather a permanent scar.
Yeah. Alright. So are you attempting to go through the castle gate, or are you just gonna, like, climb through? How are you planning on getting back?
We're gonna go back through the gate, and since we're all healed up, we look fine. I'm just gonna walk straight back in and go, there's like, okay.
There might be some blood on some of you guys, though.
I imagine we washed that off.
You are right next to a river, so you could have done it, yeah.
We washed off. After that, also, there's another point. Senshi was the one who got the most
badly,
painfully injured, and he's shirtless, so he would have just had that cleaned off when he healed.
Good point, yeah. Alright, well, if that's the case, then the guard will just look back at you. Have a nice evening.
Yeah, it was eventful. Wild, you might say.
Oh,
Fair
yes, very eventful.
Sounds like you had a pretty good evening, then. Welcome back in. And the guards will just open the gate and let you guys in.
Thank you very much.
As you get close to the rooms, Nessa will just look at you guys and gesture for you to come in. It's okay. Kana's unconscious, and Ryoko always likes to get into bed at like 8 p.m., so you're all good.
What the? 8 p.m.?
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, what kind of schedule does she have?
Well, to be fair, she does wake up at about 4 a.m. a lot of the time, so...
Okay, I mean that's almost that's cool. Great. Fuck. I need to figure out an excuse because I have some very important information.
Hmm.
You know,
Oh,
give
you
to.
could just say you got it from some random ferret boss. I'm sure that'll be convincing.
Bear in mind the fact that you're technically supposed to. I'm guessing, by the way, that you made friends with the ferret rather than fought him.
Yeah, he helped us out with the small extermination.
Okay, well, technically speaking, at least as far as the legalities of it go, technically they're considered to be bandits, which is technically illegal. So, how can we spin this? Oh, I know. Kana's not going to be waking up until like we'll say what midday tomorrow. So you can absolutely just say that you are out, questioning people and doing the job that she asked you to do, and that you were able to find it out that way. Would you have been able to find that out by just asking a bunch of people questions?
No. The information's Nessa. This
Yeah.
strategic pulled the map and shows to her.
Mhm.
It's a map of the undergrounds.
I
It's
see.
all parents and it's also where my family's being held hostage by the Durga.
Oh, jeez. Right.
I feel at this point I won't lie.
Mm.
Already.
That's definitely going to be difficult to come up with a believable lie if you're trying that route.
It's like, what can I do in this scenario here?
Look,
I did.
even though I'm an officer of the law, some things are more important than what is strictly legal. And look, as far as I can tell, you guys haven't officially joined the brigade. You're
And,
working
well-
alongside us, sure, but at the end of the day,
Well, I actually technically did it legally. The ferret paid me, well, this. It just pulls out a single piece of silver.
I'm
to-
talking about, well, you're planning on going to the
Exterminate the
underground to
Durga.
save them. But
Yeah.
there's nothing keeping you here as far as legalities go. It's not like you officially joined the brigade. No
That's not
Commodore
what
has
it's-
recognized that. You're just working
just
alongside.
I know, it's more like Kana's incredibly powerful. All of you are.
Mm.
And I don't want to take chances. They said they have an ambush set up. And I have no doubts they probably have the ability to take us all out if we aren't careful.
I see. Well,
I'd rather
it's not going to
take-
be anything
I'd
compared
rather-
to Ashura.
I'd honestly rather be in trouble than unsafe, especially when my friends' lives are on the line.
So you're trying to figure out how to convince her to go along with you.
Yeah.
Well, have you been able to find out if the Duragar are maybe a threat to national security? Because
Well,
if they are, then, well, we're just doing something to protect the nation's security against
actually,
terrorists.
they might be. Very specifically, they were. Essentially, we'll consider saying they were paid to attack my village and specifically attack the Jigoku. At the same time, the entire kingdom was weakened, weren't they?
Which means that,
There's a
yeah,
distinct chance this is a conspiracy.
which means that they're
After-
high-scale terrorists who are going after kingdoms specifically to weaken them, where there's a very small brigade presence. This is honestly exactly the kind of thing that we should be doing. It's significantly more important than protecting one king, which I hate to say this, but at the end of the day, the king is one man, and the kingdom can survive without him. But if an entire kingdom gets brought to its knees by terrorist attacks, let's face it, it would be worse if this kingdom lost its queen than if the Asawaki Isles lost its king. This kingdom would fall apart far worse. The prince
We
isn't to be trusted. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if he's behind a lot of these conspiracies. He's that
if
kind
we're
of
gonna-
guy.
if we need to do this, we need to figure out how we can. Like, the fact is, as long as the king's here, we might be able to keep him safe.
Mm.
Hell, actually, I think he'd be safe here as long as he's here, right?
Probably. I doubt
Do this.
all of the terrorist attacks that I've heard of here have been either in the merchant district or in the port. No one's even attempted to attack the castle grounds or the noble district. Only occasionally the things going in there. But, well, the ferret's only really been attacking slaver wagons, at least as far as you've told me.
He won't be a problem. If
Fair
anything,
enough.
I'd see him ally than an enemy.
Fair enough. Well, honestly, as far as we as like police go, we are only really concerned with bandits if they're actually committing crimes. If they're not, that's up to the individual kingdom to deal with. We're just peacekeeping forces.
Like, yeah, I they. Oh, right. Actually, one other thing. The person they said who's there is also called this Spider Queen. They said it's the Spider Queen.
They're trying to send you directly into
To
her
her.
lair. Oh, yeah.
That's why I don't want to take any chances.
I see.
I'd rather all of the allies I can get.
That makes sense. Yeah.
You
It's
think
odd.
Hana
I
could
would have thought she would still be in the Shadowfell after all of this, but I guess she moved back into the regular underground.
if it comes down to it, I can contract Asher at the worst case scenario. But that's the case I'm doing.
Yeah, because you'd want to make sure that there weren't too many allies around, or if they were around, that, well, they weren't able to be targeted by him. Well, actually, the squad has been training a couple of evasive maneuvers since we fought Ashura last time. The main point of those maneuvers is basically just to, well, since we struggle to lock him down, the goal is essentially just to keep everyone away from him until the timer runs out. And we've got a couple of moves that might be able to help with that. Just various grapples that can pull people a far distance. And also shields that can just physically block his movement.
Yeah.
So
There's
if
no point in
Ashura
trying to
does come out
force it.
again, we might be able to have a decent, good chance of dodging him. Certainly a lot better than we did last time when we weren't prepared.
It's a bad idea to face him directly. If I've gotten stronger, there's no way my body can definitely handle him at a higher level.
Our plan isn't to face him, our plan is to avoid him. That's what all of those maneuvers are set around. Basically just being able to stay out of where he can hit us for long enough that he will end up going back inside you as dormant.
Ugh.
Because there's no way we can deal enough damage to him in order to knock him out. So, quite simply, the easiest way to deal with him is just to make sure that he doesn't hit us for
Yeah.
long enough for him to just go back.
Yes. So, when this happens to Nessa, I'm going to be honest. I'm not going to try and lie or bullshit or find a way out of it that doesn't make me in trouble. I feel Kana would at least be able to figure out what the reason why I went ahead, and definitely why I didn't tell her.
Yeah, it does make
Something gets
sense.
personal. Yeah. Even if I'm not being responsible with this, but I'm fine being responsible with my own life. Anyone else is a different matter.
You definitely have a lot of honor, and I definitely respect that. It's sometimes a little bit more difficult to convince some of these people that are higher up on the food chain that, well, sometimes things can't be done by the book if you want to do the right thing. Hell, a lot of these slavers, what they're doing is technically legal, but that doesn't mean it's right or that we should allow it to just happen when we see it.
Yeah, look, I'm going to tell you this because I definitely think you're the probably only member of the squad that understand it. I don't care about whatever the hell is supposed to be like, what the kingdom wants, what's legal.
Yeah.
That's the thing about being who I am, someone who isn't beholden to any one person other than myself.
Yeah.
We're each allowed to choose our contracts each member of the family is allowed to choose their contracts entirely up to them. I'm gonna do what I think is right, even if it might not technically be legally right.
Yeah. I think you're doing the right thing. And even if I'm technically on the straight and narrow now myself, I definitely don't see anything wrong with not having to be beholden to a lot of that stuff. The main reason I joined was to be able to help people, especially in out-of-the-way places. This isn't exactly the squad I hoped I'd end up on, or rather, this isn't exactly the squad role I hoped I'd end up with. I wanted to help people out and about who were struggling. I'm glad I'm finally getting a chance to actually help people, though. Even if it is off the books.
Yeah. Oh well. Either way, once Kana's here, we can tell her.
Well, she's here, she's just passed out.
Well, conscious.
Yeah.
Yeah. Until then, I need to get some sleep. And so he'll just kind of uncover up the giant gash on the shoulder. May have got a bad hit.
There's some healing potions in the cupboard, and, well, I'm
Well,
pretty sure there's some bandages in there as well.
I mean, scars are the sign of a warrior's experience, so...
Yes, scars are, once they've stopped bleeding.
Oh, it stopped bleeding. It has actually... It's still bleeding a bit, but he's completely not noticed.
That is blood dripping down. It's still bleeding.
Oh, it is? I thought that was just sweat.
I have to say, I haven't seen that many people that seem to have that absurd degree of strength that they don't notice they're bleeding. Only a couple of pirates, but damn, you're a lot stronger than any pirate I've met.
Well, I've been doing this since I was 5.
That would do it, yeah. Training definitely does make all the difference.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you saw like cliffs outside?
Yeah?
I was climbing up for training purposes.
Wow.
I it actually.
Well done.
No, I'm a swell bag.
Yeah.
Dave's like me. He does similar training. Only he's just chucking boulders.
I might try and climb those cliffs in a couple of days after we deal with a bunch of other stuff that is significantly more important than this.
One other last thing. It seems like another one of the blades is down there.
Huh. Well, that should be quite useful for you once you get it.
Yeah. It's a 100% a trap.
Well, obviously. The question is just how we manage the trap.
I mean, yeah. Wish I bloody... Wait. Actually, there is a way. Kind of.
What are you thinking?
Well, I can only do it once a day, but... And he'll just sort of look a bit past her, and then it'll disappear.
Huh, so you can go invisible. Nice.
Look behind you.
Ah, teleport. Gotcha.
I think I've been able to do it ever since I was trained.
That's helpful.
Apparently.
Well, actually, I have got another idea. You know, we could buy some spell scrolls. Specifically, what I'm thinking is a shadow duplicate. What I'm thinking is maybe we make them think that they've caught us with our shadow duplicates, and then when they've all revealed their positions, then start attacking. Plus, they probably would have grouped up. It might make the fight a little bit easier on us, because at least that way we might be walking into a trap, but at least we won't be walking into an ambush.
Well, we're working in... Yeah, it's no longer an ambush, it's a trap, which is significantly less dangerous.
Exactly. We might as well take advantage of everything we can get access to.
You're really easy to work with, Nessa.
Well, I've been on quite a few crews of varying degrees of chaos, so... Plus, I do really respect you. You're strong, you stick to your morals, and, well, you have a good heart in there. You're someone I look up to.
Well, that's good. I'm going to sleep. I have had a hell of a day. I've killed 12 people. I need sleep.
Sounds like you need it.
I've had a long day. I killed 12 people. I need sleep.
Oh, that's amazing. I guess off in the forest, like, the gnolls and the ferrets will be celebrating. They're going to be singing the ferret song and a bunch of other things.
Yeah. Andrew's
Honestly,
just teaching all of the gnolls the ferret song, bandaging up any injuries they might have, probably just hunting a bunch of random things that wandered around in the forest and just went, okay, so here's a bunch of food. They're probably just having a massive feast, and all of these gnolls are just really happy. Some of them even became sentient, and their first moment of sentience was just being surrounded by a bunch of ferrets singing a song about being ferrets, and their first moment of sentience was happy. Which for a gnoll is very rare. Usually their first moment of sentience is being surrounded by a bunch of corpses and blood on their hands.
Wonderful. Well, it's good to see that we're doing good things, aren't we?
Yep.
Also, very easy to see how he can end up joining in, since Senshin's effectively the leader of, well, the main characters. Sorry, Nessa.
Yeah.
She's probably my favorite of the what's it called again?
The squad.
Kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's absolutely my favorite of the squad. I think it's just because she's the most chaotic one. She can easily work with Senshin, who's like, I don't. Like, Carter's already seemed to have made the assumption. I'm assuming we're done, by the way, since Eli.
Yeah, we are done.
Time.
Yeah, the session is over because, well, you made it back to the castle. You had a very productive day of killing a bunch of Duragar slavers, and you found out
Look,
about
I'm gonna be honest.
next place you need to go.
In that one day, Senshin basically skipped over a fuck ton of necessary work, which could have lasted more sessions. It's like, well, I know everything now, and I am next arc already. Holy shit, what the fuck just happened? It's basically what happened. There was Senshin just speed ran like the prologue chapter of this camp of this arc.
That's fine. I was planning on you guys finding the Duragar anyway.
But I know, it's just the joke of it's like just basically Senshin like on a YouTube channel. All right, guys, time for me to speed run the beginning of the Justice Empire arc.
Yep.
Uh,
How did you get that
Oh,
information? Illegally.
Actually, technically, he never did anything illegal. I don't think there's any laws against using magic eyes to spy on people.
No, there isn't. Especially not if they're out in the open discussing the crimes that they're committing in common.
It's like, what did he do? He just sat on a barrel and just wrote down a note like they were doing.
He
But
basically
I
just
just
copied a
can't-
contract that they wrote, translated it, and went, oh, they're doing that.
Wow, huh. I just realized he already has a fucking, like, kill shot level of, proof of crime in his back pocket, but he can't do it because he's focusing on something more important.
Yeah. Like, honestly, if that gets to the songbirds, that is going to be part of the evidence that they show that, hey, slavery exists here.
Here's proof! Where's the slavers? Dead.
I can take you to their corpses if you like.
Like, yeah, but it's like, I think the thing is, it kind of seems to have just completely assumed that they're part of the squad, and Ness is like, no, you guys haven't heard us, you like, hanging around.
Yeah, because Kana thinks, oh yeah, well, she never technically said they were squad members. They said that they were being trained and that they were a group of adventurers that were working alongside them. Even the Commodore who was being told of the situation just went, oh yeah, well, it is useful even if we have mercenaries on our side, if they're actually willing to help us. She immediately went, no, they're just a group of mercenaries that are helping us for some fucking reason.
Yeah, that, of just that. And it's just like, okay, I'm gonna go off and do stuff on my own. Does stuff on his own. Hey, this worked great. Why do I keep listening to Kana? It's like, it seems like every time I don't listen to Kana, it actively goes better. I wonder if this will influence future bad decisions.
It's gonna really suck for you when Kana actually gives you some really good advice and then you ignore it and then go, well, shit, maybe I should have actually listened to her for once rather than going for a policy of just never listening to her. Ah, well.
Well.
I mean, it doesn't really matter. Like, went pretty flawlessly. I mean, you got everyone there to sort out the problem. You got the ferret crew. I mean, it went so well.
It went so well because Stitch was like, here's the plan, new information. Okay, here's the new plan, new information. Okay, here's the new plan. Just constantly coming with new plans, which is a very good thing. Senshin is not a forward planner. He is a at the moment. It's just that his at the moment plans are actually surprisingly effective.
Well, considering the fact that they basically managed to get a massive amount of information on a lot of that stuff, it's pretty damn cool. But yeah, Senshin, now that you know, by the way, how's David reacting to this information about who sent the Duragar?
Oh, David's like, oh yes, I already had one person on the kill list. Now let's make it two.
Those
Senshin
are
would basically
Raijin's
just tell him-
parents.
Senshin would basically just tell him that it's like there's a lot of, because like they're not the only Yami. There's a fucking lot of them, and it's not like the history between their families is great.
Yeah.
It's basically yeah, like there's basically like Raijin's family is like one of the ones who is more okay with Senshin's clan.
I
And
understand.
notice I said more okay. I did not say okay.
Oh, yeah, I guess that's the case, boss. I think when
So
we go
don't kill
back down
anyone with that. So don't kill like everyone with that surname. Like obviously
No,
you wouldn't go after
let's
Raijin,
find out- yeah, like
but don't add her
like,
parents
Raijin
to the
said-
kill list. They might not
Yeah,
be
like,
the
Raijin
members of the
said-
clan that this
yeah,
guy
like,
was talking about.
I mean, did you just figure out in the session Raijin mentioned that there's worlds?
Oh, I mean,
Yeah, there's a lot of people who it could be. Unfortunately.
Yeah, which
Oh,
means that
that's okay.
unfortunately you're gonna need to find out who it was that actually paid the Duragar off in order to figure it out.
yeah. Oh, I guess we'll get around to that eventually.
Yeah, we have more important things to focus on, like my family.
Like Senshin's family and Senshin's sword
That is in
and
order
fucking
of
up a
importance.
bunch of slavers.
Oh, I guess I'll get back to finding those runes eventually. Or whatever it is. There's one in hell, so I mean, we could stop by on a nice resort.
All right.
So-
Yeah, he was like, I have to go to hell and follow this thing. Senshin, hey, I got all this information and
Yeah, Taishiro
Fuck whatever I was
Taishiro
doing.
had
Fuck whatever I
plans,
was
and then they
doing.
got set to the side because David, and then they got set to the side because Senshin, and then they got set to the side because, yeah, Taishiro was planning to go to school today. That did not happen.
We'll get around to it next week anyway.
Yeah, he can just rock up at school next week and apologize and say he was pulling down a slaver ring.
It's
That's
not a
one way
lie.
of getting an excused absence.
Like, where were you exactly? Fighting a slaver ring and then fighting a.
Well, the headmaster of this campus is a sentient null, so I have a feeling that would give him a pause and also probably extra credit.
Yeah, honestly.
I have. It's like, really? Where's your proof? Here, just hands it in. Your sign. Because it fucking would. Just. Okay, what happened? Write it down. Just hands it over.
Okay, and that is your first assignment complete, and that is an A+ for you, and you get a gold star, and you get a Student of the Year commendation, because damn, the students of our college are doing great stuff before even rocking up at our college. Yay!
Taishiro should definitely do that, honestly.
I mean, yeah.
What, just write up all the notes of him taking down a slaver ring and then just going, okay, so my ballad is gonna just be about all of the stuff I did for the last week to take down this slaver ring. Just, that's my assignment. A+.
I mean, honestly, it makes for a good story.
It definitely will, yeah. Considering the fact that you guys basically managed to find a massive conspiracy within a day of arriving at this city.
Yeah, well, it wasn't a mess. Everyone, because since like Taishiro is all about making it about Senshin, it's like he showed up for the city and like he was he went up to the thing, started training, looked off the side, saw a bunch of slaves get freed by the ferret guys, jumped off a cliff, landed at the location where they literally just got attacked like a minute ago, because that's impressive in its own right.
Yeah.
Then proceeded to talk to them, call them douchebags,
Mm-hmm.
use the information he got from them to go and find out, more info on Slaver, on Slaver and the ring, get that information without any effort, tag the Guragar, find a secret base underground with no issues, leave, tell everyone everything they needed, get an alliance with the heroic bandit who was saving the slaves, go and fight the Duragar, and win easily. It's like, well, so was that an entire arc? No, that was yesterday.
No, that was what we did yesterday. That was 1 day's worth of adventuring. Shit, you guys are good.
Session just thumbs up. I do.
Well,
The first,
I can't give you much, but I mean, you want this massive table full of like food and booze and other stuff? Would that help? As a thanks?
Senji's already started shoveling food into his mouth.
I'm glad.
Yeah.
That was fun. Fuck, I'm glad we're back to the
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that you guys enjoyed